heroes is over. The age of the demon has begun.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto was grandson of Madara and became second Yellow Flash with Sharingan movie. Before we start, please go support Oza 137,788 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Naruto is the second to emerge from the Yellow Flash. He is also Madara's grandson and will possess the Sharingan. Prologue. October 10th. Hanahagakure no Sato. This was a peaceful day in the Hidden Leaf village. Today was one of the happiest days for the Namikaze family, as it was the anniversary of the birth of Minato Namikaze, also known as Kairoi Senko of Konoha, and Kushina Uzumaki, also known as the Red Death and princess of the once great Uzumaki clan of Uzushiagakure. Minato Namikaze was a genius in every sense of the word. His skills in taijutsu and ninjutsu were good, but he was a master of fuinjutsu and, more rarely, the space-time ninjutsu branches. He invented the two most feared jutsu in the history of the elemental nations, which he used in the Third Shinobi World War against a battalion of over 1,000 Iwa shinobi, and emerged victorious. This was the main turning point of the Third Shinobi World War. These two jutsu came to be known as the Hiraishin no Jutsu and the Rasengan. Minato was considered an orphan when he was found at the village gates, but he was forced to hide his heritage due to the animosity he would have encountered with the truth. His father, the once great leader of the Uchiha clan, Madara Uchiha, survived his final battle with Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage and wielder of Mokuton. After the battle at the Valley of the End, Madara Uchiha began to leave Konoha with severe injuries. He wandered through the forests for hours and was on the verge of death when he was found by a young woman with blonde hair and sapphire blue eyes. She took him to her home and tended to his wounds. Madara woke 3 days later, still seriously injured, and looked around to find himself in a room on a bed, bandages wrapped around his torso and arms. He tried to get out of bed, but a loud groan kept his lips from speaking. The door suddenly opened, and the same woman he had glimpsed in the forest entered and began to examine his injuries. Recoil. At first glance, Madara had to say she was a beautiful woman with sapphire blonde sun-kissed hair and blue eyes that held deep emotions and a playful mischievousness. She wore a simple pink kimono that draped her curves, and she walked with a grace that Madara noticed could only be found in Kunoichi from noble clans. As he came back to his senses, he asked the woman, "Where are you?" The woman replied, "You were badly injured when I found you, so I brought you here to tend to your wounds." "Thank you," Madara responded, and asked, "Who are you?" To which she replied, "My name is Miya Namikaze." Madara nodded, and Miya asked his name, to which he replied, "Madara Uchiha, the former leader of the Uchiha clan." After finishing tending to his bandages, she gave him some food and left. After a month of recovery, Madara realized his injuries were too severe and he would never be the same as he once was. He continued to stay at the woman's house and learned she was from the Namikaze clan, a small clan from the Warring Clans era. She had left when she was quite young due to her aversion to violence, something he knew all too well. She had a kind and gentle nature and some training in the shinobi arts. Many months passed and Madara grew weary of fighting. He realized he had nothing left to fight for after his clan's betrayal. He fell in love with the woman who had saved him all those months. He married her after 2 years, and they had a son. The boy was named Minato Namikaze so that no one would attack him because of his father's reputation. 3 years later, the boy began training in the shinobi arts, and at the age of 6, he activated the Sharingan, the birthright of the Uchiha clan. Somehow, Kumagakure caught wind of Madara and his family's survival. The third Raikage dispatched 5 Anbu squads to kill the man and retrieve his son to obtain the Sharingan for Kumo. They ambushed the house while Madara was out and his wife died trying to protect their son. Madara arrived home in his final moments and a battle ensued with a raging Madara. He kicked 2 Kumo shinobi out of the house and engaged them in combat. Although mutilated, he was still a fearsome shinobi. The rest unleashed long-range lightning attacks, which were dodged. Madara began to perform rapid lightning hand seals and shouted, "Fire style. Great fire annihilation." A narrow stream of fire erupted from his mouth and suddenly spread into a gigantic wall of inferno. 2 squads were instantly incinerated while the rest were barely pushed aside. A shinobi suddenly came from behind Madara and slashed his sword, which grazed Madara. Madara narrowed his eyes at the blade and noticed it was poisoned. He countered with a kunai infused with wind chakra and sliced straight through the Kumo shinobi's sword, tearing off his arm. The remaining shinobi examined hand seals and shouted, "Lightning style. Strong wind lightning." Lightning bolts launched from the Kumo shinobi's hands and toward Madara. Without the Sharingan to dodge, Madara began to spin dangerously and started to change shape. Ethereal skeletal bones suddenly began to form around Madara and a purple aura formed around him as Madara shouted, "Susanoo." The attacks collided and a massive blast erupted as the smoke cleared Madara's body. He was on his knees, panting, his Susanoo still holding firm. Madara realized he wouldn't last much longer if the battle dragged on, and he had to finish it with a single blow. He poured more chakra into the Susanoo, and it began to form 4 hands and a skull, over which armor formed. The hands drew swords, upon which Madara concentrated his Sharingan, and the black flames of Amaterasu engulfed them. He slammed the sword down upon the shinobi. 4 shinobi were sliced in half, while the rest were consumed by the flames. As the battle ended, Madara coughed over the blood and began walking toward his house. At the house, he saw his wife sitting against the wall in a pool of blood. He knelt beside her as the tears escaped his eyes. His wife laughed softly at him and placed a hand on his cheek. He kissed her once more as she told him to take care of their son and said she loved him as her last breaths escaped her lips and she closed her eyes. He screamed in agony and cried out. Then he placed 2 fingers on the ground and expanded his senses and found his son in the back room used for storage. He slid the door open and walked in and saw his son curled up in a ball. He walked over and hugged his son tightly as he sobbed uncontrollably. He picked him up and walked in as his son fell asleep on his weapons. He put him to bed and began writing a letter. After half an hour, he finished and rolled up the scroll. On another scroll, he began sealing some money, clothes, basic ninja tools like kunai, shuriken, and ninja wire, and various jutsu scrolls he possessed. As he finished, his son walked in, and Madara told him to prepare to leave. Both father and son, after the burial of their wife-mother, began leaping through the trees toward Konohagakure. As the village entered, Madara stood at the monuments, and so did his son. He passed the 2 scrolls to his son, who looked at him in confusion. He sighed and sighed, knowing this custom to be easy. He began, "Son, you must go to the village alone, and from here on out, I will not be with you because my shadow will always guard you from danger, and my enemies will not cease to harm you if you stay with me any longer. Therefore, from here on out, you will have to live alone. Go and make yourself a great shinobi worthy of your predecessors and make them, me, and your mother proud." Before the end, his son had tears in his eyes and jumped at his father's arms as he told him that he would not leave. After some persuasion, he nodded as he told him that he would come and find him after he had grown strong and proven himself. He nodded and told him that the next time he was found, he would knock him to the ground, to which his father laughed quietly and said that he certainly had, and ruffled the boy's hair. He told his son to give the letter to Tobirama Senju and that this would explain everything and never to tell anyone who his father was. He watched as his son walked through the village gates as a tear scalded his eye and he said to no one in particular, "I'm sorry, my son, but with my injuries, I won't last much longer and I won't be able to find you again. Forgive me." End of retreat. Outside Konoha, within the hidden walls of the house, the cries of a newborn baby were heard as Minato Namikaze held his newborn son in his arms. Suddenly, one of the nurses holding his son screamed as a kunai pierced her back and a masked man grabbed the child and said, "Step away from the Jinchuriki." "Calm down," Minato said as the man, saying he was absolutely calm, threw the bundle in his arms into the air and continued to stab him. Minato jumped and grabbed his son, saw the tags explode, threw the blanket, and teleported a flying thunder god kunai out of the house as a blast occurred. Suddenly, malevolent chakra was felt throughout the village as the 9 tails appeared in the middle of the village. As after the extraction, the man ordered the 9 tails to be finished. Kushina appeared and stood with Kushina in a tree in their wedding style. "You're as fast as you call Kairoi Senko," the man said. As Minato took Kushina with him and teleported home, he placed her next to Naruto and donned his white trench coat adorned with red flames and the kanji for 4th Hokage written vertically. He teleported and stood atop the Hokage monument, gazing at the 9 tails cobra atop a tailed beast ball and launching it into the fire. He examined hand seals and shouted, "Sealing art. Space-time teleportation barrier." As the tailed beast ball was absorbed into the kanji before his hands, at that very moment, the masked man appeared behind him and attempted to draw him into an entrance. He teleported outside the village. He fought and struck the man with Flying Thunder God technique and Rasengan, releasing the 9 tails with a contract seal. He came with Kushina and Naruto outside the village as Kushina wrapped the 9 tails in her chakra chains while he prepared the seal hunting altar. He placed Naruto on the altar and examined hand seals, clapping his hands and saying, "Shiki Fujin." As the god of death tore the 9 tails apart and sealed its tails within Naruto, he fell to his knees and Kushina lowered the barrier. The Anbu and the 3rd Hokage arrived as Minato and Kushina asked for scrolls and a quill to write their last letters. He gave the letters to Sarutobi and told him to give them to Naruto on his 5th birthday, urging him to take care of Naruto and to see him as a hero of the village. The 3rd Hokage promised and Minato breathed his last, taking Naruto from Kushina's grasp as she died too. And so, the story of Naruto begins. Chapter 1. Time skip, 3 years. Konohagakure no Sado. A young blonde boy could be seen sitting on a bed in an orphanage, staring sadly out the window. His stomach was rumbling because he hadn't been given dinner that night. This wasn't an unusual occurrence, as the orphanage matron would reprimand him for arriving 5 minutes late to the orphanage and punish him for not giving him dinner. His food was also different from the others, as he was usually given leftovers. The orphanage staff wouldn't let him play with the other children, and when they went out to the park, they would usually tell their children to stay away from him, saying he was a bad boy. A tear ran down his cheek as he wondered what he had done wrong to deserve such treatment. There was only one old man who came to visit him regularly. This worried him, along with 2 people at the ramen shop. When he asked the old man why he was treated this way, a sad fixed gaze happened upon his face, and he told him to give people some time to get to know him better. He saw how the villagers bowed to him and gave him looks of respect and admiration. He asked the reason for this, and the old man told him that he was the strongest Hokage shinobi in the entire village. His eyes widened, and he asked what made him so strong. The old man took him to the Hokage mountain, placing the 4th Hokage on his head as he looked over the village and said, "Once, my sensei brought me to this place, and I asked him the same question you, Naruto-kun. He told me that this village is a tree and the people are branches. The Hokage is the trunk that must remain strong and protect itself from the winds. That impulse to protect something precious to us brings forth the true strength of the shinobi. When the leaves of the tree dance, one will find flames. The shadow of the fire will illuminate the village, and once again, the leaves of the tree will sprout anew." Hiruzen watched as the boy sat deep in thought, his eyes shining with compassion and determination. A thought came to him. "The will of fire burns intensely within you, my boy." He took him back to his orphanage after the ramen deal. He bought him some books to help him read and write, including about the village's history. He read quickly late into the night, reading the story of the 4th Hokage, which he found quite interesting and wanted to read more about. He quickly became his idol. He decided that night that he would surpass the 4th Hokage and earn everyone's respect. He drifted off to sleep with a soft smile on his face. He woke up early the next morning, ate breakfast, and exhausted himself to train. He read in the book yesterday that shinobi had to train differently, and each shinobi had to build their body in their early years to a specific attribute, such as speed, agility, strength, and so on. He decided he wanted to become a fast shinobi, as he had a rather flexible body. And so he began his regimen of controlling 5 squats, doing high sit-ups in periods. When he finished, he was exhausted and sat by the tree and practiced his writing skills. When he finished, he noticed it was already lunchtime, and after that, he had to be under the watchful eye of the orphanage matron. The same routine continued for a few months, where from morning until lunch, he would train his body to increase its speed, and he gave himself time to recover. The rest of the time he spent reading. One day he read in a book about chakra and how it combined spiritual energy, or yin energy, with yang energy, and how this was used to perform various shinobi arts. He read about how to activate it, and the book said to meditate and look for a warm feeling around his stomach. He sat down and began to concentrate, but he couldn't find it. He sat for half an hour, but still couldn't find it. He was beginning to lose hope when he suddenly felt a hazy warm sensation in his stomach and began to focus on it. A sudden burst of blue aura surrounded his body as he saw it, and he sat mesmerized. After a minute, the aura dissipated, and he began to feel tired and fell asleep under the tree. The next day, he began to read about chakra uses enhanced seals, and he learned that he first had to learn to control chakra properly before wielding it. He read about the balancing leaf exercise and began to practice it. Time jumps 2 years. Naruto grew a lot during those 2 years. He became quite fast and agile for someone his age and had once surpassed 3-year academy students. He practiced the leaf balancing exercise a lot and could now hold 5 leaves, one on his forehead and one on each of his arms and legs. Because of this, he began to realize that he could sense when someone was near him and investigated it. He found that he was a sensor, and one day he placed 2 fingers on the ground and focused chakra, sensing someone in the nearby trees. Then, in the following days, he figured out that the presence was constantly near him and he knew someone was watching him. He decided to confront him and discovered that he was an Anbu wearing a dog mask. He asked him what he was doing and he said that he was protecting him. He accepted the answer but was puzzled as to why he needed protection. Over the months, Naruto and Inu became friends, but he still wouldn't tell him his name or anything about himself. He taught him henge and kawarimi. He was ecstatic and, like a capricious child, went into the village and noticed that people began to treat him kindly. Some laughed as he surveyed the streets, while others remained agitated. It saddened him to see that people only treated him this way, but everyone else was quite pleasant. He started going to shops that carried a henge, and this solved his problem of excessively expensive and low-grade goods. Inu still taught him how to use kunai and shuriken, though he refused to let him have any, saying he was quite young. But he was ecstatic when the old man gave him a utility bag, a kunai holster, and sets of kunai and shuriken for his 5th birthday. 2 days later, the village was still in the midst of the Yondame's week-long celebration to persuade the Kyuubi, but he didn't participate in the festivities, as he noticed the people were even more hostile toward him. Then he was in one of the training grounds when he suddenly sensed someone moving quite quickly around the festival grounds toward the village walls. This puzzled him, as this was not a familiar presence, and he could sense the person had many negative emotions. Anxiety, tension, and anger. And another presence with him was fear and sadness. He decided to investigate and took the shortest route around to the area where he estimated the presence would pass through. He arrived there and saw a man with a bag over his shoulder moving around. The man had a hit IT, a type of shuriken that he didn't recognize as belonging to Kumagakure, and he immediately raised the alarm. He drew 3 kunai in his right hand and 3 shuriken in his left and threw them at the man. The shinobi noticed at the last moment and left the path. Naruto stepped out and decided to confront the man, seeing no other options. The Jonin saw a boy around 5 years old with sun-kissed blonde hair and sapphire blue eyes that made him look away. He laughed at the boy and said, "Hey. The kid gets out of the way and maybe I'll let him live." Naruto looked away and said, leaving the person in the bag, "I leave." The man laughed quietly at his reply and said, "You think a kid like you could stop me? I'm a Jonin. You seriously don't think you can defeat me?" Naruto didn't take his eyes off the man and said, "I know I can't hit you, but I can delay you long enough for another shinobi to arrive. So leave the bag and permission, and I won't stop you." The man sneered in anger and drew shuriken, throwing them at Naruto as he dodged by pulling himself out of the way. Naruto charged at the man, jumped, and kicked him above his head, but he blocked his free arm as Naruto took 4 backflips and got out of his range before he could attack. He pulled out some more shuriken and threw them at the man. The Kumo Jonin drew a kunai and deflected it, aiming at the boy. It hit Naruto, and Naruto tried to move aside, but still managed to get a cut on his right arm. The man was getting frustrated and knew this was a matter of time before the Anbu arrived. He put down his bag for a moment, threw the kunai, and began examining his hands and seals, shouting, "Ninja art. Shadow shuriken jutsu." It scared Naruto, and he knew he didn't have time to get out of the way. The kunai was getting closer, and the man knew it was over. This is when it suddenly happened that everything began to slow down for Naruto, and he could see the kunai more clearly. His sharp vision allowed him to stretch out and throw shuriken at the man's leg. The Jonin, not expecting the attack, was struck in the leg as 4 shuriken embedded themselves in it, and he howled in agony. Naruto's vision blurred from blood loss, and the enraged Jonin flew through hand seals and shouted, "Fire style. Magnificent fireball jutsu." Naruto didn't have time to dodge and thought it was over as he closed his eyes. The Jonin smiled with satisfaction, knowing the boy couldn't dodge. He saw the burned area, but the boy was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, he felt heavy blows coming from him, as if he were being punched from behind. Then he heard a shout. The gentle fist art. 8 trigrams 64 palms. He whirled around and stared into the pale furious eyes of the Hyuga clan head, Hiashi Hyuga. Behind him stood an Anbu wearing a dog mask, with Naruto perched on his shoulder and 3 Anbu surrounding him. As he fell unconscious, Hiashi turned and walked to the bag where his daughter lay bound and gagged. He cut her bonds as she hugged and sobbed against his shoulder. He held her close, his eyes closed, and breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the Hokage arrived with his 4 Anbu staff and witnessed a scene where Hiashi was embracing his daughter while Inu held Naruto in his arms, unconscious from the bleeding. He narrowed his eyes at the Anbu, and in a moment, his hardened gaze fixed on the veteran shinobi who had seen 3 shinobi wars and led his village to victory in 2. "The professor, god of shinobi," he said in a cold voice, "the report." Inu stepped forward and said, "Hokage-sama, tonight the heir to the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hyuga, was kidnapped from the Hyuga compound by the ambassador, who came with the Kumo delegation for peace treaty talks. She was about to leave the village walls when she was intercepted and engaged by young Naruto. He held him off long enough for us to reach Hiashi-sama, incapacitate the Kumo shinobi, and get Naruto-kun out of the battle." Hokage maintained his professional tone and said, "Take the Kumo ninja to the torture department and the interrogation department to Ibiki and Anko and tell them to cut him open and extract the information before the Raikage arrives to finalize the peace treaty talks in 3 days. Take Naruto-kun to the hospital and you stay with him, Inu, until he regains consciousness and ensure the medical staff gives him proper care without discrimination." "Yes, Hokage-sama." 3 Anbu shouted and dispersed in Shunshin. Hokage's eyes softened as he turned to Hiashi where Hinata was asleep from screaming and emotional strain. "The Hyuga clan and I personally owe young Naruto a debt and we will come to visit him in the hospital after he wakes up," Hiashi said in his monotone voice, bending down and turning to walk toward the Hyuga clan. Hiruzen let out a wary breath as old age showed on his face, but a proud laugh grew across his face as he thought of his grandson in total, but blood and said to no one in particular, "I'm getting too old for this crap," as he turned toward the Hokage Tower to fight the greatest enemy of all, the cage administrative work. Chapter 2. Hanahagakure Ningun Seido. Konoha Hospital. The sun rose and illuminated the beautiful vegetation of the village hidden in the leaves. Sunbeams cut through the hospital window and directly onto the face of our favorite sun-kissed blonde-haired hero. He awoke with a groan as he cursed whatever heavens made the sunlight so damn bright this early morning. His sapphire blue eyes blinked open, staring at the white ceiling that he immediately recognized as one of the places he feared most in the world, the hospital. He tried to move, but pain immediately rocked his body and he could feel the throbbing coming from his right arm. He lay back as memories of the previous night came rushing through his mind. He went to the training ground, his senses picking up two strange signatures. The shinobi Kumo and the battle, the hellish heat coming toward his face, and then everything went blank. He couldn't remember a damn thing after that, and whatever it took, he should be dead by now. So the question was, how did he survive? He wasn't fireproof, which was a given. So. Suddenly the door clicked open, pulling him from his thoughts. A nurse walked in and began checking his information, and as her gaze fell upon the boy, a small laugh unexpectedly found its way onto her face. "Good morning, Naruto-kun," the nurse said in her usual tone, as she was one of the few nurses who treated him kindly. A small laugh lit up his face, and he immediately forgot all about his pain. "Good morning, Minami-san," he said in a soft voice as the nurse gave a small laugh and told him that she would bring him breakfast and leave. He waited quietly for 10 minutes, and the nurse returned with toast, milk, cereal and fruit, and placed it on his bedside table, and left after he said his thanks. "How long are you going to stay hidden there?" He suddenly didn't ask anyone in particular. A few seconds later, an Anbu wearing a dog mask appeared in front of him. "You are the improvement in your sensory abilities, Naruto-kun," said Inu's lazy voice. "Or perhaps you weren't trying hard enough to mask your presence, as we know I can't find you if you don't want me to," he said as he offered him some toast and fruit, which he took and began to eat with his mask on. Naruto's sweat dripped, and he asked, "How can you eat with your mask on?" He shrugged and said he had practice, and Naruto sighed at his lazy attitude, but it had become a habit. They both ate in silence. Just as they finished, the door clicked open, and in walked Hiruzen Sarutobi in his Hokage robes. A huge laugh immediately lit up his face as he saw his grandfather and shouted "Jiji." The old man laughed quietly and sat down next to the boy as he ruffled his hair. His laughter could always brighten his day. "You had quite a hectic day yesterday, didn't you, Naruto-kun?" The old man asked with a grandfatherly laugh as the boy laughed and rubbed his head in embarrassment. "What happened yesterday, Naruto-kun? I want you to tell me honestly because this is an international incident. So, regardless of what happened, tell me honestly and in every detail," the old man said in his professional Hokage manner. And then Naruto began to recount the events of the previous night as he remembered training, sensing the Kumo shinobi's interception, his capture, and his subsequent shutdown. The Hokage listened intently, finding that everything fit together perfectly, and sighed wearily. "One day you'll be the death of me. You know that, Naruto. It was incredibly stupid of you to hire a Jonin to fight like that," the old chief said, as Naruto's head was embarrassed. "But you did great, and I'm proud of you," the old man said in a proud voice as he placed a hand on his shoulder. The boy's mood suddenly turned as his head shot off, and a smile burst forth as he jumped into his arms and hugged him tightly. He laughed quietly and hugged him back, and Inu laughed beneath his mask. "Well, two masks. Now Naruto-kun, I have something for you. I made a promise to give it to you when you turn 5, the old man said in a serious tone. "To whom did you make a promise?" Naruto asked curiously. "Your parents," he said, still in a cold voice. Naruto's eyes widened as the old man handed him the 2 scrolls, and Naruto took them with unsteady hands. He opened the first scroll and read. "Dear Naruto. As I write this letter, my body gives out. I am your father, Minato Namikaze, or you may know me as the 4th Hokage. Tonight, as you know, my son, the 9 Tails attacked the village, and I confronted it. But there was a problem. A Biju cannot be killed. It will essentially reform someday. So I had to seal it. But a Biju can only be sealed in a newborn baby, and I couldn't ask someone else to make the sacrifice when I couldn't do it myself. I sealed the 9 Tails in you, Naruto, but don't think that you yourself are the 9 Tails. You are only its jailer. Just as a kunai is different from a scroll. I haven't told you about your heritage because I've made many enemies during my life who will undoubtedly target you to bring me down. As such, I asked the old monkey not to reveal your heritage until you are strong enough to protect yourself. Now, Naruto, you have another secret the village never knew, nor should know, for your own safety. You see, your grandfather was Madara Uchiha, and you have Uchiha blood in you, so one day you will gain the Sharingan. Do not tell anyone this secret. I kept this secret from the village by placing a seal over my eyes, which my father made before he sent me to the village. I left the same seal for you at the Namikaze compound outside the village walls. Every technique I or your mother ever used is sealed within the library accessible only to you, and our fortune is sealed within the Hokage vault, which you will have access to after you claim your surname. Know this, my son, your mother and I loved you very much and wanted to see you grow up, but something is not entirely possible. Below is a blood seal with the address to the Namikaze compound, and it is also protected by your blood. Do not show these letters to anyone, and only tell Sarutobi that you know your burden and heritage. I love you, my son. Know that I would be proud of you no matter what you want to do in life. With love. Minato Namikaze. The second letter. Dear Naru-chan. I am your mother, Kushina Uzumaki, and these are my last words to you. Know that you are one of the last descendants of the once great Uzumaki clan, which was destroyed along with Yasushi Agakure during the Second Shinobi World War. We were masters of Fuinjutsu, and we were so feared that Kiri, Iwa, and Kumo attacked and destroyed us at the beginning of the war. I want to tell you so many things, but my time is short. Brush your teeth daily, bathe regularly, eat healthy foods if you have my fondness for ramen, and stay away from perverts, especially that perverted Sensei Jiraiya. Find a girl you love and who loves you, and give me many grandchildren. I love you, Naru-chan, and I always will. With love and lots of kisses. Kushina Uzumaki. As he finished reading the letters, he shouted uncontrollably and clutched them like a lifeline, repeating, "They loved me." The old man hugged him back as he continued to cry out for someday, and he let go. For a few minutes, there was silence in the space as the three of them sat quietly. The silence was broken when Sarutobi asked the question that had been on his mind. Someday. What did the card say, Naruto-kun? The old man asked as Naruto continued to stare out the window. The letters told me about my inheritance and my burden, and the reasons. Don't worry, Toussaint explained everything about why they were kept hidden, and don't worry, I don't blame him. Naruto said as he told him with a genuine laugh on his face. Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief he had been holding for a long time, and Inu laughed beneath their masks. Hiruzen asked if he could see the letters, but Naruto refused, saying they were personal, and he didn't want to share them with just anyone, and politely declined. The old man chuckled grandfatherly and nodded as he ruffled the boy's hair and left. Inu went back into hiding, and Naruto was left alone with his thoughts as he slept soundly and happily for the first time. The next day, Hiashi came with his daughter, Hinata, to visit and thanked him for saving her, telling him he was always welcome at the Hyuga compound. The next few days were uneventful as he was discharged from the hospital and determined to go to the Namikaze compound the following day. The next day. Namikaze compound. Naruto followed the directions on the letter and came out of the village and found the compound. He smeared some blood on the door and channeled some chakra as the letter instructed, and the door pulsed open. He entered, and the door closed again. Naruto walked inside and had to admit it was quite large. He walked through the garden, which was quite beautiful, and beside it was a koi pond. He went to a large 2-story house and smeared blood and channeled chakra on the door. As the seals glowed, the doors opened, and he put in the key he found sealed on the letter. He entered through the hall into the living room and saw a large painting of his father and pregnant mother with laughter on their faces as tears came to their eyes. He examined the house, exploring everything, and still by chance found a space that he intended to be his. He went to the library and saw scrolls upon scrolls of ninjutsu, taijutsu, fuinjutsu, and a very small section on genjutsu, and some scrolls with the Uchiha fan on them. He saw his father's notes on the Hiraishin and Rasengan and saw that he was still working on them, and they weren't quite as complete as everyone thought they were. He picked up a book on Fuinjutsu for beginners written by his mother, and someone called out his father's scroll of his personal taijutsu style, the Uzumaki Mito style he created to work in conjunction with the Sharingan and Hiraishin, which was based on speed and agility and perfectly suited him. He went down to the basement and saw that there were 2 large rooms. He entered one and saw that it was an armory. There were stocks of shuriken, simple kunai, exploding tags, ninja wire, and the last one had a large stock of his father's signature 3-spiked kunai. 2 swords were hanging on the wall. He took them down and unsheathed them from their midnight black sheaths. He saw that one was a white silver blade with a light blue tinted edge, and the other was a black blade with a blood red edge. Both had black grips with a swirl engraved on them. Both blades were very light as he held them, but still felt quite strong. The word red was engraved on the hilt of the black sword, while the word death was engraved on the hilt of the white sword. He sheathed them and leaned them against the wall. He did not wish to carry such fine swords without proper training. He then went to another room and saw that it was empty except for some scrolls on the walls. The entire room had a kind of seal painted on the walls and even the ceiling. He thought that this room had been used by his parents for Fuinjutsu. He left the house with the book and the scroll and thought about the training he would have to begin the next day. Chapter 3. Hanahagakure Ningun Seido. Council Chambers. The day was the day the Reikage was due to arrive to finalize the peace treaty negotiations, and the entire council was assembled an hour early to be questioned about the kidnapping. The Hokage sat at the front of the U-shaped table with Hamura and Kaharu to his right, followed by the Shinobi Council, consisting of the clan heads Inoichi Yamanaka, Choza Akimichi, Shikaku Nara, Fugaku Uchiha, Hiashi Hyuga, Roku Kurama, Tsumin Yazuka, Shibi Aburam, and Danzo, to his left, followed by Maguekio Haruno, and the rest of the civilian council. The council was in an uproar, with the civilian council demanding the treaty be cancelled immediately, while the clan heads called for the execution of the Kumo Jonin and the breaking of the treaty. The Hokage rubbed his temples as he sighed and shouted, "Silence." Immediately the entire council fell silent and all eyes were on Hokage as he began, "The Reikage will be here in half an hour," and the council was only assembled early to be questioned, not to make decisions about the entire council. The people of the council have no right to speak on matters related to shinobi. Immediately the clan heads nodded and laughed, while the peasant council remained silent and fumed, knowing he was right. Just as he finished, there was a punch to the door and the Reikage walked out with the Anbu escorts and sat down in front of the council. "I hope the trip was comfortable, Reikage-sama," Hokage said in a courteous manner. "The journey was fine, shall we continue with the talks then?" the Reikage said in an arrogant tone. "Why yes, of course, but there's a small report regarding your delegation that you sent earlier. One of the delegates attempted to kidnap the Hyuga heiress a few nights ago, where he was intercepted and apprehended with her by Anbu and interrogated. After interrogations, the rest of your delegation was detained and their testimonies were recorded and their memories transcribed by Inoichi Yamanaka. The details are in the file before you," Hokage said in a cold voice, cracking his fingers. Then Anbu appeared with the file before the Reikage. The Reikage examined the file and fumed as all his shinobi had declared that he had given the orders for the kidnapping and now all the expenses were being taken into account, lighting up the country. The talks continued for the rest of the day as Kumagakure was forced to concede a percentage of missions and some trade routes, along with fair compensation to the Fire Daimyo. The clan heads were satisfied with the compromise and the treaty was finalized, with both nations now neutral. The shinobi in custody was handed over to the Reikage, who escorted them to the borders of Fire and Lightning. The Reikage had decided to have them executed for failing the mission and dishonoring the nation by giving their testimonies. Hokage was happy with the results as now Konohagakure no Seido had more power and international respect, and the Byakugan was saved all thanks to Naruto, and he lit his tube as a laugh adorned his face as he walked towards his office. Earth Education. Naruto arrived in the land where he trained as he burst open the taijutsu style his father had written. He read this and called it the hummingbird style. It was a blend of the Uchiha interceptor fist for counter-attacks and defense by predicting and countering at the last minute, combined with the offensive capabilities of the Uzumaki-style katas taught to him by his mother. It was characterized by fluid, almost dance-like movements and many acrobatic maneuvers that required a flexible body, and he had to say this was considered quite a fearsome style. There were several exercises recommended by his father to increase speed and flexibility, making the body athletic and streamlined, but without the supple skin and bulk of some taijutsu users who made enemies underestimate their opponents and take advantage of it. This was a style almost unpredictable even to the Sharingan due to its arbitrary movements, but the user needed the Sharingan to take full advantage of it, rendering it nearly useless to anyone else. He laughed, thinking, this is perfect a fast and unpredictable style, just like his attitude, perfectly matching it. He got up and began examining the sequences and exercises for about 2 hours. After that, they started examining basic katas and finished them by lunch. He sat exhausted, his body aching from the kata sequences, as the instructor explained to the new users of the style. He closed his eyes after eating and rested for half an hour, after which he opened the book he had picked up from the compound yesterday. He quickly read the introduction and learned that Fuinjutsu was a rare shinobi art, mastered by only a few due to its complexity and the high chakra demands that were almost second nature to the Uzumaki clan. It had several levels, from 1 to 10, and those at level 8 and above were considered seal masters. Furthermore, every Fuinjutsu master had to choose a basic sub-area after reaching level 6 and specialize in it. His mother was a specialist in sealing barriers and restraint seals, while his father chose the rarest of fields, the field for which he was feared, space-time ninjutsu. He learned from beginner to intermediate Fuinjutsu. Users had to use seal hunting ink and brushes and had to have near-perfect and beautiful handwriting to use kanji and calligraphy. Hand seals employ high-level seal masters and can create kanji by making hand seals and extending them onto a specific object or even into thin air. This captivated him, as the book said that Fuinjutsu was only limited by the user's imagination. He had to say that even with its complexities and limitations, it was strange that so few people practiced this art and now it was becoming lost, extinct, and almost forgotten. He decided to continue the legacy of his parents and ancestors and become a seal master just like them, even if it was a difficult art to master. He also read in his father's notes on the Flying Thunder God technique that it required a high level of knowledge of sealing techniques and chakra control to even come close to studying it, let alone mastering it. So this was just an added incentive to study it. Time skip 1 year later. Onahagakure Ningun Seido. A year passed, and many events transpired in the life of our favorite sun-kissed blonde-haired hero. The orphanage kicked him out as soon as he turned 6. They weren't legally obligated to keep him. They could have, but they chose not to for obvious reasons. He lived in alleyways for 2 weeks, and his saved money was only enough for 3 days' worth of instant ramen. After that, he had to scavenge for food for the rest of the days, as the Hokage was out of town for diplomatic meetings. When he returned to check on him at the orphanage, they told him he'd been evicted, as the law required them to keep the Kyuubi, king of the bitch, as the orphanage matron put it. The Hokage was furious and gave the matron, along with Ibiki and Anko, a month for lessons on village laws and the non-breaking of secrets. The Hokage ordered his Anbu to find him. He was found by Inu and Hokage at night, sleeping under a cardboard box. The tear in his eye caught his eye as he saw the boy from one of the village's noble families sleeping like this, his clothes torn. He woke the boy, who looked up at the old man, laughed, and said, Hey, you're back." Hokage bowed his head in embarrassment and immediately hugged the boy tightly, apologizing. Naruto told him it was okay and that he knew he wasn't in the village. Hokage laughed proudly even though his guilt was growing. He took him to the Hokage tower for the night and gave him some food. The next day, he bought him an apartment and gave him a fixed monthly stipend, which he would collect from the old man himself each month. Naruto thanked him, and from that day forward, he became completely independent. The old man asked if he would like to join the academy early, but Naruto refused, saying he would join with children his own age to make friends, not early, and would train in the couple of years he had before joining. The old man agreed, thinking it would be good for him to form bonds with children his own age. Naruto thought he would be better prepared for it, since it would be quite tough going, he imagined. His training in the past year had followed the true paths, as he had mastered almost all of his father's hummingbird-style basic katas. He began practicing them with the Sharingan after 6 months, which developed in his remote for 2 Tomo. His vision sharpened further, and he could see chakra more clearly within a person, activating his copying abilities. When he first started training with his Sharingan, he couldn't keep it on for very long, so he began practicing his chakra control further. He started tree walking, and when he mastered that, he practiced it with leaf balancing simultaneously. He mastered his father's Jujutsu katas on the tree, keeping leaves balanced with his Sharingan active for extended periods. His Sharingan duration improved to approximately half an hour with Jujutsu. His speed and agility also increased, reaching speeds comparable to those of a low genin. His Shuriken Jutsu came in handy, and his aim improved greatly. He could hit 7 out of 10 moving targets. He began learning how to use ninja wire in conjunction with his other ninja tools and how to set traps. He started training in some survival skills after those 2 weeks, learning how they could be useful in emergency situations. His Fuin Jutsu was coming along nicely, as he was now halfway through the 2nd level of seal hunting and could now make standard storage scrolls and direct tags. But exploding tags still took a few days to develop. His calligraphy training took up most of his time, as he couldn't progress beyond this level before he could perfect his kanji. He quickly read a scroll with the Uchiha clan symbol on it and recognized it as belonging to his grandfather. It contained the magnificent fireball jutsu, and he explained that this was a rite of passage within the Uchiha clan before they were allowed to bear the Uchiha clan symbol. This took him 2 months, but in the end, he could make a decent fireball, although he could only use it 4 times before chakra exhaustion set in. He was incredibly happy when he could make a decent fireball and thought his grandfather would be proud. He noticed that his hand seals weren't fluid or fast enough, and he decided to focus on mastering the magnificent fireball jutsu to its fullest potential. Overall, he could tell the coming 2 years were going to be interesting for him, to say the least. Chapter 4. Time skip 1 year. Onahagakure Ningun Seido. Another year passed, and our favorite hero, sun-kissed blonde-haired, was enjoying a well-deserved education. He had stepped up his Taijutsu training regimen and moved on to advanced hummingbird-style katas. These involved many acrobatic movements for offensive targets, requiring him to dodge at the last moment and counter, which became quite effective as he became accustomed to his Sharingan. However, he never became overly reliant on it, as his father had written in his journal that this had been the downfall of many other Uchiha and other bloodline users who became too dependent and arrogant about their lineages, as he had been taught the same thing by his grandfather, Madara Uchiha. He had perfected his first jutsu and began learning fire style. The magnificent fireball jutsu. Now he could create a rather massive fireball, and he began learning another new fire jutsu, one used by his grandfather a little while ago when he was his age. This new jutsu required considerably more chakra than the fireball jutsu. Fire style. Dragon Flame Jutsu was an offensive aligned fire jutsu, unlike fire style. Magnificent Fireball Jutsu, which was a C-ranked offensive fire jutsu. This jutsu released a narrow stream of fire like a flamethrower and could be spun into an aligned fire jutsu if enough control and chakra were provided to spin the flames into a hot white flame. He had to say this was quite a difficult jutsu to master, comparing it to fire style. Magnificent Fireball Jutsu, which required 8 hands to seal. This jutsu required 18 hands to contain and compress the flames into a narrow stream. He also decided to try ninja art. Reproduction Jutsu. He tried it for a month because he overheard a student at the academy talking about it being one of the jutsus required to graduate, but for the life of him, he couldn't get the damn thing to work. After a week, he read in his mother's diary that the Uzumaki clan naturally had high chakra reserves and couldn't perform jutsu with such low chakra. So, instead, she learned the ninja art. Multi-shadow, reproduction jutsu. He took it from his mother's scrolls and learned it in 2 weeks. He noticed that he could retrieve his memories from the reproductions and read about them in his mother's scroll. He said that this was the reason it was considered a perfect scouting and educational tool, but it was also considered a forbidden jutsu because of its high chakra consumption and memory overload and shouldn't be used extensively by children as it could cause them mental problems. He realized this and decided not to use this jutsu extensively until he was older. His Fuin Jutsu, sealing techniques, improved as he progressed to level 3 after perfecting his calligraphy. He could now create exploding tags, silencing seals, and even some intimacy seals. He read about his mother's chakra chains, but it was said that only the female population of the Uzumaki clan possessed the dense chakra quality required to perform them, and that they were quite rare. To further enhance his jutsu, he began working more on his chakra control. The limitations he perceived from having enormous reserves granted him almost an inversely proportional amount of chakra control, as demonstrated by his use of the ninja art. Reproduction Jutsu. He learned the next step after the tree walking exercise, which was the water walking exercise. At first, he thought it was a prank his parents had played on him, but later he took it to heart, practiced it, and perfected it by balancing leaves on his limbs and examining his katas. He noticed a difference in his jutsus. They became much more deadly and now required considerably less chakra to function than before, and he could continue for longer periods in the firing of his jutsus. One thing he still longed for was friends, but no one in the park wanted to play with him, and the parents kept him away from their children. This broke his heart. They always treated him this way, and sooner or later, they gave up and decided to wait for the academy to start. Sooner or later, he began playing pranks on the villagers to gain their attention. Tired of everyone's indifference, even if it was negative, at least the villagers noticed his existence. The elders never punished him severely for any of his pranks, as they were all just fun to watch and never harmed anyone. They knew the real reason behind his pranks and never called him out on them so as not to hurt the boy further. Even the Anbu were quite fond of his pranks and only chased him after he had finished them. They had to admit that he gave them quite a run for their money. He was chased and tried to escape. The local council always tried to get him arrested, saying he was quite dangerous, but he simply brushed them off, saying that kids his age always did these things. They fumed and left him alone, knowing the Hokage wouldn't take action against him. His Shuriken Jutsu was also developing quite well. He could now hit any target while moving, and his aim was near perfect. He was now adept at using his ninja tools, including his ninja wire and trap-making techniques. His caution also increased with the growing complexity of his pranks. His sensory abilities were also becoming quite pronounced with his improved chakra control, and he could now sense high-ranking genin, as well as low-ranking chunin opponents. Earth Education. Present. As he was about to begin using his taijutsu, he suddenly sensed a presence behind him and immediately drew his shuriken, throwing them at the moving person. He also drew 2 kunai and immediately assumed a defensive stance. The person rolled away, stood up, and faced him. As he laid eyes on the person, he noticed she was a girl who was approximately 2 years older than him. She had smooth silky raven hair that was tied with a black ribbon and a high ponytail and fell mid-waist down her back. She wore a white battle kimono shirt with full sleeves and a blue skirt that had slits up both legs for free movement, falling midway down to her thighs. She had black fishnet stockings underneath her skirt. The kunai holster was slung over her left leg, a hip bag across her back, and black ninja sandals. She had smooth pale white skin that shimmered in the sunlight. But 3 features about her made him relax his composure a little. The Hittite blade bound his left arm and the small Uchiha emblem to the back of his neck above his high neck, but his most amazing feature was that blood-red eyes with 3 slowly spun Tomo staring fixedly at him and his face betraying no emotions as she stared at him with her crossed weapons. "Who are you?" he asked as he laid down his kunai knives and lowered his stance. At first glance, he had to admit that she was one of the most beautiful girls he had ever encountered. She stared at him impassively for a few moments before she answered. "Isn't it polite to give your own name before asking someone else's?" She replied in her monotonous melodic voice, betraying no emotions. Naruto blushed red with embarrassment as he looked down and remembered the old man teaching him the same thing, saying it was common courtesy to give one's own name first before asking for another's. His embarrassment was compounded by her bluntness. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki, may I know your name?" he asked in a lower, rather polite voice than usual. The girl continued to stare at him with an intense, interested gaze as she took in his features. His unruly blonde hair flowed in the wind. His sapphire blue eyes revealed his nervous emotions. His 3 hairs gave him a fox-like appearance. As for his overall look, she had to say he had rather exotic features. Then her eyes went to his kunai holster and hip pouch. Meanwhile, Naruto squirmed under her intense gaze. He thought as if she were undressing him with her eyes, and a rosy tinge happened to touch his face. "Izumi Uchiha," she said in her same monotonous, melodic voice. They stood there as she stared at him, and he tried to look everywhere but at her. He had to say he'd never felt so intimidated in his life, and he drew pictures over the old man's face while he slept on his administrative work, for God's sake. To break the tension, he asked the first question that came to mind. "Are you a ninja?" he asked, and she stared at him with that same look that made him look stupid. And he felt stupid for asking such a stupid question. She had a Hittite tea leaf on her arm, which meant she was a librarian. As he mentally scolded himself for being such a nervous wreck, she snapped him out of his thoughts and said. "I'm a chunin," he said with the same stoic face. He nodded, thinking she must be pretty strong for a chunin at her age. Hell, kids didn't even aspire to be genin at that age. "Are you a ninja?" she said as she indicated her equipment, and he followed her steady gaze and answered. "I won't be joining the academy next year, and I'm training to prepare for it," he replied in the same courteous tone. She nodded and asked her next question. "Would you like a mast?" she asked with a direct face. Was his intelligent response as he stared at her. "I asked if you would like the mast," she asked with the same stoic expression. He immediately closed his mouth and stammered out, "Yes." She nodded, assumed her stance, and said, "To jutsu only." He nodded and assumed his own stance. She immediately lunged at him and threw a left punch to his face. He stepped to the side and threw his own right punch. She blocked his free hand, ducked down, and struck his leg to knock his feet out, at which point he jumped and she pulled back. He assumed his defensive stance and thought, if he hadn't had his Sharingan activated, hidden beneath the seal over his eyes, she would have those last 2 times. She again charged him with a right punch that he tried to block, but this proved to be a ruse as she swatted his block away and threw a left hook. Naruto looked as if he'd been hit with a metal bar, and she capitalized on her advantage, leaping and delivering a locomotive roundabout kick to his face while he was in the air. He smashed face first into the ground and staggered away. Immediately, he felt a knee on his back and his arm being painfully crossed behind his back and metal touching his neck as she whispered slowly in his ear, "Give way." He trembled down his spine at the whisper and stammered out. The HIIY production, she removed the kunai and released him and stood aside. He stood and rubbed his cheek and she assumed her stance again. He himself took his stance and nodded as she charged him again. This continued from morning till evening, and at each mast she passed him her ass. If it hadn't been for his incredible stamina, he was sure he would have been out cold by the 3rd mast. As the sun began to set and they sat on a tree branch and watched the sun play, she got up and jumped down and began to come out with the ground training. "Wait," he shouted, and she turned to look at him with her intense coal black eyes. "Would you come again tomorrow to train with me again?" he asked. She stared at him for a few moments and raised an eyebrow, and he looked down as his heart began to break. He should have known who would want to be with him. She still hammered him back to earth to show how worthless he was compared to her. He was about to turn away as her melodious voice cut through his. "Yes, you're quite good at Jujutsu, it will be beneficial for both of us," she said in her own voice. Her eyes widened as he stared at her, startled, for a moment before a huge smile broke across his face, and he nodded with genuine laughter. This was the first time anyone had ever praised his shinobi abilities, and he knew she wasn't one to offer empty praise the moment he saw her. She smiled contentedly, nodded, and left the clearing. He laughed as he looked at her permit, a smile spreading across his face, and only one thought crossed his mind as he left the clearing. She looks even more beautiful when she laughs. Chapter 5. Time skip 1 year. Hanahagakure Ningun Seido. Naruto slept in his apartment as the sun's rays struck our favorite hero's sun-kissed blonde hair, and he woke with a groan. He hated mornings since he always liked to sleep in, but once his sleep was broken, it was quite difficult for him to fall back asleep. But he suddenly remembered that today was the day he started at the academy. He checked the time and realized he had an hour left before the academy's entrance ceremony. He threw down his sheets and jumped out of bed and into the bathroom. He stood in front of the mirror and stared at his reflection. He deactivated the seal over his eyes and channeled chakra, seeing the pride of the Uchiha clan and his grandfather's legacy. Two Tomo Sharingan staring back at him. His eyes were now quite sharp, and his acuity and predictive abilities had increased after many sparring sessions with Izumi. He remembered the sparring sessions where, in the first few months, she completely dominated him, even as she continued to hold back. After some time, he began to endure, but she would still eventually knock him to the ground. He groaned under his breath as he recalled the beatings, but he didn't care. Instead, he gained even more determination until one day he finally defeated her. He laughed at the memories of his only friend. He didn't understand why or how she had come to be his friend. When he asked her about herself, she told him that she was the daughter of the clan chief, Fugaku Uchiha, whom he had encountered many times after some of his mischief and had trembled at those memories. She was the clan's heir and could practically be considered a princess of the village due to being the heir to the most powerful clan in the village. He never asked her what he was complaining about, given that he had gained such a pleasant friend. When she saw that he ate mostly ramen, she told him that he should eat different kinds of food to get proper nutrition. When he asked what was wrong with the ramen, she said in her usual monotone voice that there was nothing wrong with it, but if he kept eating only ramen, he would grow up to be a dwarf. He stopped walking, his jaw dropping at her simple answer, and shouted in indignant hey. She just kept walking, and he could have sworn she was smiling with satisfaction as he grumbled under his breath. From then on, she started bringing 2 bento boxes for lunch whenever they sparred together, and he admitted that she was a great cook. She told him it was mandatory for all the women in the clan to learn to cook, but this was her hobby. Her skills also came quite naturally. He was now a level 4 Fuinjutsu user and had decided that he would begin deciphering the Hiraishin after he passed level 5, as it would take a considerable amount of time to decipher the Shiki formula and then rearrange the seals. And even then, he would have to master it. His father truly was a genius in every sense of the word to create such a complex technique. He used the Hiraishin at that level, his father used it to decimate the armies of Iowa, and he also needed a body that could handle the strain of such high-speed teleportation jumps. His father solved this problem by creating the resistant seals, which were an improved form of gravity seals to be used to condition the body. Izumi also helped him further with his Shuriken Jutsu, teaching him how to change the kunai's trajectories to hit almost impossible targets. Then he brought out a scroll from his grandfather for the Sharingan windmill triple attack. She raised an eyebrow at the scroll with the Uchiha emblem on it and he just shrank back, never questioning it. In the end, he was able to learn this due to his mastery of ninja wire, but Izumi couldn't quite grasp and control the technique properly and could only hold a maximum of 3 shuriken. She taught him how to detect and dispel some low-level jinjutsu. Previously, he had pathetic jinjutsu skills. Now he could at least detect and dispel even low-level jinjutsu. He learned fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu and ninja art. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu from his parents' scrolls. Fire style. Phoenix Flower Jutsu is an offensive jutsu that ignites several small fire projectiles from the user's mouth. Ninja art. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu was a jutsu he greatly enjoyed. This jutsu was similar to ninja art. Shadow Reproduction Jutsu, where the user throws shuriken or and kunai at the opponent and performs rapid hand seals. The launched projectiles multiply according to the chakra pumped into the jutsu. Izumi had her 10th birthday 3 weeks ago, and on the same day, she received her promotion to Jonin. He was ecstatic when she arrived that day and immediately hugged her, congratulated her, took her hand, and crossed the rooftops to treat her to some ramen. They both went to Ichiraku Ramen, where Tucci and Am always welcomed him. Tucci took his order and returned while Am began teasing them both, saying it was rather sweet of him to ask her about a date on her birthday. He immediately sizzled his noodles as all the blood in his body rushed to his face, and a faint pink tinge accidentally found Izumi's cheeks, but she quickly masked it and continued eating. Naruto kept sizzling at Am that this wasn't a date, but she wouldn't listen anyway. After eating, they both went to the training grounds behind the Hokage monument, the one where Naruto did his wind tunnel training in the canon, and actually did a bit of light training. As evening came, she told him she had to go to the celebrations at the compound, in front of which he stopped her and took a small, warm package from his hip bag and held it out for her to take. She hesitantly accepted as he told her it was for her promotion and birthday. She nodded and took the present, opened it, and found it to be a beautiful silver hair clip with a red gem on its 2 wings, which were shaped to resemble a butterfly. She looked at it for a moment and turned her gaze upon him with a raised eyebrow. He immediately squirmed under her fixed stare and looked down, beginning to wiggle his feet where he was boring a hole in the ground, his gaze unwavering. After a minute, he thought she didn't like the gift and was about to apologize, but she instantly undid a ribbon and silky raven hair flowed through the air. She used a hair clip to recreate her high ponytail. He had to admit it contrasted with her hair and looked quite lovely. This had cost him quite a bit of his savings, given how expensive it was and the over-the-top price tag she'd been given. He immediately thought it was worth it when she thanked him and told him it was one of the most beautiful and useful gifts she'd ever received. She used her usual voice, but there was a little laugh on her face that made his heart soar. Currently, Izumi was very happy with the gift as it showed that he only cared for her as a friend and not some stupid fanboy, the kind who followed a path of foolish fanaticism and gifts that she had the pleasure of receiving from an entire club. Only her mother knew that he saw her as a person and not some instrument to be used by the clan for power and prestige. He was a true friend who allowed her to be herself and not some impassive tool that everyone demanded and expected her to be. His positive, energetic, boisterous, and bubbly personality was refreshing to her and took the strain of her responsibilities off her shoulders. She respected his never-give-up personality and his dedication to protecting those he cared about. Even Naruto saw her mask one day and asked her about it as he knew it because of the way the mask always made him laugh in public. She told him it was what her father demanded she wear to represent the Uchiha clan as the most powerful clan in the village. He didn't disagree and told her to drop the mask when she was with him and she reluctantly agreed. After that argument, she used to laugh a little more, though still quite a bit less compared to others, but she still started to giggle foolishly, sometimes at his stupid antics. The first time was when she introduced him to her camp. He was lying under a tree, his mask under a tree, when suddenly there was a puff of smoke and when it cleared, there was a crow sitting on his stomach. He blinked once, then twice, then 3 times, but the damned crow was still there. The crow said, and he thought that was the moment when the villagers had slashed him as he held up a peace sign. Sighing and seeing no way out of this, he replied in kind. They both stared at each other, while Izumi had an amused laugh on her face. All hell broke loose when the crow asked Izumi why she had summoned him to find such a stupid human. Shurikens flew as Naruto chased the crow all over the clearing, yelling curses about stupid birds with big mouths. This is when she laughed foolishly at his antics and they both stopped staring at her. She blushed a faint pink and looked down as the crow and Naruto began to laugh. She told him that if she continued missions, she could use this dispatch site to send messages and he could deliver his own and they would deliver them to him. They used it a few times and he had to admit that the site was quite useful. She had a kind, gentle personality beneath her stoic mask, while the villagers dubbed her the Ice Queen and the untouchable princess. He knew what she truly was. He drifted from his thoughts and brushed his teeth before taking a hot shower. He prepared a breakfast of toast, bacon, eggs, and milk, just as Izumi had taught him to cook and had drilled into his head not to eat ramen for breakfast. He pulled out his orange jumpsuit, which he had bought the previous week when he went to buy clothes for the academy, but the shop owner wouldn't sell him anything else, and he grudgingly agreed after remembering one of the rules his father had written in his diary for a ninja to follow. Deception is a ninja's greatest weapon. He knew everyone would underestimate him, and when Izumi asked him why he bought that monstrosity, he said it made him look stupid. She replied with that damned straight face that he already looked stupid enough. No need to exaggerate. He yelled at her in indignation and grumbled under his breath while she merely smiled with satisfaction at the acquisition under her skin so easily, further enraging him. He strapped on his kunai holster and hip bag, grabbed his satchel with books, and left the house, walking toward the academy. As he reached the academy gates, he saw many children with their parents turn toward him and flashed their eyes. He looked at the crowd and saw Izumi walking toward the academy with her father and little brother, Sasuke Uchiha. She had told him a little about himself and he took after his father and made himself proud. He wanted to beat her up to prove to the clan that he was the best and not his sister. He couldn't accept this from a girl, even though his sister was stronger than him, and Naruto felt he was stupid since he had seen and felt her abilities first. She told him he didn't have the Sharingan yet, which only made him more jealous. He saw her looking directly at him while her father and brother walked over to others, and he shook his head and let out a huge laugh, which she returned with a small laugh and a wave of her own. At that very moment, the Hokage arrived and began his lecture on the life of a ninja and loyalty to the village, which he tempered. After the lecture, he walked through the academy to his classroom with a studied look on his face. These are going to be 4 long years. Chapter 6. Hanahagakure Ningun Seido. Konoha Ninja Academia. Naruto was currently sitting at the academy while his new teacher, Haruka Yamino, and his assistant, Mizuki, discussed the academy's curriculum for the next 4 years. He listened attentively and learned that in the first year, they would be tested on physical conditioning and basically just read the entire history of the village. In the second year, they would be tested on weapons training and taught basic Taijutsu kata of the academy style. In the third year, they would be tested on more advanced kata of the academy style and introduced to chakra, specifically the basic chakra control exercises, and some further chakra theory. In the fourth and final year, they would study basic ninjutsu and be taught about hand seals and the proper methods of shaping chakra, and they would learn the 3 basic academy jutsu: transformation technique, and replicating technique. After this, they would take the final graduation exam and be placed in 3-man genin cells with a jonin instructor. He was thoroughly disappointed by the curriculum and wondered how high the fatality rate was for novice genin. He tempered off Iruka and began looking around the class from his place in the back left corner, as no one was really keen on renting his seat with them. The first one he noticed was a blonde girl with long hair tied in a high ponytail and a bang covering her left eye. She had a rather slender build, and her clothing suggested she wasn't too fond of the sight of struggling in, as the pristine condition they had made their faces look. Her name, as he learned, was Ino Yamanaka, the heir to the Yamanaka clan's expertise in mind-based jutsu. The next one he noticed was a bubblegum-like pink-haired girl with a damn large forehead and green eyes. She was also in the same boat as Ino, with the impeccable dress and slim build. Neither of them had bothered to control a single lap in their lives. He noticed that her name was Sakura Haruno, the daughter of the student council president, Miyuki Haruno. Then he noticed a boy with a wild appearance and a dog perched on his head. He had an arrogant and self-satisfied expression, and his name was Kiba Inyazuka, the son and heir of the Inyazuka clan, currently headed by Tsume Inyazuka. He then saw a chubby boy who didn't stand up in class, but he had a rather kind and polite personality, unless someone called him fatty. His name was Choji Akimichi, and he was the heir to the Akimichi clan and the son of Choza Akimichi. Beside him was a sleeping boy with pineapple-shaped hair. He was the heir of Nara Shikamaru of the Nara clan, known for his superior intelligence, strategies, and shadow jutsu, and the son of Nara Shikaku. He noticed the girl he had saved all those years ago, the one with pale eyes and a shy personality. He remembered her name. Hinata. She was the heir to the Hyuga clan and the daughter of Hiyashi Hyuga. Beside her stood a stoic-looking young man wearing sunglasses. His name was Shino Aburam of the Aburam clan, and he specialized in insect-based jutsu. He was the son of Shibi Aburam. Finally, he noticed Sasuke sitting in the front corner, staring out the window, exuding a powerful attitude, and the brother of his best friend, Izumi Uchiha. He was also the heir to the Uchiha clan and thought he was above everyone else because of his heritage. Most of the girls had hearts in their eyes whenever he looked at them, and 2 of his biggest fans were Ino and Sakura. When he tried to befriend them, Ino just snorted and said he didn't deserve his time, while Sakura looked down at him and said, "Naruto Baka, who would want to be friends with a clanless orphan loser like you? I only want to be friends with Sasuke-kun." She squealed and stormed off. Needless to say, he didn't try to approach them again, as Sakura's comment about being an orphan hurt, but he put it behind his head. He had decided at the beginning of the academy that he would spend these 4 years training and honing his skills and would not show his skills to anyone unless necessary, as he recalled his father's shinobi rule in his diary. A shinobi never reveals their abilities unless absolutely necessary, and they capitalize on the surprise this causes and write about it in capital letters. He decided to conceal his abilities from everyone at the academy except Izumi, as she knew all about his capabilities and he knew hers after their long education together. She was a primary genjutsu user with an expert combination of ninjutsu and taijutsu. She had such control over her Sharingan that opponents sometimes didn't realize they were caught until it was all over the place. She didn't necessarily need the Sharingan to cast genjutsu and knew other methods as well. She also wasn't a firm believer in her grandfather's adage about never trusting your eyes. She possessed the dual elemental nature affinities of fire, which was quite common in the Uchiha clan, and also had a good affinity for water, which was rather rare in her clan. After her promotion, she was somewhat less frequent in their educational sessions, but she always sent letters, which he answered with great enthusiasm. Thinking about her brought a laugh to her face as she told him that she didn't have many friends other than Uchiha Shisui, and he was probably the one who took up most of her time. Suddenly, Iruka-sensei's voice brought him from his thoughts as he called everyone out onto the training grounds of the academy for their weekly taijutsu sparring matches. Each student stepped outside and circled the sparring area for their taijutsu sparring. Then Mizuki-sensei began calling out students randomly, and the girls went first and had their sparring matches. Their sparring matches were rather pathetic, except for the one where Hinata was called out and managed to strike her opponent in a decent way. She could have finished it sooner if they weren't tied to only the academy style. The gentle fist, as he called out, was a rather vicious style of taijutsu. Then the last of the girls' sparring matches were called out. Ino Yamanaka vs Sakura Haruno, Mizuki said as both girls interfered with the touch. Hit him on the forehead and this will save him from embarrassment, Ino said in a satisfied voice. In his dreams, Ino pig, today I will show Sasuke-kun what it's best to be with him, Sakura shouted. This enraged Ino, as Iruka-sensei yelled Hajime, and both girls blamed her. There was no Taijutsu style, just a lot of hand-to-hand combat, hair-pulling, and cursing, and who would be with her precious Sasuke-kun? In the end, she was broken by Iruka, who thought that these girls, all except Hinata, wouldn't last 15 seconds against Izumi. Then Iruka-sensei started calling out to the boys as this was their turn. There were some decent matches and some strange ones too, like the one between Shikamaru and Choji, where Choji didn't want to fight his best friend and Shikamaru stopped, saying it was too annoying to fight and he'd rather watch the clouds. Iruka puffed smoke and called the match, while Naruto chuckled quietly at Nara's lazy antics. Then the most interesting match was between Kiba and Shino, which lasted for the allotted 5 minutes and was suspended like a drawing. Then he stood up when his name was called. Naruto Uzumaki vs Uchiha Sasuke, they called to Mizuki as the girls cheered and howled, shouting, "Go Sasuke-kun. You're Sasuke better-kun," and he liked it as he sighed and stepped into the touch. "Take this, you demon brat. Now Sasuke will beat him up, as we know he is one of the most powerful Uchiha and Genin this year," Mizuki thought as Iruka intervened and called the match. Hajime Iruka shouted as they both entered the academy stance and blamed. Sasuke charged at Naruto and threw a right punch as he stepped to the side and blocked the next punch with his left hand, then jumped back. Sasuke charged again, not wanting to give him time to breathe, and threw a 3-punch combo, 2 of which Naruto dodged and blocked the third, as Sasuke ducked down and tried to strike his legs beneath him, but Naruto jumped and braced himself away. This continued for a few minutes as Sasuke attacked and was always blocked, dodged, or parried. Sooner or later, Naruto struck beneath him as he fell to the ground and Naruto braced himself and charged again to hold him down. But Sasuke was getting frustrated and grabbed a handful of sand, threw it in his eyes, and blamed. Naruto, not expecting such a cheap trick, was caught with 2 punches and a kick to the chest as he was pulled out of the hold. Iruka called the match in his favor and frowned at the cheap trick he used to win. The fangirls cheered, saying they knew the loser couldn't hit him, and the boys said nothing more than they weren't satisfied with the match's outcome. Naruto said nothing, just walked over to the key and washed his face to clean it up. He said he was going to the infirmary and Iruka said nothing, just nodded as Naruto left. He walked through the lobby and went to the restroom. He punched the wall in frustration as the tile cracked under the pressure. A few minutes before. In the trees, gazing at the flagpoles, was Izumi Uchiha. She had just finished her mission report and watched as she waited for the academy to leave so she could train with Naruto. She saw the whole mess and was disgusted by her brother's actions. She watched as Naruto walked into the academy. She followed him into the restrooms and entered behind him, watching him punch the wall to express his frustration. "Hey," she said as he turned to look at her and laughed. "Izumi, what are you doing here? There's still some time left before you left the academy," he asked. "I was waiting for him so I could escape and we could train together. I saw my brother's actions. I feel his foolishness," she said in her usual stoic voice. "You don't have to feel this way, it wasn't your fault, please don't apologize. Now, what was your mission and when did you return?" he asked, forgetting everything that had happened. She laughed and replied, "Yesterday late at night I just gave my mission report. The mission was nothing out of the ordinary," she answered in her stoic tone, though there was a hint of happiness in her concern. They nodded and both went to the academy's rooftop and watched as each of them left. They made conversation about the things they hadn't mentioned in their letters and endured the comfortable silence that overlooked the town. They left, leaping across rooftops to their usual educational grounds. They trained before sunset, had something to eat, and walked the streets, and the time came to part ways. "Christmas Eve, Izumi," he said. "Christmas Eve, Naruto," she replied and walked towards the Uchiha compound, and Naruto walked towards his house with a laugh on his face, as his earlier defeat became completely forgotten. Chapter 7. Time skip, 2 years. Hanahagakure no Sato. Konoha was as peaceful as ever, and people went about their business as usual. Our favorite sun-kissed blonde hero had trained extensively over the past 2 years, and his father's hummingbird-style taijutsu was almost perfected. Now he could go toe-to-toe with Izumi in pure taijutsu when she matched his speed. His movements were now incredibly fluid, and his acrobatic arbitrary dances and counters were highly unpredictable, just as his father had said. He practiced his basic jutsu, Hange and Kawarimi, a lot and could now perform them without any hand seals. His Fuinjutsu was now at level 5 and he mastered many new seals, such as remotely detonating explosive tags, much more efficient storage seals, blood seals, chakra recognition seals, and highly efficient sound, vision, and intimacy seals, along with some basic security seals he had placed in his apartment for the safety of anyone who harbored evil intentions against him. He had to further increase his chakra control to enhance his Fuinjutsu and mastered the waterfall walking exercise, which took him quite a while, but the results were worth it. He was now beginning to learn his father's restraint seals to begin his conditioning for the Flying Thunder God technique. The Flying Thunder God technique, he was now beginning to crack the seals, and he knew this was the true path, as some seals had to be made from scratch due to being directly linked to a person's blood, making them an artificial Kekkei Genkai. This was the reason why no one had been able to crack this. It was the Shiki formula. He had begun elemental manipulation training after Izumi forced him to stop learning jutsu and start elemental manipulation training to master his previously learned jutsu. She brought him a slip of chakra paper and told him to channel chakra through it. She demonstrated by making it herself first. She held it between her two fingers and channeled chakra through it, and he watched in fascination as half of it caught flames while the other half dripped wet. She explained it to him, saying that each element had a different effect on the paper. If it burned, the person had a fire affinity. If it became wet, it meant a water affinity. If it crumbled, it meant earth. Cracks meant wind. And wrinkles meant lightning. She explained that she had dual affinities, which were rare but quite possible for someone. He nodded and held the slip between his fingers, channeling chakra through it. The slip crinkled quite severely and caught flames. Izumi's eyes widened for a moment and she explained that he had a fairly strong lightning affinity and a good fire affinity. He was ecstatic and asked her how to perform elemental training. She placed a thick stick in his hands as he stared blankly at her. After a few moments of staring, she told him to first heat the stick and then ignite it by channeling fire chakra through it. After this, he took his staff to the academy daily and practiced during lectures, sometimes just reading about Fuinjutsu. He had completed the first step of fire manipulation and asked if she knew how to do lightning manipulation, but she shook her head and told him that this was quite a rare affinity in the land of fire and instead taught him the next step for ignition manipulation, which involved superheating a rock until it became unstable and began to change shape. He wasn't making much progress and it was quite difficult. He was now the last student at the academy for 2 years straight, as they always gave him different test papers with increasing difficulty, but he was barely able to pass thanks to reading some in his father's library. He also hid his abilities from others so as not to arouse any suspicion. His pranks had become much less frequent, but they were now more difficult and on a larger scale, and the old man always complained as he kept increasing the pressure of the greatest evil in his life, that god of neglected administrative work. Sometimes Izumi gave him enough tips to make them much more effective. He made some new friends with Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba, sometimes going to classes and spending some time with them in detention. Sasuke became increasingly arrogant because of what Izumi told him when she tried to help him with his education. He told her that Uchiha didn't need anyone's help and that he would challenge her for the position of clan head and beat her up after he activated his Sharingan and learned that the jutsu had to become strong. Izumi's eloquence earned her an invitation to join the Black Anbu a few weeks ago. When she told him, he was ecstatic at the thought of his acquisition, uniting most of the village's elite shinobi and joining their ranks. He took her to a feast at his favorite sushi shop. She asked him for a suggestion on what to do, and he told her to do what her heart desired and join only if she could handle the strain and not overexert herself. Her friend Shisui had asked her out on a date, but she politely declined. Her father was forcing her to join the Leaf Village police and help amass more power for the clan. She grew frustrated with his daily arguments about the clan's fate, the prestige they held, and how she should be proud of and help the clan. The argument grew increasingly heated after he mentioned how she shouldn't associate with Naruto Uzumaki. She was about to retort and they both looked at each other in a heated exchange, but the tension was broken by her mother, calling her to help in the kitchen. Before leaving, however, she told him he should mind his own business and that his narrow concern for the clan limited its capabilities. She hurried away, closing the door behind her as Fugaku, fuming, left. After those heated arguments between father and daughter became solely about business, he began to focus intensely on Sasuke, preparing him to be remotely humbled and less arrogant. Following that argument, she only came home to see her mother and spent her time on missions, education, and hanging out with Naruto. He became her solace from the stress and burdens of her taxes and clan responsibilities, and she began confiding in him about her personal problems. He always listened and lent a hand without asking for anything that would make her uncomfortable. His positive attitude relieved her stress, and she even helped him with his pranks, which were quite the stress busters, she had to admit. She only told him about the Anbu invitation, and his suggestion was quite helpful. She decided to join to distance herself from the clan and gain more freedom from the village. After Naruto's connection with Black Ops Anbu, he noticed her tension was starting to rise, and sometimes her face showed irritation and frustration, but she hid it quite well. He looked concerned, which was why she was suppressing everything, and he addressed it by asking if something was bothering her and she could tell him if it was a matter. She just laughed and said everything was fine. He knew she wasn't telling the truth but decided to leave him. He didn't want to force her into anything and asked if there was anything she wanted to talk about just so he could tell her. She laughed and nodded. But her relief was short-lived. Hanahagakure no Sado. Uchiha clan composition. Naka holy place, growing secret place. Izumi only entered the house after her conversation with Naruto about his problems, and her father immediately told her there was a meeting taking place at the sacred Naka site and that she should be there. This was where important shinobi from the entire clan were gathered and she felt uneasy about it. Everyone was silent as Fugaku entered and took the lead in the hallway. Good evening, clan members. I called this meeting for a very serious matter tonight. As you all know, the Kyuubi has been attacking the villagers for all these years, and they have been eyeing us with suspicion due to some people claiming that they saw the Sharingan pattern in the Kyuubi's eyes and that it was being controlled by the Uchiha. Our respect among the villagers and the council has also diminished in recent times. The village that our clan founded and protected all these years. I ask that the people of this clan not take it upon themselves to rightfully claim what was rightfully ours and lead the village as we were meant to be and establish our clan as the strongest once again. He spoke, and there was immediate applause as Izumi saw that everyone in the room except her and Shisui cheered and agreed with him. She simply couldn't understand how stupid her father and clan could even attempt something like this. It would undoubtedly lead to civil war and weaken the village, making it vulnerable to attack and destruction by other hidden tribes. Then her father asked her and Shisui to give them information regarding the village's security and defense measures because they were in the Anbu and to report directly to him and that they would begin planning the coup against the Hokage and establish themselves as the Hokage and Uchiha would lead the village. She and Shisui escaped and went to a secluded area. We need to report this to Hokage-sama, Shisui said in a cold voice. She nodded and said, this foolish propaganda would lead to a civil war and ultimately the Fourth Great Shinobi War. She said in her stoic voice, and he agreed, and they went home to report this to the Hokage tomorrow. As she went home, she pretended to be pretty, knowing the situation would end up ugly, no matter which side came out clean, and naturally there would be less bloodshed and loss of life if the village came out on top. Now her Anbu clan taxes and this new problem were weighing her down, and she barely slept, hoping to find Naruto and not miss the train tomorrow at all. The next morning. Hokage office. Hiruzen Sarutobi now felt the effects of old age creeping up on him. After hearing two Anbu kneel before him, he described the situation as quite dire. He knew this would end in chaos, as his instincts told him. "Be ascent and remove your masks please," he said in a stoic voice. Both having lifted and removed their masks, their onyx purple eyes staring back at him, he released a heavy sigh and rubbed his temples. He turned to them again and spoke. "Continue to report your activities to me personally and to no one else. I will try and find a peaceful solution to this, and I will wait for Fugaku to regain his senses and discuss it with the elders," he said in a serious voice. "Hi Hokage-sama," they both said in harmony. He nodded and said, "Fired." As soon as he disappeared from his office, he let out a tired sigh as he looked over the village. He knew the elders would make a scene and demand the execution of the entire clan, especially Danzo, and carry out some hidden agenda. He lit his pipe and extinguished the smoke as only one thought crossed his mind. I'm getting too old for this shit. Chapter 8. Time skip 1 year. Hanahagakure Ningun Sado. It had been a year since those days, and our favorite sun-kissed blonde-haired hero was now in his final year at the academy. His father's hummingbird-style taijutsu had now been perfected. He was now a level 6 seal master and knew the restraint seals his father had used to fully control the strain of the Flying Thunder God technique. With his mastery of seals, he was now making good progress with the basic seals required by his father's jutsu. His speed now exceeded that of a mid-chunin without the seals. His strength was still only at the high genin level, as his entire style was based solely on speed and not the strength of a typical shinobi. His fire manipulation training was now halfway through the second stage, and he could now channel his fire chakra through rock and heat it up, but he was still far from being able to complete it, though the results now showed. His fire style. The magnificent fireball jutsu was now contained much more intensely and a fiery red, requiring even less chakra than before. Fire style. The dragon flame jutsu also now produced intense red flames, and his containment and focus were now better. After the second stage of training, he was confident he would be able to produce the intense hot white flames required to master the jutsu. His Sharingan windmill triple attack now had better control thanks to his improved Sharingan mastery, and he could now perfectly control 5 shurikens simultaneously. He was beginning to think of ways to create a new jutsu based on the principles of this technique. His image as the class dope was still going strong, and most of the teachers ignored him now, which didn't bother him one bit. He had great respect for Iruka-sensei, as he was the only teacher who gave him unbiased attention and even treated him to ramen sometimes after school. His hand seals were now faster than ever. Any ninja below Chunin would think it was a blurry sight if they caught him performing them. Izumi told him he could reduce the number of hand seals for his jutsu after he completed his fire manipulation exercises and mastered his jutsu. Izumi's speech from last year had been a bit strange. She no longer had enough energy left to train with him, and whenever she came over, they would just waste time doing something else. Of course, he was perfectly fine with it, but his concerns were growing with her odd behavior, as she told him she wanted to spend her time away from home. He didn't ask for further explanation, and she was grateful for that. Her time acting as a double agent between her clan and the Hokage was now stretching her thin, and the situation was worsening day by day. She knew it was only a matter of time before some drastic measures were taken. Peace negotiations had all failed, and her father was furious about this coup. His planning was now in its final stages. She just didn't know that the time for talks was now all but over. The next day. Hokage Officina. Hiruzen Sarutobi now sat before two Anbu who had been assisting him with this matter from the beginning. With him were the highly esteemed Kaheru, Himura, and Danzo, whom he also sat alongside. He hadn't wanted things to come to this, but the Uchiha clan had left him no choice. As you both know, we have tried to negotiate peace with the Uchiha clan, and they have almost failed. I didn't want it to come to this, but I have come to the decision of exterminating the Uchiha clan. He said in a somber tone, as Shinobi looked down in sadness and shame. His clan was now to be eradicated to the point of extermination. 1 week from now you will kill everyone over the age of 12 and those who were involved in or knew about the rebellion. The rest will be spared and cared for by the people until they can defend themselves, he said in a monotone voice. Danzo was immediately enraged that he was still giving them a chance. Hiruzen, you're being soft. Are you going to give them another chance even after this? Have you gone senile? The old warhawk said. Hiruzen was furious in his contempt for the Uchiha clan in front of Izumi and Shisui. The Uchiha are old comrades in arms and have been with us since the village's inception. And his role is only to advise the Hokage, not to make decisions. You will guide me as Hokage-sama from now on. You will know your place. Hiruzen said, his words a hint of murderous intent. Himura and Kaheru didn't speak with fear of the god of shinobi, and they knew he still had the power to hold that title. Danzo seethed inside and answered through gritted teeth. Hi Hokage-sama Daiho Danzo. Both Izumi and Shisui looked at Hiruzen with gratitude, and he nodded with a grandfatherly laugh, and both looked at Danzo with contempt. Your orders are clear. This will be a covert operation, all Anbu in the vicinity of the compound will be removed and your operation will begin at midnight. The details will be revealed to the public the following day, and you will both report directly to me now on the operation, and no one else, he said, and everyone in space knew it was directed to Danzo. Dismissed, he said, and both the missing person and the seniors left the space as Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, thinking about the order he had given. Izumi had spent the entire week with Naruto, offering him only light education. Naruto grew worried as she had now retreated into her stoic mask and rarely showed him any emotion during the week. He asked if he should do anything, but she always shook her head and said she was just tired. He thought something must have gone wrong at his house again, so he didn't push the man any further. 1 week later. Night of the massacre. Uchiha clan. 2 figures could be seen standing on the walls of the Uchiha compound, well dressed in the full black Anbu armor used only for covert operations. One wore a weasel mask, stood 5'2", and had silky black raven hair flowing in a high ponytail. The other figure wore a bird mask, stood 5'8", and had curly black hair. In both of his eyes, the Sharingan blazed. This is total glory. There was a deathly silence throughout the Uchiha compound as everyone slept, unaware of the impending danger. The streets were illuminated by the light of the high full moon. Both figures began to move. They moved from house to house, killing everyone in their path except for the children. Blood. Blood covered the streets as bodies were scattered throughout the compound. Their eyes had grown cold as Izumi became numb and could feel nothing, while Shisui had tears streaming from his eyes as guilt overwhelmed him. But they did not and could not stop. They killed everyone, sparing no one. Their deaths were quick and painless. They didn't even realize when life left their bodies. Finally, only one house remained as they came before the home of the Uchiha clan head. They glanced at each other and nodded as they entered the compound. They moved through the shadows to the space where Fugaku usually slept. Shisui opened the door as Izumi entered, and Fugaku stood looking out the window. He turned and faced Izumi, who held a defensive stance with her sword, while Shisui stood ready to take it. So you've made your choice, he said in a monotonous voice, as none of them said anything. Fugaku turned his back on them and raised his knees, his head bowed as he spoke. You made your decision. You were always a kind child. Never think this was a flaw and know that I will always be proud of you, he said as Izumi plunged her sword through his heart and Shisui killed Mikoto in her sleep. The mission was complete. They had massacred the entire clan without remorse as they left the compound and headed toward a training ground. Shisui screamed freely, but Izumi stood with an impassive face. After a few moments, Shisui stood up and told her that he would report it to the Hokage, and she nodded as he left. As Izumi stood there alone in the field, she stared at her hands covered in blood. The blood of her clan, the blood of her family. She went to a stream and began to scrub them vigorously. She kept scrubbing until her skin began to ache. She threw her Anbu armor and mask into the stream as it flowed down the river. She began to remember the events and what she had done. She had killed everyone she knew. Every member of her family, her clan, every single one she knew dead. Killed with her own hands. Her breathing became ragged and she ran. She began to run without thinking where she was going, and before she knew it, she was pounding desperately on a door. It was 3:45 in the morning, and Naruto was fast asleep with a smile playing on his lips. He was having a great dream as he gazed at his face engraved on the Hokage monument, wearing the Hokage hat and eating a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. Suddenly, someone banged rather loudly on his door, and he was jolted awake as he fell back into bed with a start. He got up and walked to the door, checking the time. It was still quite early. The person at the door was banging quite heavily, so he quickly made his way there, thinking this was urgent. He checked and opened the door, stunned to see who was standing on his threshold. There he stood, Izumi, her hair flowing freely in the wind, wearing only a sleeveless black Anbu top and black pants and black shinobi sandals. He was suddenly startled that something had gone wrong and was about to fire away the questions that were beginning to surface in his mind, but he was stopped as she lunged at him, her weapons drawn, and buried her face in the thief's neck. He immediately wrapped his weapons around her as he felt something wet against her neck and knew instantly that they were tears, and they tightened their embrace as one hand wrapped around her waist and the other cradled the back of her head and brushed her silky raven brown locks. As soon as he wrapped his weapons around Izumi's emotional prey, they broke and everything she had been burying came pouring out. Grief, guilt, despair, sadness, loneliness all erupted and she began to feel as if he was absorbing everything into himself, and she screamed harder. He said nothing, only held back her calming whispers and let her scream out. He knew she'd been burying something heavy all this time, and now it was time the dam broke. Her body began to feel weak from the emotional drain, and her knees began to buckle. Naruto immediately swept her off her feet and carried her to his space, closing his apartment door with his foot. He carried her bridal style to his bed as she wrapped her arms around his neck and continued screaming into his chest as he went to his space. He sat on his bed and pulled her onto his lap as she held him and screamed over his shoulder. He began to rock her, rubbing her back and brushing his fingers through her silky locks, telling her it was okay, and he was there as she began to scream and tried to say something, except her voice was cracking. She began telling him everything that had happened. Her father's plan for the coup, how she went to the Hokage and told him everything, the peace negotiations and their failure, her role as a double agent for both her clan and the Hokage, and finally his orders to kill everyone in her clan except the children. Naruto's eyes widened at what she had been forced to endure, and he held her even tighter as she continued to scream, her screams turning into sobs, and she finally fell asleep from the emotional outpouring. Naruto laid her on the bed and tried to move her from his grip to the sofa, but instead she held him tight, buried her face in his neck, and curled up against him. He lay down, pulled up the blanket, and saw on the clock that it was already 7 o'clock in the morning. He went to sleep, his arms wrapped around his waist, and she let out a contented sigh against his neck, which tickled. He went to sleep. Shisui's child. Hokage Officina. Hiruzen gazed at the village, not a trace of sleep in his eyes, for he knew the events that would unfold in the darkness of the night. He saw that it was nearing the end of the mission as Shisui entered the office in a flash. The mission is complete, Hokage-sama, he said in a stoic voice. The old man nodded. The report that he said in a business only sounds like a tune. All members except for 12 children have been exterminated and the threat of rebellion is now no more, Hokage-sama, he said, still impassive. The Hokage nodded again and asked the question that was troubling him. Where is Izumi? He asked in a worried tone. She is Hokage-sama. She went her own way after the mission and I came to report on it. She must want to clear her head and get rid of the guilt and she must need some time to recover. She didn't even flinch or show any emotion the entire time I was with her, he said in a worried voice. Hiruzen nodded, knowing how resilient it must be for her to bear the guilt as she was heartened too kind for the cold-hearted slaughter. You two are now relieved of your shinobi taxes and out on the reserve list from now on until your mental sessions with Inoichi Yamanaka are over and tell Izumi as well, he said in a stern voice, and Shisui nodded. Fired, he said as Shisui blinked out. He illuminated his tube, thinking about the announcement he had to make tomorrow and the damage control that would be necessary for the loss of his shinobi forces and the loss of the village's largest clan. He left his office and walked home. Chapter 9. Time skip 1 year. Hanahagakure no Sado. The Noha Ninja Academy. Today was the graduation exam at the academy and a lot had happened in the life of our favorite sun-kissed blonde-haired hero. The week after Izumi appeared on his doorstep, he didn't go to the academy for a whole week and stayed with Izumi the entire time. She was an emotional wreck that week. He did everything for her and didn't let her lift a finger on any of the work. He cooked, cleaned, and took care of her constantly. Sometimes she would suddenly start screaming and he would just throw himself on her and hold her while she screamed until she fell asleep. There was one particular moment at the end of the week that was vividly clear in his mind. Recoil. Naruto was cooking breakfast as Izumi still dozed in bed. He fried some eggs and bacon and made some toast with a strawberry milkshake, the kind she liked to have when she visited cafes to cheer her up. Suddenly, he heard footsteps and turned to see Izumi leaning against the counter and laughing. "Good morning, Izumi," he said in a cheerful voice. "Good morning, Naruto," she said half-heartedly. He returned to the platters and served them on the table, and they began to eat. They ate in comfortable silence, and as they finished, Naruto took the plates and began washing them in the kitchen when he sensed something behind him. He turned around and saw Izumi standing there, looking down at her feet, and he knew she wanted to say something. "What's wrong, Izumi?" he asked. "Why?" she whispered, but he heard it clearly and tilted his head to the side in confusion. "Why don't you scare me? Why do you let me stay with you when I'm the one who killed my whole family? Why are you still worried about me? Why are you worried about a demon like?" Slap. Her sentence was cut short as a sting was felt on her left cheek. She raised her head to see Naruto with a furious expression on his face. As soon as the demonic word left her lips, her control slipped. How many times had he heard that word because of some kind of control, and here she was saying the same thing about him after he had saved the entire village and taken such a heavy burden. Her eyes widened as she saw the tears fall, rolling from her eyes. He never screamed. She knew this. But why was he screaming now? Her thoughts were cut short as he began. "A demon, you say to a demon, has no remorse after killing its prey. It kills for fun or for no reason at all. It doesn't punish itself like you've been doing all week. It goes out looking for its next victim," he said in a monotone voice, but every word held unparalleled anger. He grabbed her wrist and pulled her along, dragging her with him as he began to pull her toward the Hokage monument, leaping across rooftops. She silently followed, and he brought her to the fourth Hokage, staring intently at the village as he began to speak. "The town you see now, the people running peacefully, children playing, it's all because of you, or the town would now be in a civil war, everyone hiding to save their lives from the bloodshed. You are a hero to the people," he said as he turned and hugged her as she melted into his arms and began to scream. "Never say you're a demon. I know you better than anyone. Never think otherwise," he whispered as she tightened her grip on his arms and sobbed against his chest. End of retreat. After that day, Izumi had somewhat reverted to her former self and had begun to laugh and giggle foolishly at her antics. He had first heard her laugh so loudly after he had painted the Hokage monument in broad daylight and no one except her had noticed because he had told her to see the monument at a certain time, not before. People finally noticed when he shouted to the entire village, "Naruto Uzumaki has claimed the Hokage monument as the next Hokage, Dadabeo." And she had laughed until her stomach had started to hurt as Anbu chased him all over the village for 3 hours after Iruka-sensei finally caught him. People had begun to treat her much more gently than before, thinking she would break if they touched her. After the old man's announcement, the people of Matanza pitied her for undertaking such a difficult task as slaughtering her family for the village. It was known that she hated him, as she had turned even colder to the public, which in turn boosted her popularity, and now she had even more fans. Sometimes he would use his hinge to rid her of them. They hated him for spending so much time with her, and the village gossip had intensified, but he paid no attention to this. She had never left his house after that night, and he had cleaned his spare room for her and bought her some new furniture and clothes. She had thanked him and kissed him on the cheek, after which he had blushed bright red and sizzled. It was good, and he left the room, and she laughed foolishly. The old man had agreed to let them stay together and had happily given them permission, thinking it would be good for them to have each other, even though the council had reacted quite badly to leaving the village princess with that demon brat. He even gave a perverted little smile and told them not to do anything he wouldn't do, which caused Izumi to blush faintly pink, while Naruto turned bright red and slammed his Fuinjutsu book in his face at his insinuation. Even his Anbu didn't say anything, thinking he deserved it, and he complained something about traitorous bodyguards. Sasuke had become even more arrogant and despondent after the massacre, harboring a deep hatred for the entire village for the death of his clan. His ambition was to revive his clan and gain considerable power, assuming the village as the Uchiha should. Treating the villagers like delicate glass dolls and giving them everything for a silver disc only made matters worse. He believed that the Uchiha were rightfully theirs and should be treated as such. He had severed all ties with his sister to destroy the clan. Because of his despondent attitude, his fangirls fawned over him even more. As part of his training, he had completed the fire manipulation exercise and melted a rock with his fire chakra. His taijutsu fluidity was now even better due to his father's restraint seals, which were now at level 2 out of 10 possible seals. He had mastered all the basic Haration seals and was now moving on to the advanced ones. He was halfway to level 6 in Fuinjutsu and was now studying barrier seals and Fuinjutsu using hand seals. His fire style. The magnificent fireball jutsu was now completely mastered. It was 10 times his size and ignited a perfectly formed ball of white flames. His fire style. The dragon flame jutsu could now hit targets at 500 meters and completely incinerate them, creating an absolutely narrow and completely contained stream of blazing white hellfire. Izuki-sensei began handing out the papers and as usual, he got a fairly high-level test, but he knew enough to pass with a comfortable margin. After 3 hours, Iruka-sensei gathered them up and they left for the weapons test. They all stood in a line as Mizuki began calling each one out one by one and Iruka-sensei took note. The girls all landed 4 or 5 shurikens and kunai on the signal, except for Hinata, Ino, and surprisingly Sakura, as they all landed 8 and over. Then it was the boys' turn, and Kiba landed 6 shurikens and 7 kunai, Choji landed 5 kunai and 7 shurikens, and Shikamaru gave up after 5 perfect throws. Every refrain was too annoying while Iruka fumed and the class chuckled. Naruto went next and threw 8 shurikens and kunai to make sure he passed the exam. Sasuke went last and threw all 10 on perfect signals, while the girls squealed and cheered, the boys all groaned at him, and Naruto shook his head at the girls. Then it was time for the taijutsu polls with Mizuki, and everyone had to stay for a minimum of 3 minutes and a maximum of 5. Most of the girls, except for Hinata and Ino, didn't make it past the 3-minute mark due to low stamina. The boys all went in for 3 to 4 minutes, except for Sasuke, who stayed for the full 5 minutes and had a satisfied look on his face. Naruto entered, and Mizuki had a mean laugh in the air. Naruto immediately went on guard. He continued to move to the side and launched a short offensive, remaining there for 4 minutes before losing, and Iruka nodding his head as Mizuki mocked him. Next came the ninjutsu portion, and everyone had to perform the 3 basic academy jutsu or any other jutsu for extra credit. Everyone entered and exited wearing their regulation headband. Naruto entered, and Iruka asked him to perform the Henjin Kawarimi, which he did without hand seals, earning extra credit. He then performed the reproduction jutsu, and a dead replica emerged from the breath. Mizuki smiled with satisfaction, but was dismissed after Iruka told him that due to his total credit, he had passed and gave him the headband. Naruto took it with a huge grin on his face and couldn't wait to show it to Izumi. As he left, Mizuki stopped him and said he wanted to address him with a genuine laugh that immediately put Naruto on guard. He took him aside and told him about a special exam to become Rookie of the Year, and Naruto decided to listen. He told him to steal the Forbidden Scroll and bring it to Earth, where he trained at midnight and learned a jutsu. Naruto knew this was a trap but decided to play along. He entered the Hokage Tower and stealthily made his way through the shadows to the Hokage office. He slipped past security, retrieved the Forbidden Scroll from the vault, and crossed the village into the clearing. The entire village was on high alert, searching for him, and Naruto decided to read the scroll since he had the time. He activated his Sharingan to memorize its contents using the Sharingan's unique abilities. He had just memorized 2 other techniques besides the shadow reproductions he already knew from when Iruka burst into the clearing. Naruto, what the hell are you doing? Do you know what you've done? Come with me to the Hokage and we'll sort out this mess, he said, and Naruto decided to play dumb. Iruka-sensei, what are you talking about? Where is Mizuki-sensei? Are you going to administer my test and give me the title of Rookie of the Year? He asked in an innocent voice as the gears began to turn in Iruka's head, and he understood everything, just as he was about to take him down with shurikens that flew towards Naruto, but Iruka caught them instead and shielded him. Naruto was stunned as Iruka apologized and said he wasn't there as he should have been. Mizuki's ear decided to turn Naruto on his way. Naruto, do you know why the villagers hate you and look down on you? Why does each one despise and hate your existence? Mizuki asked as Iruka shouted no. While Naruto answered. Of course I am. The old Hokage told me when I was 5 years old that I have the Kyuubi sealed inside me, and I am a Jinchuriki, he said as Iruka was stunned, while Mizuki had a stupid mute look on his face. After a minute of silence, Mizuki pulled a Fuma shuriken from his back and threw it at Naruto, hitting him dead center in the chest. Mizuki laughed as Iruka yelled his name. After a moment, Naruto, he smiled with satisfaction and puffed out in the smoke. As the ground beneath Mizuki rumbled, a drill struck him directly in the chin, and he was thrown into the air. More than 5 Naruto poofed and transformed from the scattered rocks around him and kicked him high into the air. The original jumped over a replica and threw him into the air, and he got an axe kick to his stomach and yelled, "Uzumaki the prey." He fell and was out cold in a crater. Iruka sat there speechless as Naruto ran over him and rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment and lifted him up, and they both started walking towards the Hokage tower. Meanwhile, Hokage's office. Hiruzen had seen everything through the crystal ball and couldn't have been prouder. He knew Naruto wasn't one to betray the village for power, and the way he handled Mizuki was impressive. He also knew he concealed his abilities from everyone, but he wasn't worried about it. Just as these thoughts ended, the door to the office clicked open, and Iruka and Naruto walked in. He placed the scroll on his desk. They began to tell him everything, but he said he knew everything, and they both nodded. He asked Naruto which techniques he had learned from the scroll, and he said he only had time to learn 2. Ninja art. Multi-shadow reproduction jutsu and ninja art. Darkness bringer. He lied, as he didn't want to tell him about the disgusting jutsu he had learned that he never intended to use in his life. The forbidden art. World impure resurrection. Hokage nodded and told him that he could use them, but to be careful as they were only banned because of their chakra consumption, and he was told not to show them to anyone, and Naruto agreed and dismissed them both for the night. As Naruto walked home, he knew Izumi would scold him after he told her about it, but he didn't want to hide it from her. He sighed and grumbled in annoyance, just as Nara in the village sneezed and grumbled in annoyance. Chapter 10. Hanahagakure Ningun Seido. Time skip 1 week. The sun began to rise, and our sun-kissed blonde-haired hero was awake with a start. Today was team fitting, and he was ecstatic. He threw off his blanket and went to the bathroom. He brushed his teeth, took a shower, and got dressed as he entered his space and smelled the delicious aroma of Izumi's special flakes, which he liked. He went into the kitchen, and there she stood in a simple white top that hugged her curves and accentuated her well-endowed C-cup breasts, with a small Uchiha emblem near her neck and buttons in the shape of the same emblems, and a sky blue denim skirt that ended just above her knees. She wore a cute pink apron over her dress. Her hair was done in her usual high ponytail, with the same hair clip he had given her so many years ago, and 2 bangs framed her face. He didn't know how she looked so angelic even in such simple clothes. "Good morning, Izumi," he said in a soft voice, not wanting to startle her. She turned, and as her onyx eyes fell upon him, a pink blush spread across her face. He was wearing the same clothes she had ordered for him and given him last week as a graduation present, getting those orange jumpsuits after scolding him for his actions with Mizuki. He wore a blood-red slash-sleeved shirt with small Uzumaki swirls on the shoulders and black Anbu pants, which she had obtained after weeding some ropes in Anbu. He had black shinobi sandals, and his team holsters were now also black. Black bandages wrapped his knuckles to elbows and knees to toes, and he wore black gauntlets with metal backplates. On top of his, he had a white jacket that was just as long as his shirt and had blue flames along the bottom, matching his bright blue forehead protector. She went back to the stove to hide her blush and greeted him. "Good morning, Naruto," she said in her melodious voice, working on breakfast. He blushed and smiled broadly. He came up behind her and leaned against her shoulder as he whispered, "Like what you see, Izumi." He took hold of her hair, and immediately her blush turned from light pink to an alluring rosy, and her spine trembled as his breath tickled her ear. She spun around, her blush still on her face, and bonked him with her metal spatula. He howled and leaned back. She giggled foolishly as he rubbed his head and put the finished dishes back on the table. Both ate and chatted as Izumi asked him about who he wanted to be with, as well as other things, while he devoured the flakes she knew she loved. She watched with a laugh as he finished, and she took the dishes to the stove as he helped her dry them, since he still had some time. He laughed as he heard her humming a tune as she continued working, still chuckling. He was glad she had passed her probationary period last year, but she was still on probation and restricted herself to the occasional village watch duty, and he was glad she lived with him. He had been alone for so long he didn't know what fun it was to have someone to welcome him home and say good morning or cook him a meal, and she was an impressive cook, especially her ramen, which she never made, except on special occasions when she said it wasn't good for one's health, and the ramen cups were regulated by her as well. He put the last dish in the cupboard and said he was going to leave now. She nodded with a laugh and wished him good luck. He nodded and left. As he walked ahead through the streets, most of the villagers hadn't yet noticed him because of his new attire. As he turned a corner toward the academy, he saw someone hiding behind a cloth with the wrong pattern hanging on the wall and sighed. "Konohamaru, come out, I know you're there," he said. "As expected from my rival," the boy said and challenged him, but he told him that he had team placements and left. He entered the academy and saw that he was barely on time after his run with Konohamaru. He slipped his jacket open and walked in, as the entire class turned to his new attire and fell silent. All the girls blushed when they saw him. Sakura was much more talkative. "Naruto baka, what's with trying to look all cool like Sasuke-kun?" she squealed. He pretended not to hear her and walked away, and she yelled his name again. This time he actually heard her and turned around. Are you saying something, Sakura?" With a distance, they considered her like Sakura's face crossed out while the class chuckled discreetly. As Sakura was about to continue, Iruka entered and told everyone to take their seats and began his lecture, which Naruto shuddered at. Meanwhile, at the Hokage's office. All the Jonin watched this through the crystal ball, and after Naruto's glare and Sakura's interaction, Kakashi shouted in I'm-style tears, muttering how proud he was, while Guy gave an emphatic speech about Kakashi and his infectious hip attitude. All the Jonin sweat dripped down their faces as Kurenai, Asuma, and Hiruzen chuckled discreetly. Behind the academy. Iruka began examining team placements and reading from Team 1 through 6. Team 7 consists of Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki, with Jonin-sensei Kakashi Haddock, he said as Sakura shouted, "True love conquers all." While Naruto and Sasuke banged their heads on the table simultaneously. Iruka's sweat dripped. Anyway, teammate Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburam and Hinata Hyuga is paired with Jonin-sensei Kuruna Yuhi, and Team 10 Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, and Ino Yamanaka is paired with Jonin-sensei Asuma Sarutobi, he announced and stepped outside. The Jonin-sensei came and took their teams until only Team 7 was left. They waited for 3 hours as Naruto continued reading his Fuinjutsu book and still had some lunch Izumi had given him, while Sasuke got annoyed with Sakura for pestering him for dates. Kakashi entered the room with annoyed Sasuke, an annoying Sakura, and Naruto reading a book, having forgotten the world. "Meet me on the rooftop in 5 minutes," he said in Sunshine from Space. They came to the rooftop and sat down in front of Kakashi as he told them to introduce themselves, while Sakura asked to go first. My name is Kakashi Haddock. I have many likes and dislikes. As for hobbies, I don't have many. My dreams they're none of your business. Well, you're next Pinky," he finished, indicating Sakura as they sweated, dropped into his introduction. "My name is Sakura Haruno, my likes looks at Sasuke and squeals, my hobbies again looks at Sasuke and squeals, my dreams for the future look at Sasuke and squeal even harder." She finished with a blush. "And his aversion?" Kakashi asked. "Naruto baka and Ino Buta." She squealed. "Mutual feelings," Naruto replied, and Kakashi sighed at being stuck with a fangirl. "Well, you're next, Emo," he said, pointing at Sasuke. "My name is Sasuke Uchiha, I don't have many likes and dislikes, I have no hobbies, and my dream is no ambition, it is to obtain power and restore the Uchiha clan back to this power," Sasuke said as Sakura squealed and Kakashi sighed, the other driving the madly hungry man to make. "You're next, Blondie," he said, pointing at Naruto. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I enjoy training, learning, and mastering new jutsu, and spending time with Izumi. I have a hatred for traitors and a drive to greedy bastards. My dream is to one day have a family and become Hokage," he finished, his tone cheerful, and Kakashi's eyes chuckled. He told them about the test tomorrow and instructed them to come to Earth, train at 7:06, and skip breakfast. Naruto left and went home, ignoring his teammates' discussion. At home, he told Izumi about his team, and she remarked that Kakashi was chronically 3 hours late for everything, and that he should eat breakfast to be full of energy for the test, to which he agreed. The next morning, Naruto woke up at 7, and Izumi gave him breakfast as he left at 8 for Earth to train. He returned 15 minutes later and sat under a tree, while Sakura yelled that he was late, but he ignored it and closed his eyes. Half an hour later, Kakashi arrived at the clearing. "You're late," Sakura shouted. "You see, this black cat crossed my path, and I had to take the long way around," he said with an eye laugh, and placed a timer over the stump and set it for noon. "You have 3 hours to take these bells from me, and those who don't will be sent back to the academy. Come at me with the intent to kill." He said and took out 2 bells, but Sakura said there were only 2 bells, and he said one of them would go to the academy. "Pajam!" he shouted as everyone scattered, and Kakashi pulled out his book, Ichiha Paradise, and began to read. Naruto hid in the trees, thinking of a strategy, and none of them raised their heads. According to Izumi, he was the best the village had to offer, and there was no way any of them could beat a Jonin one on another. One thing's for sure, the test isn't for the bells, it's for teamwork. Konoha only operates in 3-man cells, and we value teamwork more than any other village. He immediately began to think of a way to work with the team, but he knew they wouldn't, so he decided to wait for them to fight first, and then he would go up. He watched as Kakashi came up behind Sakura and put her under a Jinjutsu. She screamed something about Sasuke-kun and collapsed unconscious. Kakashi left and stood in the same spot he'd been standing in before and began to read. He watched as Naruto came to Sakura and broke her out of the Jinjutsu. His eye laughed. It seemed Naruto had finally grasped the meaning of the test. Perhaps this team could actually pass. Sakura, this test is about teamwork. All three of us will be working together. It's not about the bells at all. Go find Sasuke and work together, he told her. Naruto Baka Sasuke-kun won't help you and we'll work together and be put on the team together. We don't need the help of some orphan clan loser like you, she squealed and huffed and walked off to find Sasuke. Naruto sighed and flicked his hand through his golden locks and decided to wait to find Sasuke, seeing if he understood. He watched as he threw shurikens at Kakashi, who then countered with a log. He then engaged him into jutsu and unleashed fire style. The magnificent fireball jutsu on Kakashi, while Kakashi used earth style. Head over hunter jutsu, burying his neck deep in the ground. Sakura came to find him and after seeing his head, she screamed Sasuke-kun. And fainted. He sighed. This made for a nice replay. He walked over to where Sasuke was and told him the purpose of the test, but Sasuke replied that he didn't need the help of any other clan member, much less a dope like him. He was an Uchiha, an elite. He left him buried and walked over to where Kakashi was, standing before him. I'm surprised, Naruto. I thought you understood the meaning of the test and yet you're still here alone, he said, still reading his book. I did, but they don't want to work with a lesser orphan clan like me, so I've got to keep the bells for myself, he said, entering his hummingbird to jutsu stance. Kakashi closed his book and put his hands in his pockets. Naruto had already released his restraint seals at the start and they were gone. Kakashi's eye widened. He hadn't expected such speed from a genin. He barely blocked the kick to his face as Naruto decided to capitalize on his opening, twisting his body and aiming another punch at his face, which he blocked with his free arm. Naruto then used his free leg to add another kick on top of the previously blocked one, breaking Kakashi's guard. Kakashi's eye widened as Naruto twisted his body, showcasing his flexibility, and used his last free limb to strike the bells, ringing them as Kakashi jumped back. But Naruto wouldn't have any of it. He threw 6 shurikens at him as his Sharingan spun and blazed in all its glory, hidden beneath the seal. Kakashi dodged them, and they flew harmlessly past, but suddenly they noticed ninja wires attached to them. They watched as Naruto wrapped them around his fingers and mouth, moving them around. Suddenly, they Sharingan windmill triple attack. Naruto's thought proved correct as the wires wrapped around him. He saw that the wires were infused with chakra and he couldn't break free from them. He saw the blurry image of Naruto passing 18 hand seals at speeds abnormal for a genin, and his eyes widened in horror as he completed the last 4. Ram, snake, horse, tiger. He screamed as he exhaled a huge amount of air into his lungs, still holding Kakashi bound, and yelled, fire style. Dragon flame jutsu. Naruto added every bit of chakra he could to his most powerful jutsu in his arsenal and launched a white hellfire directly at Kakashi and burned right through the tree, leaving a hole the size of Kakashi in it and 5 trees behind it. He let go of the cables and gasped that the combo had taken a toll on him and yet he had still released his restraint seals for the fight. Suddenly, he felt a cut across the back of his neck, his world shut off and he collapsed to the ground unconscious. Behind him, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief as the timer ticked off. His body ached from those jutsu combos, his clothes were slashed in multiple places by the cable and shuriken combo, and his vest was also half burned from the last substitution. Well, he took my instructions to come at me with the intention of killing a little too seriously. Had I underestimated him for one more moment, I'd have a charred mess right now. Such courage as a genin. Nothing amazing. The Hokage told me he was hiding his abilities. This kid is something else. I guess Izumi disappeared over him. Kakashi thought as he picked him up and slammed him against a stump with 2 other genin tied up. Naruto woke up and saw that he was sitting against a tree stump while 2 others were tied to him. Now that Naruto is getting older and they're going to talk about the test, you all failed to acquire the bells and you two also didn't get the true meaning of the test, he said, indicating Sasuke and Sakura. True meaning? They both asked, confused. Teamwork, both Kakashi and Naruto answered in harmony and Kakashi's eye laughed at the blonde boy. Naruto, very good. Yes, teamwork is key. Konoha controls missions in cells and teamwork is valued above all else. Naruto told you the true meaning behind the test, but you still weren't working together. Remember, in the ninja world, those who break the rules are just scum. But those who abandon even one of their comrades are worse than scum. Now, I'll give you this on the condition that if you guys don't work together, then I'll disband. Alright then, now Team 7 is official, he said and disappeared in a swirl of leaves to the Hokage's office. Naruto untied them both and walked home. The rest is history. In the Hokage office. Hiruzen had watched the entire fight in his crystal ball and was proud of the blonde boy. He was truly skilled as he thought, but he remembered that combo from years ago, especially the Shuriken Jutsu, and he had only seen it in action by one person. Madara Uchiha. He had been sparring with Hashirama-sensei, and he knew this was one of Hashirama's signature moves and required mastery of the Sharingan to work so well. Minato had hidden his heritage all those years, and he had a good reason to do so. He would take it to his grave if Naruto refused to reveal it. But he was proud that his grandson was also a true master of the Sharingan, and he doubted anyone would recognize those techniques. They were decades old. He was pulled from his thoughts as Jonin-sensei filled in and recounted his teams. Teams 1 through 6 failed. Team 8 passed, Kurenai said. The team last 10, Asuma said. And suddenly Kakashi was in his worst condition, ragged, bruised, and singed. Team 7 passed, Kakashi said with a smirk. Immediately, grumbling began as everyone pointed out that Kakashi had passed a team. What happened to Kakashi? Asuma asked, indicating his condition. Well, I gave my team the traditional bell test and told them to come at me with the intent to kill. But it seems one of them took that instruction rather literally. He finished with a sigh as all the Jonin sweat dripped down, and Hiruzen chuckled. Kakashi glared at the man, and he laughed even harder. Not many people could get under his skin, and Naruto had a knack for unpredictability. He dismissed all the other Jonin except Kakashi. Well, I think you saw the test. Kakashi asked. Hiruzen said truly. The boy is a true prodigy. To push me to such limits even when I held back and underestimated him is remarkable in itself, he said. Hiruzen nodded proudly. Kakashi walked off to get himself checked for some minor burns, while Hiruzen sat back as a thought crossed his mind. That boy looks so much like his parents, it's not funny yet. Chapter 11. Time skip, 3 months. Hanahagakure no Sado. It had been 3 months since he'd been part of Team 7, and he'd been stuck doing tasks the villagers called BBO missions. He'd grown frustrated doing these odd jobs. Painting fences, weeding gardens and farms, walking dogs for Inyazuka, babysitting the nobleman's children, or catching that thrice-cursed cat Tora. They'd been given that mission 3 times, and the last time he'd burned and skinned the cat before Kakashi intervened and saved it. He'd only been training them in teamwork drills or doing these tasks. His training was going normally, and his restraint seals were now almost halfway to level 2 as his body got used to them. His Fuinjutsu was still at level 6, and for him to go to the next level and do seals without ink or brushes, using only hand seals, he needed better chakra control. Now he was starting the shuriken balancing exercise. Their teamwork was only there on field missions, and even that was barely enough. He could barely tolerate her and her overbearing powerful attitude. Izumi would always ask him about their missions just to get under his skin, and he would glare at her, while she gave him an innocent look, and he would just melt and tell her he was going with his team to the Hokage's office to get a new mission. The Hokage office. They entered the office and saw Iruka-sensei reviewing scrolls, while Hiruzen did his administrative work. He looked up and laughed at them as he pulled out the mission scrolls. Combine 7 that you would like today. Fences painting, weeding the farm, walking dogs, or he was interrupted as a cry wait for the Tora was heard. Or grab the Tora, he finished as the 3 genin drew their kunai and glared at each other. Kakashi knew this time the cat wouldn't see this alive, and Hiruzen trembled with laughter. Actually, Hokage-sama, we would like a crank mission this time, Kakashi said, and Hiruzen looked at him in surprise. Are you sure they're ready, Kakashi? He asked, and Kakashi nodded. Kakashi knew they would only work better together if they took on some difficult missions, and fighting some bandits would make them good. Very well, he said and pulled out a scroll of Crank's mission. Your mission Team 7 must escort a bridge builder to the Land of Waves and act as his bodyguard before he finishes his bridge. Sent to Zuna-san, he said like a drunken mid-50s old man taking a swig from his bottle of well. What you give me, these brats for protection, look Pinky there, she looks like she'll break if you give her a stick to hold. He said in a drunken stupor as Sakura squealed and Sasuke gave her an annoyed look while Naruto said nothing. I assure you they are fully capable of escorting you to the country of Wave, plus I am a Jonin so don't worry. Well the team will meet me tomorrow at 8 at the town gates and the package for a month, he said, and the 3 genin left. Naruto's apartment. Naruto came home and began sealing his clothes in his signature scrolls. He checked his sealed equipment and packed some food and blood pills just in case. Hearing the noises, Izumi knocked on his door and, after gaining permission, entered. She watched him seal his materials and became confused. What are you doing? She asked in a confused tone. Our pack has to go on a crank mission tomorrow at 8. I'll be gone for maybe a month, he said, still hunting seals and checking his stuff. Ah, she said, looking down and beginning to stroke her skirt. He turned and knew this was a whim she indulged in when something bothered her. He stood up and was now standing in front of her. What's wrong? He asked. Nothing, she replied, still not meeting his fixed gaze. He knew she was lying, and he placed his index finger under her chin, brought it up, and stared, piercing her eyes. What's wrong with you? He asked again, this time in a stern voice. She bit her lip and answered. Nothing, it's just that I'm still on probation and now you'll be gone. I won't have anyone to train with and I'll be alone in the house and I don't really have many people to turn to, she whispered, looking down at the hem of her skirt. She knew she was being selfish, but she hadn't been alone since the massacre and always had something interesting to do because he was there. Now she felt stupid for still saying such a thing. He must think she was weak and pathetic like those fangirls. She didn't want to tell him, but she couldn't hide anything from him after being friends with him for so long. To the world, she was the Ice Queen and the perfect ninja, but with him, she could be herself, and now she had ruined it. Her lip began to tremble as Naruto placed a hand on her cheek and looked at her with a gentle, steady gaze. He knew she didn't want to be alone. This brought back memories of the massacre, and she felt the loneliness wash over her. Won't I be gone much longer? Who said you wouldn't hear from me for so long? He asked her, and she looked at him confused and tilted her head to the side cutely. You will write to me every day and I will write back every night with your location just like we used to back during your Anbu days, he told her, and she laughed knowing he was right. But you will continue training here so that when I return I can reimburse you for that last beating you gave me, he said, and she raised an eyebrow with a small, satisfied smile. You're still 100 years too young to be hitting me on a mast, she said as she stroked his head like a child. Is it right? He asked with a satisfied smile, their eyes locked for a few moments before bursting into laughter. Suddenly, Izumi hugged him and he wrapped his arms around her. She buried her face in his chest and he simply held her. Promise me you'll write every night and come back soon. She whispered, holding him even tighter. I promise, he said, rubbing her back and running his fingers through her silky locks, lowering his head into hers and inhaling the scent of her hair. Her hair smelled of vanilla and was so soft it just flowed through his fingers. So, are you going to take a hug with you? Do I always leave the village? He asked playfully, teasing her. She punched him lightly in the chest and muttered baka, and he laughed as she giggled foolishly, but they still held on. They didn't move for a moment and then let go as she went to prepare dinner while he resumed packing. The next morning came and Naruto went to the gates. Izumi, who was walking by, turned to face him as she came to say goodbye. He told her it was embarrassing for her to say goodbye to him like a child, but she wouldn't mind. People glared at him for walking around like that and he knew Izumi had noticed them for a long time but had never questioned him and he was grateful for that. He didn't know how she would react or if she would call him a demon brat like everyone else. He saw her smiling, her hands clasped together on her lap, not a care in the world, and immediately his worries washed away, and he laughed. They came to the gates, each still standing there, and turned to face him. Kakashi just looked, laughed, and greeted them both. Sasuke turned away and snorted, not wanting to see his face, while Sakura. Naruto baka, you're late. She squealed. He ignored her. He was quite used to it. But Izumi had a troubled look on her face. Sakura noticed Izumi and immediately had stars in her eyes. She was the most popular and beautiful girl in the village with a cold attitude that earned her the title of Ice Queen, with dozens of boys vying for her attention, and to top it all off, she was Sasuke-kun's sister and an Uchiha. If she became friends with her, her popularity would skyrocket and Sasuke-kun would finally be hers. She went and started throwing her hand, saying, "Come with me, Izumi-sama. You don't want to put up with a clam unless you're an orphan like this baka," she said, and Izumi pulled her arm out of Fur's grip and Sakura stood there confused. "You're annoying," she said in a cold voice and glared at her as she backed away, frightened and not understanding what she had done wrong. Naruto sighed and placed a hand on her shoulder as she turned away, shaking his head, his eyes softening. She knew this was time for him to leave and she immediately wrapped her arms around him and hugged him as she buried her face in his chest, not wanting to let go. "You know people might get the wrong idea if we keep doing this in public," he whispered playfully, and she giggled foolishly. "How I worry," she whispered equally playfully, and he chuckled softly and held her. Sakura's jaw dropped as she witnessed the Ice Queen of Konoha hugging the dope in public. She wanted to say something, but nothing coherent came out of her mouth. "Alright, everyone, time to move on," Kakashi said as he broke their hug. Naruto pinched his nose and wiggled it slightly, earning a silly laugh from her, and walked toward the door with the team. As he left, he turned once past, seeing her still standing there staring at him. He waved at her, and she waved back. Sakura was still speechless with surprise. She didn't understand at all how he knew Izumi and why she was so gentle and compassionate toward him instead of the cold attitude she had toward everyone else. Their journey was silent as they walked in a diamond formation, with Sasuke at the front, Kakashi at the back, and Naruto and Sakura to the left and right. Throughout the time, Sakura kept stealing glances at him, wanting to ask more, but she didn't realize that he knew she wouldn't answer. Kakashi knew they were close, and he found this refreshing, as they were close friends, and he was happy for them, as long as Sasuke didn't seem concerned in any way. They were walking along the path when Naruto noticed two puddles and saw how dry the rest of the region was. He glanced at Kakashi, who was nodding his head, his face still buried in his book. Naruto was immediately on alert. As they were a few paths ahead, two men with metal gauntlets appeared. Kakashi was wrapped in metal chains, and they threw him down and tore him apart. Sakura screamed in horror as Sasuke and Naruto each took a target and went for it. Naruto threw a shuriken on his chain and tied it to a tree, then threw a kunai into the hole in the shuriken to lock it in place. Both Sasuke and Naruto kicked them in the face and knocked them off their chains. The attacker slammed his gauntlet vertically into Naruto as he stepped sideways and kicked him in the face, sending him flying. He then created 4 replicas that engaged him in Jujutsu as he began examining hand seals and shouted, "Fire style." The magnificent fireball jutsu. He screamed as he was scorched and 2 of his replicas were poofed out. Then, 3 of them overwhelmed him with Jujutsu and knocked him unconscious. He saw that Sasuke had finished the fight with some scratches and bruises, but nothing dangerous, and they both tied them up as Kakashi came out clapping. He congratulated them both and gave Sasuke some antidote for the poison, then turned to Tazuna. The old man began to sweat as Kakashi asked why there were ninja after him, but after the saying that he would abandon him if he lied, he told them everything. Edo, the country's wave condition, the importance of this bridge, and asked for his help. At first, he was reluctant, but he agreed after Sasuke and Naruto told him they should continue. They walked across and then camped for the night. At night, there was a sudden puff of smoke like a crow that came and sat on his shoulder with a scroll on its back. He smeared blood on the seal and read it. It was from Izumi, and she told him that she got bored without him around and the house felt too quiet. Naruto immediately took out a blank scroll and brush and began to write a letter. He was absorbed in writing about the day's events when Kakashi curiously asked him who he was writing to. "Hey. Naruto, who are you writing the letter to?" he asked curiously. "Izumi," he replied, not wanting to break her concentration on the letter. Sakura was immediately curious and sat down next to him and began to glance at her letter asking how he knew her. "None of your damned business," he replied and pushed her back convincingly as she began to throw away her letter. He stood up and walked into an empty part of the clearing, finished his letter, and gave it to the raven as it poofed out. He returned to the clearing, ignoring Sakura's glow, and went back to sleep with a happy smile on his face. He wondered what Izumi was doing, and at the same time, Izumi sat up in her bed, thinking the same thing. A poof came into her room, and she picked up the letter and read it carefully. She finished with a laugh. It was quite detailed, and she giggled softly as he wrote about how great he was fighting this ninja. She slept soundly, knowing he was alright, and only one thought crossed her mind as she hugged her teddy bear tightly. Naruto had brought those stuffed animals after she moved in, and in one of their conversations, she had told him that she liked stuffed animals, but she never asked for any from her father, as he only wanted her to be a strong ninja. The next day, Naruto had filled her room with stuffed animals when she returned home, and she hugged him tightly in happiness. "Come back soon, Naruto. It's too quiet without you." Chapter 12. On the path to agitation. Team 7 was heading to Agitator after they had walked to the shore and took a boat from there to continue their journey. Their trip had been fairly uneventful, the men walking along in comfortable silence, while Sakura kept asking Sasuke for dates. When she got tired, she would turn to Naruto and ask him how he knew Izumi and introduce her to him. After they were back in the village, Naruto would accidentally ignore her, and she would yell a few things before Kakashi reprimanded her about how to behave in front of customers. As they were walking, Naruto suddenly felt something in his senses and threw a kunai into the bushes. A white rabbit jumped out and whined as he sighed in relief at almost killing it. "Naruto baka, stop trying to act cool like Sasuke-kun. You almost killed the poor guy," she squealed. "The skin, white in summer, shouldn't have brown skin instead unless it was stored indoors and used for substitution. Everyone down now," Kakashi shouted as they all fell down, and Naruto pushed down Tazuna, who was like a giant bladed sword, flying high in front of them. As they stood apart, they saw a man with bandages around his mouth standing on the sword, looking down at them and laughing. "Haha, so it's Kakashi Haddock the copy ninja, or also known as Kakashi of the Sharingan. Nothing amazing, the demon brothers were defeated. They were no match for you." He chuckled quietly as Naruto and Sasuke raised an eyebrow at Kakashi's comment about the Sharingan. Zabuza Momoshiki, demon of the hidden mist, except Kiri ninja, and one of the members of the 7 legendary swordsmen of the mist. Kakashi recited his bingo book moniker. "Ah, so you know I have the honor. Now, if you would be so kind as to hand over the bridge builder, then I may depart," he said as Kakashi raised his forehead protector and 3 Sharingan Tomo were visible as Naruto gasped while Sasuke seethed at the sight of his clan's lineage in the hands of an outsider. "I'm afraid I can't do this," he said and got ready. "The famous Bat Sharingan ride, I have the honor of you thinking so highly of me." He laughed quietly and began to examine the signs on his hand. Ninja art. The hidden mist jutsu, he said as a thick mist and a great deal of killing intent washed over the field. Naruto instantly activated the Sharingan beneath his seal, seeing the gravity of the situation and realizing it wasn't effective enough as the mist was laced with chakra. That careful Zabuza is a master of silent killing techniques. Kakashi shouted as he pulsed a wave of chakra and the mist cleared a bit and escaped his own killing intent. 8 points. Liver, kidney, larynx, heart, lungs, bladder, neck, or abdomen. Which should I target? His voice echoed in the mist. He suddenly came between 3 of them and slammed his sword into the bridge builder, which was blocked by Naruto, who had already predicted it with his Sharingan. Zabuza was surprised that he blocked and kicked him in the chest, sending him flying from the force. Kakashi took this as a distraction and slashed his throat, but instead of blood, Zabuza splattered into the water. Another Zabuza slashed his sword and cleaved him in half as Kakashi turned too far to drink and placed a kunai against his neck. "It's over," he said coldly, but Zabuza turned to drink and the original came up behind him and kicked him into the lake. "Water is quite heavy," Kakashi said, though he spoke aloud as Zabuza appeared beside him. "Water style. Drink the prison jutsu," he shouted and laughed, knowing Kakashi was caught. "Controlled. Take the bridge builder and escape. This fight was for the minute I was caught," he shouted as Sasuke and Sakura looked ready to force him. "Those who break the rules are just scum. But those who abandon even one of their comrades are worse than scum. Remember Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto asked as he stood up and cracked his knuckles as Kakashi's eye widened and a feeling of pride welled up inside his chest. Zabuza suddenly began to laugh. "Look, you're joking, trying to play ninja. You're nothing but a brat. At least you have the guts to make me look at those 2 jerks in your pants. You're just kids with shiny ribbons up your front. Do you seriously think you could defeat me?" he said as he held up the ram seal he had given. "Water style. Drink to reproduction jutsu," he shouted as a single reproduction formed in front of him. "We'll just have to think this isn't going to happen to us now," he said as he released his restraining seals and made an angry seal. "Ninja art. The multi-shadow jutsu reproduction," he shouted as 20 reproductions poofed into existence. "Ah, shadow replicas, and there are quite a few of them," he said as the doubles charged into the water replica. As they fought the water replica into jutsu, the original took advantage of the confusion in the crowd and used a lesser Kawarimi seal to replace himself with a stone and entered the hidden trees and began to examine a chain of hand seals and ended with the tiger. "Fire style. Dragon flame jutsu," he shouted as Zabuza's eyes widened as he took in the white inferno coming straight for him. He didn't have time to perform any jutsu or block the attack. He then let go of the water prison and jumped back as the flames passed by. Due to his broken concentration, even the water reproduction dissipated. He looked on as Kakashi stood before him, glaring angrily at him. "Naruto, very good plan, excellent in the heat of battle. I couldn't have done it better myself. I'm proud of you," he said proudly of his genin's actions. He had seen the substitution technique with his Sharingan, and this was an excellent plan worthy of Konoha's #1 prankster. I got a little distracted by the big deal." Zabuza laughed. "Don't joke around. You weren't distracted yourself. You were forced to leave," Kakashi said. Zabuza growled and both began rolling circles over the lake, with Kakashi mirroring his every move. They both stood as Zabuza began examining a long chain of hand seals, which Kakashi copied at the exact same time. Naruto watched Zabuza's every move, his Sharingan still activated, and saw that they were both channeling enormous amounts of chakra. Finally, after the 56 hand seals, they both finished at the same time. "Water style. Drink the dragon jutsu," was shouted in unison as 2 dragons towered above the lake and collided with each other. Zabuza was stunned. Both finished at the exact same time. This shouldn't be possible. This could only mean one thing. He could see the future. Kakashi said as Zabuza looked on in awe. "Like he did," he began. "Do you know what you were thinking?" Kakashi finished, and Zabuza fumed. "I'll show you by copying the monkey," he shouted and began examining hand seals. Kakashi started copying them again, but this time he finished ahead of him. "Water style. Water vortex jutsu," he shouted as a massive vortex of water formed from the lake and slammed Zabuza directly into a tree, knocking him unconscious. Kakashi walked toward him with a kunai to finish the job, but 3 senbon needles came from the trees and went straight for Zabuza's neck as the boy wearing a Kirin hunter mask appeared beside him. Kakashi checked for a pulse and found none. "Thank you for weakening Zabuza enough for me to finish him off. Now I'll take the body," the ninjutsu hunter said, took the body, and disappeared. Kakashi walked toward his team and mid-stride collapsed unconscious. Sakura squealed, but Naruto told her he was simply unconscious from overusing the Sharingan and chakra exhaustion. He deactivated the Sharingan himself and breathed a little, working to recover from launching this powerful jutsu, using Taijutsu without hand seals, and using the Sharingan for so long. He asked Izuna for directions to his home and started walking, telling him the way. Naruto led Kakashi, and soon they passed a house beside a lake. Izuna knocked on the door as a middle-aged woman came and opened it. "The father you are is good," she said happily. "Yes, thank these super ninjas," he said cheerfully. "Miss, can we get a place for our sensei to lie down? He's exhausted from fighting and needs rest," he said correctly. The red tsunami, embarrassed, led them to the guest room where Kakashi was lying down. Team 7 went downstairs and Naruto made 20 replicas and sent them to secure the perimeter. Sasuke, seeing them make replicas, asked. "What are you doing, dope?" he asked. "I'm sending the replay to secure the area if anything happens that the replays are going to dispel, and I'll retrieve the information. Now I'm tired and now I'll go to sleep. Take care of everyone before I wake up," he said and went to the couch to sleep. Upon hearing this, Sasuke murmured, thinking Izumi was teaching him all these things and he was becoming increasingly distant. He had to do something to become stronger, but he would wait for the right moment. Kakashi awoke, pain rippling through his body as he felt the effects of the battle. He looked around and saw Naruto asleep on a futon, with him and Sasuke watching over them. "How long have I been out?" he asked Sasuke. "For a few hours," he replied, and Kakashi nodded. "Shouldn't you be looking around the house for intruders?" he asked Sasuke. Naruto cast some shadow replicas to create a perimeter for scouting and security and said he would get the information if anything happened, Sasuke replied through gritted teeth. Kakashi nodded proudly at his students' planning, as it seemed he always seemed to plan ahead in danger situations. "Wake up, Naruto, and call Sakura. I have something to tell you all," he said in a stern voice, and Sasuke did as he was told. After everyone was gathered, Kakashi began. "Zabuza is still alive." He decided to be blunt about it and they were all startled. But he further explained the proverb. The ninja hunter, as was his custom, cut off the head and burned the body on the spot, and furthermore, he used senbon needles that could put the victim in a death-like state. When he finished, Sakura panicked and began to ask what they were going to do, and he looked at her and laughed. "Why train you, of course," he said cheerfully. "Sensei, what kind of education can help you when you almost lost that guy Zabuza and now there's a masked ninja with him?" Sakura said. "Sakura, I underestimated Zabuza last time, but this time I'm going to finish him off myself and those guys are going to be careful. Besides, who was it that saved me last time?" he said, and nobody said anything and just nodded. The next day. In a clear. Team 7 walked into the clearing and Kakashi stopped explaining what they were doing on the train. "Alright my cute little genin, today we're going to learn how to climb trees," he said, looking at their expressions. "Sensei, how do you climb the trees that help us fight?" Sakura asked. "You will climb trees without using your hands by clinging to the tree by channeling chakra to your feet. This will help build your reserves and aid in better control of your chakra." He finished, demonstrating this to her. "Sensei, I already know how to do this exercise," Naruto said as he approached the tree, and Kakashi nodded and chuckled while Sasuke snorted, seeing the dope was now in front of him. "Alright then, Naruto, you're coming to the clearing with me to protect the bridge builder and we'll find something else to train you in," he said, and told Naruto to follow him. They left through the clearing and went to the bridge to protect Izuna. Then Naruto asked along what he wanted to ask his sensei about everything. "Sensei, do you know any lightning manipulation exercises?" Naruto asked, and Kakashi looked at him in surprise. He hadn't expected him to ask something so advanced. "Naruto, don't you think this is a bit advanced for you and you have an affinity for lightning?" Kakashi asked. "Yes, sensei, I have two affinities. Fire and lightning, but my lightning affinity is quite strong. I've already completed the fire manipulation exercises, so it shouldn't be that strong," Naruto said, and Kakashi nodded. This explained why his fire jutsu had punched such a hole. He decided there was no harm in it and lightning users were quite rare in Konoha after Minato-sensei. He was the only lightning user left in the village. He went to Tazuna to ask for something and Tazuna gave him a small box from the building supplies. He took it and walked back to Naruto. Naruto watched as he took out a bulb and gave it to him. Naruto looked at him puzzled. Kakashi decided to explain. "Now, Naruto, this is the first exercise for lightning manipulation. You have to illuminate this bulb with lightning chakra and keep it illuminated for 10 minutes to complete the exercise. Now, Naruto, I won't give you any jutsu before you complete the exercise, since lightning is one of the most dangerous offensive elements, with its dangerous piercing, speed, and electrifying power. So get to it," he said and sat down to read his book as Naruto began the exercise. After they arrived home, they found the newest member of the family, a small boy named Inari. He was a quiet child and Naruto wasn't too worried about him. Sasuke asked what he had trained him in, and Kakashi told him. Sasuke then demanded that he, too, should begin elemental manipulation, but Kakashi said that first they needed proper chakra control. Sasuke argued that he could already perform fire style. The magnificent fireball jutsu, but Kakashi said that performing a jutsu and mastering it were two different things, and he didn't have the chakra to test his affinity. Sasuke snorted and said he was going to sleep. Naruto was startled when a crow flew in through the window and perched on his shoulder. He picked up the letter and knew it was from Izumi. She said she was training for the mast he was supposed to take and told him to come back soon. Naruto laughed and began writing down everything about Zabuza's fights, creating 3 scrolls with detailed information on 3 jutsu he had copied from Zabuza, knowing she had a water affinity and would benefit from it. He told her he would have to fight his accomplice once more and would return soon. He sealed the jutsu scrolls in the letter, tied it to a string, and poofed out. Izumi was on her bed as the crow poofed onto her desk and she picked up the letter. Her eyes widened as she read, "He hired Zabuza. That reckless idiot he was, thinking only he'd come home. I'd make some sense of that idiot." She read about his next fight and was uneasy about him. No matter how strong he was still as dense as a rock when this came, coming out of a fight he couldn't finish. She raised an eyebrow at the seal at the end and channeled chakra as 3 wisps poofed out. She opened them and saw that they were jutsu wisps. Ninja art. Concealed mist jutsu, water style. Drink the dragon jutsu, and water style. Water vortex jutsu. All 3 of them were high A file, and she saw that he had copied them from Zabuza. It was so detailed, from the hand-sealed technique to the way he molded chakra, that everything was down to the last detail. That idiot, he's on a mission and he's still thinking about her. She laughed as she hugged the swirls and thought only one thing. Chapter 13. Time skip, 1 week. Wave Country. It had been a week since Team 7 found Zabuza, and this was any day now they would have to face Zabuza and his accomplice. Naruto slept soundly in his room. Yesterday he had trained extensively and had helped at the bridge construction site with several shadow replicas. Kakashi and the rest of the team with Zabuza had gone to the bridge, leaving Naruto to rest and join them later. Naruto lay awake as he heard some shouting and fighting coming from below. He walked to the window and climbed down the wall, peeking out the kitchen window where he saw Tsunami being drawn and Inari chasing after them and confronting them. He ran after them, charging at the thug as he slammed his sword into the laughing boy, and Tsunami screamed. Metallic sound. The kunai blocked his sword as instead of Inari, Naruto ducked down, blocking the blade. In the hands of another thug, where Tsunami had been, he now held a shadow replica. They had both switched places at the last moment and quickly snapped their knees together, their solar plexus wounds rattling as the wind whipped across them both. They then grabbed their heads and pulled them to their knees as a sickening crack of breaking bones was heard and both were instantly stunned. He dispelled the replica and walked over to Inari and his mother. He ruffled the boy's hair as Tsunami thanked him. That boy had come from afar since their confrontation 3 days ago. He created 10 more replicas and told them to both guard the safe as he rushed to the bridge. With Team 7. On bridge. Kakashi and the team with Tezuno arrived at the bridge to find it in disarray, littered with the corpses of the workers. Suddenly, fog began to envelop the bridge and Kakashi told them to be on guard. Immediately, a smirk was heard as 2 figures emerged from the fog. "We found Kakashi again, where is that blonde-haired brat from last time?" he asked. "He'll be here, don't worry, we'll entertain him until then," he said and lifted his forehead protector. "Sakura protect Izuna, Sasuke takes the masked nin, I'll handle Zabuza," he ordered and they took their positions. "Look at his genin, he's trembling with fear," he said, laughing silently. "I don't tremble from fear, I shake off enthusiasm," he said with a smug arrogant smile. Kakashi and Zabuza disappeared into the mist as Sasuke and Haku struck with a kunai and a senbon needle. Suddenly, Haku began examining the hand seals he had found. 1,000 water needles of death flight. He shouted as the water around him rose and formed several needles, which he then launched at Sasuke. Sasuke's chakra reached his feet and he jumped away. Haku examined more of the hand seals again and shouted. "Demonic ice crystals that reflect," he shouted and a dome of ice mirrors surrounded him. "Please surrender, I don't want to kill you. No one has ever escaped this jutsu alive," Haku said as he stepped into one of the mirrors. "You cannot defeat me. I am an Uchiha, an elite. Only an Uchiha can defeat an Uchiha," he said arrogantly, examining the hand seals. "Fire style. The magnificent fireball jutsu." He shouted and half-heartedly put the yellow fireball to the carving. It crashed into some mirrors and startled them, but they weren't even scratched. "Jutsu of that level won't work against me. Please surrender," he said and threw some needles into his hands and feet and he screamed in pain. They were only meant to be painful, not fatal. "Please surrender, this is your last chance," he said and he adjusted some needles. "Please, you can't defeat me. I'm an Uchiha, an elite. Your Kikei Genkai is nothing compared to the Uchihas, he said as Haku sighed. Haku threw several needles at fatal points this time, but he dodged them. Haku was impressed until he looked directly into his eyes. His eyes, Haku said as Sasuke, confused, looked at his reflection in a mirror to see a Sharingan Tomo in both eyes and smiled with satisfaction. Now he was invincible. His throwing and dodging continued for a while, but Sasuke was now riddled with needles. He was on one panting knee. Haku decided to make this his last shot and took out some deadly poison needles and threw them at him. Sasuke's eyes widened in horror as he watched the needles enter slowly. There was no way he could dodge those. Suddenly he realized. Sasuke. Naruto shouted as he saw with his own Sharingan that he wouldn't be able to step aside. Zabuza and Kakashi turned their heads and looked into the mirror. Sasuke turned his eyes to Naruto and smiled contentedly. In a poof, he was out of the dome as he replaced himself with Naruto. Naruto was confused for a moment. He saw Sasuke being killed, then an intense pain tormented his back. His eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground. Kakashi's eye widened in horror at the trick his genin had pulled. This is disgusting even to me. I didn't know the shinobi blade had fallen until now. Zabuza said to Kakashi. Kakashi said nothing more than that the inner rage was bubbling up inside him. Suddenly, malevolent chakra and a massive amount of red killing intent surged across the bridge. Meanwhile, in Naruto's mindscape. So my jailer is finally coming to visit me? How? A huge booming sound startled Naruto as he stood before the massive metal bars that had a kanji for the seal written on them. Kyuubi, where are you? Am I dead? He asked as he saw the nine-tailed fox open its eyes and stare at him. No, you're not dead, but it's pretty close if I don't do something about it. After all, if you die, I die, he said. But what happened? How did you end up like this, so close to death? One moment I was watching Sasuke die and the next I'm here talking to you. He asked, confused. Your Uchiha teammate used the substitution jutsu to save his own life and substituted himself with you, and you took his killing blow. That cursed clan should have been wiped out long ago, he said contemptuously. Hey. Not all of them look alike, what doesn't speak like they all do, they're all bastards like that Sasuke, he said. Oh, you must mean the bitch who lives with you, huh? Hahaha, you fool, what would that damned clan do for power, you'll see. They just gave you an example by using your teammate. He said with a smug smile that he knew would get under his skin with this. Naruto was red with anger. He was livid. As he challenged Izumi, he would do anything for power. He immediately blew up a board. As a challenge, you say anything about Izumi, that overgrown ball of fur. I swear I'll make you eat those words if you ever say anything about her again. He said, his outburst a huge amount of killing intent that still made the fox raise an eyebrow. This was interesting, and his smug smile widened Naruto's fury even further. As this conversation with you has been entertaining, you must return. I released as much chakra as I could to temporarily repair the damage. You will retain your knowledge for the time being until my demonic chakra flows through you. Then you will need intensive medical treatment, even with my help. That ice girl used a fatal poison that I will try to stop for now, but you must see a doctor if you want to keep us both alive. Now that we're lost, I must sleep. He said and went back to sleep. On bridge. Naruto awoke to a powerful feeling as demonic chakra receded back into his body. Everyone was impressed that he was still alive. His fingernails were now longer, and his hair strands grew deeper. His eyes were red and slit-like. The seal over his eyes could no longer contain potent demonic chakra. He turned on Haku and launched himself with such great speed that Haku didn't even see the punch coming. He crashed through a mirror and fell to the ground unconscious. Suddenly, a hushed laugh was heard as Geto arrived and confessed to his betrayal. Immediately, Zabuza and Team 7 combined forces and charged as Inari arrived with the villagers, and they wiped out some of the thugs, while the others left. Just as the fight ended, Naruto collapsed unconscious, and Kakashi rushed to his side to see him breathing heavily. He, along with Team 7 and Tazuna, went to his house where Kakashi did everything he could with the small medical ninjutsu he knew and stabilized Naruto for the time being, but he knew that he needed the expert medical assistance that was only available in Konoha. He called his team and told them to pack their bags and leave immediately. He summoned Pakin and sent a message to Konoha to have a medical team ready at the gates. As Pakin left, Sasuke and Sakura arrived and Kakashi picked up Naruto. They rushed through the village at full speed. Tazuna, meanwhile, decided to commemorate the bridge to Naruto by calling it the Great Bridge of Naruto. This took them half a day as Kakashi pushed them beyond their limits and they arrived at the gates of Konoha. There, a medical team with the 3rd Hokage awaited them. He was concerned as soon as he received Pakin's message. He knew Kakashi should have abandoned the mission the moment he saw it escalate. He would give him a stern lecture later. The medical team immediately took Naruto and rushed him to the hospital as they worked on him. 2 weeks later. Konoha Hospital. Naruto's eyes blinked open as he stared around and saw that he was in the hospital. He immediately recognized the white ceiling. He saw the clock above the 8-inch wall and saw it was 2 a.m. He tried to sit up but found a heavy weight on his chest and looked down to see a tuft of shaggy black crow's hair lying there. The movement made Izumi wake from her sleep. The past 2 weeks had been hell for her. When an Anbu told her on her doorstep that the Hokage wanted to see her, she was worried something had gone wrong. Then the Hokage told her about Naruto's mission and the trick her brother had played on him and that he was in the hospital. She immediately rushed there and was told he had been poisoned but was now stable. The problem was that he was in a coma and they didn't know when he would wake up. Her world came crashing down at the sight of her hyperactive blonde brother lying there lifeless, hooked up to so many machines. She hadn't left her side of the bed except to go to the bathroom. She'd been eating the hospital cafeteria food the whole time, not wanting to leave. Sleep had eluded her the whole time, barely getting 5 or 6 hours. She had just drifted off when she felt movement beneath her. She opened her onyx eyes to see 2 sapphire orbs staring back at her. They stared for a moment, then she realized he was awake. Her eyes rolled wide and she glumped his head between her breasts. Naruto twitched around for air, but she had an iron grip on his head. After a minute, she let go and Naruto sucked in relief. He tried to speak, but his throat was hoarse and Izumi placed a glass of water to his lips and helped him drink it slowly. "I didn't know you'd miss me so much," he said playfully, and she bonked him over the head like a howl. "What was this for?" he asked, rubbing his head. "You idiot, you've been in a coma for 2 weeks and this is what you say the first time you see me?" she said, just before the end when she started screaming heavily. He saw her eyes, and her cheeks were already puffy from lack of sleep and screaming. He instantly wrapped his arms around her and she screamed at the thief, pressing her neck against his weapon and melting into it. He held her for a few minutes, after which she stopped screaming, but she didn't let go. She pulled her head away and rubbed his hair as he purred, and she giggled foolishly. She knew they were sensitive and he was too cute to pass up the opportunity. As Naruto realized what he was doing, he leaned back and blushed in embarrassment. "Don't do this, I'm not a cat. Don't treat me like one." He howled and she laughed harder. After a while he laughed and she yawned. "Go back to sleep for the night," he said, and she nodded off and laid her head on his chest and finally fell asleep without the tension. He just wrapped another arm around her and brushed her silky hair, tousled from sleep but still beautiful, and fell asleep with a laugh. Chapter 14. Time skip 3 Mises. Hanahagakur Ningun Seido. It had been 3 months for our favorite sun-kissed blonde-haired hero, and much had happened. After the trick Sasuke pulled on the wave, he was reprimanded by the Hokage in front of the entire council. The council members tried to interfere, but a flash of the Hokage and the clan heads shut them down. He had spent a month with Anko trying to teach him the lesson of valuing his comrades. The Hokage told him that one more trick to put a comrade in such a situation, and he would have his chakra and Sharingan sealed. He had become even more arrogant after the wave mission because of his Sharingan. Sakura was still the same. Flattering Sasuke, asking for introductions to Izumi, or worrying about his looks or status. He learned from Izumi that she still came to visit him in the hospital and told him that he had foolishly gotten in the way when her Sasuke-kun could have stepped aside. She even said that the idiot probably wouldn't wake up from his coma and that she should come with her to be with someone in his condition. Izumi had unleashed a huge amount of killing intent and coldly told her to leave before she did something she wouldn't regret. Needless to say, Sakura had taken her warning to heart and ran off with her tail between her legs and hadn't bothered her at the hospital again. Naruto had finally reached level 7 in Fuinjutsu and could now perform hand seals with just the right amount of hand seals. His restraint seals were boosted to level 3 due to his muscles being strengthened with the 9 tails chakra, even though there was no sage mode involved. His lightning manipulation was also fine-tuned and he could now light a bulb for 4 minutes. His lightning affinity, Kakashi told him, was as strong as the second Hokage's water affinity. Kakashi hadn't yet taught him any jutsu for lightning affinity, although he did teach him the Shunshin no Jutsu or body flicker jutsu. He combined it with his lightning manipulation and created lightning Shunshin. It was many times faster than the usual leaf Shunshin, and when he started using it in battle, it looked like a hell of a cooler that disappeared in a flash of lightning instead of a swirling vortex of leaves. Izumi had asked for the principles of his jutsu and he happily told her, after which she created it herself, water Shunshin, in which she disappeared in a whirlpool of water. This was her personal technique and they didn't want to teach it to anyone and it couldn't be copied since they performed it without hand seals. Kakashi had tested Sasuke's affinity and was surprised that he was a primary earth user. He taught him 2 jutsu. Earth style. Earth wall for defense and earth style. Earth dragon bullet for offense. These were both basic jutsu and he had demanded more, but Kakashi had refused, saying that this was over his head for the time being. Sakura was trained in Jinjutsu since she had small reserves and perfect control. Kakashi told her to become a medical ninja, but she refused, saying that she wanted to fight Sasuke and impress him. He instead taught her about some poisons so that she might have something to lose ground to. They were training as usual when a hawk was spotted flying above them, and Kakashi immediately knew what this meant. He told them to keep training and that he would return soon as he disappeared in a swirl of leaves. In the Hokage office. Hiruzen watched as the entire Jonin stood before him, knowing what it was for. It was time for the annual Chunin exams. Hiruzen asked if any Jonin sensei would like to name their teams. Kakashi Haddock, Jonin sensei of Team 7 consisting of Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno and Naruto Uzumaki, appointed them for the Chunin exam. He said and walked away. Kurenai Yuhi, Jonin sensei of Team 8 consisting of Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburam and Hinata Hyuga, I hereby appoint you for the Chunin exam. She said and walked away. Asuma Saratobi, Jonin sensei of Team 10 consisting of Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi and Ino Yamanaka, I appoint them for the Chunin exams. He said and distanced himself. Immediately the grumbling began. All the new recruits were being named, something that hadn't happened in 5 years. Hiruzen nodded and gave them their assignments. And land that train 7. Team 7 was reviewing their education when Kakashi appeared and gave them the Chunin exam forms. He told them he had appointed them and asked if they wished to participate, to be in room 301 at the academy 1 week from now at 9 AM. He said this and left, as all the genin went home. In Naruto's apartment. Naruto came home to think about what to do for the exams. He was sure he was ready, but could he trust his teammates after what had happened in the wave? But then again, since then they had been working flawlessly, even though they weren't exactly close friends. He didn't want to be held back because of his team, and after the promotion, he could still get to work with other teams. He was interrupted by his thoughts as someone sat down next to him. What are you thinking about so intensely? Izumi asked, taking the use of her hands and quickly reading it. So you're going to participate? She asked, and he rested his head down, lost in thought. She knew he was only thinking about his team, since he possessed the skills required to be a Chunin. Yes, I'm going to take them and take my next step to become Hokage. I won't be held back because of my team, he said with a determined look, and she laughed. Suddenly, there was a punch to the door as she got up to open it, and he followed. She opened the door to see an Anbu standing there who gave her a scroll and disappeared. She opened the scroll, read it for a minute with her Sharingan, and burned it. What did she say? Something wrong? He asked, his gaze fixed on her thoughtful face, and she snapped out of her thoughts and laughed at him. Nothing, I've been assigned to guard the Anbu detail during the third part of the Chunin exams, she replied, and he nodded. He asked if she wanted to go outside and get something to eat, and she agreed. Naruto grabbed his jacket and they both left. In the village. Naruto and Izumi were walking down to their favorite sushi restaurant when they noticed a square rock with 2 eye holes following them. Naruto sighed while Izumi laughed foolishly in an attempt to caution. Konohamaru, rocks aren't square. If you're going to hide, at least do it politely. This is just pathetic. He said exasperatedly as the rock flew away and was covered in smoke as Konohamaru, Mogi, and Yuden left. As expected from my eternal rival, boss. Hey. Boss, Izumi Nichan is going to play ninja. He said as Izumi pushed her forehead while Naruto said on another occasion. Naruto baka, what does a ninja play, a ninja play? And stop wasting Izumi-sama's time. Sakura yelled as Izumi gave her an annoyed look while Naruto sighed. Hey. Is she the boss's girlfriend? Yuden asked as Naruto turned green with disgust while Izumi, seeing his reaction, laughed foolishly. You're the crazy Yuden. If anyone's going to be the boss's girlfriend, it'll be Izumi Nichan. Konohamaru said as Naruto blushed and a pinkish flush spread across his face. Seeing this, Konohamaru smiled broadly and continued. Look how good they look together, and look at that girl with the ugly bubblegum, pink hair, living in a vine-like apartment, and look at that forehead. I could paint the entire Hokage monument over it and still leave some space. Don't you dare say she's the chief's girlfriend or compare her to Izumi Nichan. He finished, laughing proudly. Naruto had turned bright red after his explanation of how he and Izumi looked good together, while Izumi herself was a pinky attraction and caressed with her frilly pink skirt. Suddenly a sinister aura enveloped the street as Konohamaru turned around and saw Sakura furiously cracking her knuckles and a mean laugh coming over her face. What did you say to him, you little shit? She said as Konohamaru ran off and she chased after him. Naruto and Izumi followed them to get Konohamaru out of the situation, and as they turned the corner, they saw Konohamaru being held by the neck by a man with a full-body catsuit and a bundle on his back with a girl with dirty blonde hair and 4 pigtails. Sakura was ready and told him to let go and that this was just an accident. Hey. The clown leaves the boy alone. Naruto shouted as Izumi laughed foolishly while the blonde girl laughed. I'm not a clown, you're the idiot. The boy shouted and turned to glare at him. I'm sorry, miss, could you please leave him alone? he said as Izumi laughed a little harder and the blonde-haired girl held back her laughter. I'm a boy, you stupid blondie. The boy shouted and fumed. Then why are you carrying them? He asked again very innocently, and Izumi held her, tears welling in her eyes, and the blonde girl was on her knees, hitting her fist on the ground, laughing. This isn't war paint. He shouted and let the boy go, who immediately rushed behind Izumi. Naruto pulled out a kunai, disappeared, and reappeared in a flash. They put a kunai to his neck and the boy began to sweat bullets. Take your hands off the lump now. Naruto said as the boy swallowed and did as he was told. And tell your teammate to come down too, he said in a loud cold voice. Sasuke, who was watching the whole ordeal from a branch, was startled as he heard a voice behind him. Tenkuro, you are a disgrace to our village. As a boy with red hair and dark circles under his eyes came up behind him in a swirl of sand, Naruto Shunshin beside Izumi. Sasuke fumed, unable to sense him as the dope made his way away. I apologize for my teammate's actions, he said, and Naruto nodded, turned, and started walking away with his team. Sasuke jumped down and asked. Hey. You with the pumpkin, what's your name? He said in a satisfied voice. I am Gaara of the desert and I am also curious about you, he said in a monotone voice, and Sasuke smiled with satisfaction. I am Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. Heir to the great Uchiha clan, he said in a smug voice while Izumi rolled her eyes. Her brother's attitude was embarrassing. Naruto just shook his head in arrogance and Gaara gave him an annoyed look. No, you don't interest me. Can you tell me your names? He asked, pointing to Naruto and Izumi, while Konohamaru chuckled and Sasuke fumed, ignoring him. Naruto Uzumaki, it's a pleasure to find you. Naruto said cheerfully as Temari gave him a longing look that he didn't notice, while Izumi glared at her angrily. It's nice to find Izumi Uchiha, she said in her monotone voice, and Gaara nodded. The mother will have her blood. Temari Kankuro, let's go. He said as Temari gave Naruto one last long look while Izumi narrowed her eyes at her. Naruto didn't notice the eye war and started walking to the sushi restaurant with each of them following behind him. These were going to be interesting exams, he thought. Time skip 1 week. Konoha Ninja Academia. Naruto had spent the entire week just studying for free, doing a little reading, and spending the rest of his time with Izumi to be fully rested for the exams. He passed by the entrance of the academy and saw Sasuke cramming, while Sakura asked him if he wanted to go out with her after the exams. He walked past them and they entered the academy. They came to the second floor, and Naruto saw a weak genin cast a small genjutsu, which he was able to uncover just as he was about to leave. Come out, genjutsu, and let me pass. Sasuke said arrogantly, while Sakura said, in a cocky way, it was Sasuke-kun. That idiot just increased the competition by indicating the test and painted a target on it, Naruto thought as he sighed. The two guards decided to test it with a thrown kick, and Sasuke did the same when a green elastic synthetic fiber carrying the boy with caterpillars above his eyebrows stopped them both with his bare hands. He saw his two other teammates, a Hyuga and a girl with her hair in two buns that resembled a panda. He watched them fight, and the rock leeward boy called out, asking Sakura for a date, but he was taken down. He walked with his team to the exam space when that rock leeward boy again stopped them and challenged Sasuke to a fight and passed him his donkey. Naruto noticed with his Sharingan that his chakra network was damaged and he was using pure Taijutsu. He must be a very resilient worker, he reflected. The fight was broken up by his older sensei, who, after punishing him, hugged him, and a sunset with a beach appeared behind them. Not even his Sharingan could break that cursed genjutsu. He approached and introduced himself, seeming like a decent guy. He said something about the spring of youth and asked if he wanted to be his eternal rival, but he said he would think about it, not really understanding what it was as they reached space, and Kakashi told them about team participation. Naruto asked Kakashi if he knew what an eternal rival was. Kakashi's eyes widened in horror as he shook his shoulders and asked if he would find someone with green elastic synthetic fibers and thick eyebrows, and he nodded, saying it was exactly as they looked. He shrugged again and asked if he agreed, but he shook his head as Kakashi sighed in relief. His pupil had dodged a bullet there. He then told him to stay away from them and gave him some tips on how to act around them and never fall under the curse of springtime youth, or he too would have thick eyebrows and would take those who made them swear on their ninja way, and they agreed. Naruto's sweat dripped down, and the Jonin, startled, nodded as Kakashi nodded and turned normally, wishing them luck as they entered space, and he thought of only one thing. Let the Chunin exams begin. Chapter 15. Hanahagakure Ningun Seido. Konoha Ninja Academia. Space 301. As Team 7 entered the space, they saw hundreds of genin from many different villages, all fleeing with murderous intent. Sasuke and Sakura were somewhat intimidated, but Naruto shrugged it off. Izumi had shown him much worse, and when you have the blood of a 100-footed fox in your gut, it's a little difficult to scare you. Suddenly, Naruto heard a squeal. "Sasuke-kun, did you miss me?" Ino squealed and asked while Sakura was furious. "No pig hands," Sakura said, and they began to argue. Naruto tempered them out until another lazy voice was heard. "You're here too, Naruto, you're annoying," Shikamaru said, and Naruto laughed. He was a good friend, and they bumped fists while Choji nodded in greeting, not wanting to stop eating, and he nodded back. "It looks like the whole squad is here," Kiba said as teammate walked past him. He and Kiba exchanged blows. He was loud, unpleasant, but a good and loyal friend, and he headbutted Shino, who headbutted back. He made Hinata laugh, who blushed and laughed back, hiding behind Kiba. She was too shy of her own good. "The man, you guys are loud," a silver-haired crystal-clad boy came and said. He saw that he was wearing a leaf headband. He told them that he could give them information regarding the other participants with their cards and that this was his 7th attempt. Naruto felt that something was off, as could someone fail this so many times. He gave them the information about the participating villages and asked if they wanted to know about anyone. Sasuke named Leeward of Rock and Gaara of the Desert, while Shikamaru named Naruto Uzumaki, and they all looked at him in surprise. Naruto glared at him angrily, while he just smiled with satisfaction. Those condemning Nara were too damn sympathetic for their own good. Kabuto started with Leeward of Rock. He was an average Taijutsu user with nothing special. Gaara was an interesting one when he told them about never having been harmed on a mission. As he pulled out Naruto's card, he snatched it from him and quickly read it. It had accurate details. In fact, he was overly detailed. His Fuinjutsu skills, his mission with Mizuki, his affinities, and his skill levels were all perfect. He channeled fire chakra into the card and burned it as he glared angrily at the man who began to sweat. "I don't know where you got that information, but your report is far too detailed, and you say this is your 7th attempt when this is our first. Yet you have such strange information about us," he said as Kabuto's perspiration increased while Shikamaru narrowed his eyes. He was right. If Kabuto had categorized the information about them, then it was strange, and his 7th attempt was also suspicious. They were broken out of their thoughts as Ibiki appeared and began the written exam. Naruto deduced that they, as he suspected, were cheating, just like Sasuke. Both activating the Sharingan and copying hand movements, while Sakura already knew the answers. He asked the 10th question and said this was a trick question, just to test their guts. Just as he finished, the window shattered and a flag flew in. "The attractive and only prosecutor for the second exams, Anko Mitarashi, is here." This was announced as a scantily clad woman entered. Her purple hair was pulled down in a tangled ponytail. She told them to find her at Earth Training Ground 44 in 1 hour and left as Ibiki began collecting papers. As he picked up Naruto's paper, he read a message on the back that made his eyes turn cold and he went to the Hokage. This is what he read. "Kabuto Yakushi is a spy." He reported it to the Hokage who assigned an Anbu team to follow him as he knew that Naruto didn't joke or prank on matters like these and he could examine people quite carefully. Earth Education 44. As Team 7 came to Earth Training 44, they saw a huge forest with high fences and warnings hanging all around it. "Welcome, worms, to my home education at Mulan 44 Forest, Aka Death Forest. This will be your testing area for the second round of exams. This will be a survival exercise. You will spend 5 days there and will be given one of these scrolls, either the Sky Scroll or the Earth Scroll. Your objective will be to obtain both of these scrolls and reach the tower in the middle of the forest within 5 days. Everything is permitted, including killing." She finished as each of them nodded. "What about food?" Choji asked. "There's plenty of food in the forest, believe me, but be careful or you might make food for yourself," she said and laughed quietly. She handed out waivers for them to sign. They weren't responsible for any deaths. Team 7 signed the waivers and gave a scroll of dirt to her. Sasuke said he would keep the scroll since he was the strongest and Naruto didn't argue with him, while Sakura happily agreed. They came to the gates of the forest and rushed in as the buzzer sounded outside. Naruto stopped them and started. "We should make a plan for how we should proceed over the next 5 days. We set traps and wait for the enemy to come, or we ambush them near the tower," Naruto said. "And who made him the leader?" Sasuke asked arrogantly as Naruto sighed. "Do you have a better idea?" he asked as Sasuke smiled contentedly. "Yes, I do. We found a team attacking them, they take their swivel and head for the tower," he said smugly, while Sakura, agreeing with his plan, thought it was flawless. Naruto tried to talk them out, but they wouldn't listen. So in the end, he reluctantly agreed. They scanned the forest, and Naruto sensed a team nearby and stopped. They hid in the trees and watched them set up camp. It was a rain team. As Naruto began to plan his first move, Sasuke moved in and engaged one into jutsu. Sakura put the other under a genjutsu and used poison senbon needles, knocking him unconscious. Naruto appeared behind the third in a lightning shunshin, placed 2 fingers on his neck and channeled lightning chakra as the man fell paralyzed. Moments later, Sasuke half-burned his opponent with a fire-style. Magnificent fireball jutsu. They scrambled for their opponents, and Naruto saw that his opponent had a wisp of earth. He sighed in disappointment. They started walking through the forest when suddenly a huge gust of wind appeared and swept Naruto away. But Naruto stopped falling as he crashed into a tree on his back. He was stunned for a moment before his eyes focused on what was a rather high-flying wind-powered jutsu. No normal genin had the chakra to perform it. He was snapped out of his thoughts as a huge snake appeared and tried to swallow him whole. He stretched out of the way and dodged to the side. But the snake wouldn't let up. He slithered and dodged with his superior speed and was determined to finish it off. He suddenly made an angry hand seal. Ninja art. The multi-shadow reproduction jutsu. He shouted as 4 reproductions appeared and stood in a square formation around the snake and began examining strange hand seals. Uzumaki seal hunting style. 4-way paralysis seal. The reproductions shouted in harmony as kanji appeared and covered the snake, freezing it unable to move. The original began weaving hand seals. Fire style. The magnificent fireball jutsu. He shouted and launched a massive white fireball at the snake, charring it to a crisp, and an explosion rocked the field. As the smoke cleared, there was only a cooked snake left in a crater, and it suddenly poofed out of existence. His eyes widened. He was a summoner. Not just anyone summons a snake. There were only 2 snake summoners in the elemental nations. One was the proctor of this exam, so this meant. His breath caught as he expanded his sensory abilities. He felt a strong presence. His 2 teammates were definitely on it. They wouldn't survive if he didn't clear a path of escape for them. And if he had sent them away from his team, then he wanted something from those 2. He released his restraint seals and activated his Sharingan beneath the seal. But what could he possibly want with them? He didn't have time to ponder that. He locked into his signature and used the Shunshin lightning to jump into position and disappeared in a flash of lightning. On Sasuke y Sakura. As soon as Naruto flew away, a creepy woman came and asked if they needed a wisp of sky, and Sasuke smiled with satisfaction at the sight of it. But then she swallowed the wisp and told them to fight to the death for it, and she pulled down his eyelid with her index finger. Sasuke and Sakura saw visions of their deaths from the killing intent she unleashed. Sasuke jammed a kunai into his right thigh, picked up Sakura, and leaped away, fleeing into the trees. There was no way they could fight her. She was on a whole other level than Zabuza. As Sasuke hid, a snake appeared behind him, and he jumped away in fright, throwing some shurikens as it stood and laughed silently. This was the scene Naruto saw, and he decided to hide and think of a plan to escape alive. That was it for Zero. "Ah, how nice of you to join us, Naruto-kun, kukuku." The lady laughed quietly, and Naruto cursed her breath at the discovery so easily. He jumped down and perched on a branch, his arms crossed. As Sasuke and Sakura looked up, he saw pure fear in their eyes, and then he looked up at the lady. "What are you doing here, Orochimaru?" Naruto asked, hoping to buy himself some time to think of a strategy. The woman laughed quietly. "Quite the perceptive one, aren't we, Naruto-kun?" "Well, I expected nothing less from the son of Minato and Kushina, Kukuku," the lady said as she peeled back the skin of Orochimaru's face. Sasuke and Sakura shook, knowing they had risen up against the snake Sannin, while Naruto himself stood on the edge. Naruto's eyes widened at the name of his father and mother, and he looked at Sasuke, too frightened to notice what Sakura said. "Alright, now that the introductions are over, let's get on with the show. We're going to see what you have to offer, Naruto-kun. I want to see that man's son in action, and then I'll move on to our beloved Sasuke-kun," he said, blaming Naruto, but Naruto saw him coming with his Sharingan. He blocked the fist coming at his face and threw a kick to his ribs, which Orochimaru blocked and followed up with kicks to the head that sent him flying. Naruto regained control of his feet between heaven and earth and slid into a stand and ducked into another kick, then delivered an uppercut to Orochimaru, who took a step back. They traded punches and kicks as Orochimaru tested him into jutsu. Meanwhile, Sakura silently came to Sasuke's side, mesmerized as he watched the fight in fear. Sasuke-kun will escape while Naruto Baka keeps him distracted. Even if he dies, no one will care for one less loser clan. He escaped anyway. She whispered to him, and he nodded as they both silently avoided the clearing. Naruto was being pressured against Orochimaru and knew that he was just toying with him. "Sasuke comes here and gives me a hand that I can't do alone," he shouted, but was confused as no response came for a few moments. "Sasuke. Sakura," he shouted and felt this. They were no longer in the clearing. He seethed inside. Those bastards had used him as a distraction and left him at the mercy of a line of snipers. Orochimaru, at the sight of this, laughed silently. "Kukuku me, how powerful Uchiha has fallen. Is this what the heir of the Uchiha clan has fallen to? A pity." Orochimaru laughed quietly, and Naruto decided to take this up a notch. He threw 7 shurikens at Orochimaru, who took a step to the side. but he realized they had wires attached to them. He then saw Naruto manipulating them with his mouth and fingers simultaneously. His eyes widened as he was enveloped in chakra-infused wires and now tied to a tree as Naruto raced with him using hand seals at blinding speeds. Fire style. Dragon Flame Jutsu. Naruto pumped a massive amount of chakra into the jutsu as the hot white flame shot straight at Orochimaru, burning him up and incinerating 10 trees directly behind him. Naruto gasped and smiled with satisfaction, but watched a burned body dissolve into mud as a knee made contact with his solar plexus. Orochimaru placed 2 fingers on his forehead and pumped corrupted chakra through it for a moment before kicking him into a tree. As Naruto looked down at him, he gasped and then laughed silently and wickedly. It was the Sharingan windmill manipulation triple attack without a doubt. So Minato hid this little secret all those years that the cunning dog Orochimaru thought as he looked at his 2 Sharingan Tamo that were visible to the world now with the seal broken. Fukuku me, such courage over the Sharingan at such a young age to use that man's signature jutsu combo so efficiently, you amuse me to no end, Naruto-kun. He chuckled quietly as Naruto's eyes widened and he coughed up some blood. The seal must have somehow broken during the fight. He was snapped out of his thoughts as Orochimaru spoke again. After the disappointing performance of our young Sasuke-kun, perhaps I should visit young Izumi-chan. I've heard she's quite the prodigy. Perhaps she'll have what I'm looking for. I've also heard that you two are quite close. I didn't want her because she was a girl, but now I guess I should go and visit her. He said as Naruto's eyes were shaded by his air. Inside his mind, the fox awoke, hearing the insult that his container would now hurl at the Saiyan snake. He knew this was going to be ugly even if he couldn't win. How do I challenge you? Naruto whispered as Orochimaru raised his ear, his eyes still shaded by his gold and pink locks, raising an eyebrow as he listened to what he had to say. As a challenge, you speak Izumi-chan's name from your disgusting mouth. You dare threaten her in front of me? I'll show you the true power of the Sharingan. Naruto roared as he stood up, raising a furious expression on his face as the fox grinned openly in its cage. Now that the disgusting snake was in for it, Naruto unleashed a massive pulse of chakra that was felt throughout the forest as Orochimaru covered his eyes. When he opened them, he saw Naruto staring at him, now unconsciously channeling lightning chakra through his body, sparks flowing around him, and his hair swirling wildly. But what intimidated him most were the now different eyes. Naruto's rage had developed. The Sharingan had fully matured, and now 3 Tamo swirled haphazardly in his eyes. His fully powered Sharingan burned with fury as he glared at the snake Sannin. Yes, his Uchiha blood has finally come to a boil, Kukuku. Orochimaru thought as he stared intently into his eyes. He immediately used his Shunshin lightning and appeared directly in front of the snake Sannin, unleashing a lightning chakra-enhanced punch directly into his face. A sickening crack was heard as his nose broke. He flew as Naruto disappeared again and reappeared behind where Orochimaru was about to crash, kicking him high into the air. He vanished once more and reappeared where Orochimaru was about to appear, joining his 2 fists and slamming them into his stomach as he was hurled to the ground. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Naruto appeared and delivered an axe kick to his stomach, cratering him into the earth, and jumped back. Orochimaru got up and stared at him, then disappeared and came in front of him with a kick. He was impressed as Naruto blocked it, but then he understood. His 3 Sharingan Tamo, coupled with enhanced reflexes, lightning affinity, and sensory abilities, allowed him to maintain his speed even at full speed. They examined the Taijutsu strike for the blow when suddenly Orochimaru pulled a sword from his mouth and stabbed him through the heart, but he vanished in a puff of smoke. The replacement, which he thought was him again, was wrapped in wires with those shurikens and tied to a tree, but he noticed that the wires were now laced with lightning chakra and he couldn't use any Kawarimi jutsu. Naruto examined hand seals for his signature jutsu and finished on the tiger and yelled. Fire style. Dragon Flame Jutsu. He pumped every last ounce of his chakra and unleashed hell upon him, and he heard his screams fade away. Naruto collapsed to the ground on one knee, coughing up blood as his Sharingan deactivated from chakra exhaustion. He stared in horror as the mouth of the burned body opened wide, and Orochimaru, absolutely fine, emerged laughing silently. Fukuku, yes, you are truly his son and a true Uchiha. You will be perfect. To push me to use this jutsu even if I held back, the desire not to be discovered by the Anbu is self-defeating. I will leave you with a gift. He said and formed a half-ram seal as his neck lengthened and he bit into another. Naruto's neck and he screamed as his body burned from the inside. He put a wisp of sky in his bag. Survive, Naruto-kun, and pass the exams, we'll meet again. Now I must leave and find your teammate, Kukuku. He chuckled quietly and dissolved into the earth. Shikamaru and his team came to the clearing after sensing that pulse of chakra and saw Naruto writhing on the ground, his throat tight with blood. As he was about to go to his aid, Ino placed a hand on his shoulder and he glared at her, annoyed. What if this is a trap? She asked and Shikamaru slapped her hand away. Naruto doesn't play these cheap tricks. I know him and he's a friend. He's in pain and there's no one to help him. Now step aside or I'll do it to you. He said with a flash of anger as Ino stepped back, never having seen him this angry before. He and Choji had helped him up and were shocked by his condition. Cuts, injuries, and burning and pulsed wounds had been sealing him. He had a high fever and was whimpering. Just as they were about to pick him up, an Anbu came and immediately ordered them to stand back. They complied and watched as the Anbu took his head in his lap and began to remove his mask. "It's alright, Naruto-kun, I'm here now," a melodious voice said, and Naruto stared at Izumi as she brushed her fingers through his hair, his whimpering and twitching stopping. She placed her fingers on his neck and kissed his forehead as she pulsed his chakra, and he fell unconscious. She tended to his wounds and fever. She had sensed the chakra pulse when she patrolled around the forest and felt another large source of chakra besides it, one that was definitely not from a genin. She recognized the first pulse immediately and had rushed to him. Shikamaru and Team 10 just stared silently as she tried to talk to him and said nothing as she continued working, while Shikamaru's brain worked on overwhelming the thought of only one thing. What happened to Naruto and where is his team? Chapter 16. Hanahagakure Ningun Seido. The next day. Earth Education 44. The Tower Infirmary in the Forest of Death. Naruto was brought in yesterday and Izumi called the Hokage after seeing his condition and that he was still unconscious and burning up. As Hiruzen saw the mark on his neck, he immediately turned and, horrified, paled, ordered the video footage from the forest. They watched the entire fight of Naruto, the snake he summoned, facing the Sannin. His team betrayed him and he was startled as he became enraged when he said he would pursue Izumi, his heart burning at the sight of her reaction. He was stunned as he pushed Orochimaru to his limits and finally saw Orochimaru give him the cursed seal. Izumi tore a tear in her throat, screaming in pain, while Hiruzen looked down in shame. This was his inability to kill him all those years ago, and now his grandson was suffering. They were dismissed from their reflections as Anko spoke. "We should kill him before he becomes Orochimaru's slave and puts him in his misery," Anko said coldly before she was slammed against a wall with a kunai pressed against her neck as Izumi glared angrily at her with his Sharingan. "Say one more word about him and you won't have that tongue to speak to him," she said coldly. "That's quite enough." Hiruzen roared as Izumi left Anko and sat down next to Naruto, running her fingers through his hair. Hiruzen laughed at her. At least Naruto had someone to lose ground to and oppose the seal. The silence of space was broken as an Anbu squad appeared, slanting overhead. "Okage-sama, Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno have been brought to the tower. It seems Orochimaru got to them before us and marked Uchiha. But he's awake now. When we found him, he was using the seal of his own free will," the Anbu said, and Hiruzen nodded and asked Izumi and Anko to come with him. Izumi was reluctant to leave Naruto, but in the end agreed. They both arrived at the tower residence and entered the living quarters to find Sasuke and Sakura sitting on the beds. As they approached, Sakura leaned forward, while Sasuke simply sat down directly on top of her. Shortly after, Kakashi appeared to greet his team, thinking they had passed by. He was surprised to see Hiruzen, Izumi, and Anko there. "Sakura, Sasuke, do you know where Naruto is?" Hiruzen asked as Sasuke looked away, but Sakura answered. "No, Hokage-sama, that idiot left us in the middle of a fight and ran away while Sasuke-kun saved me," she said, wanting to tell the Hokage before Naruto arrived. Sasuke said nothing, simply keeping his eyes on the window, while Kakashi was surprised that Naruto would do this. He wasn't one to give up on teammates. Izumi was about to attack, but a steady gaze from Hiruzen told her to retreat, and she obeyed. "I can't believe Naruto did this. I don't know what to say." Kakashi looked down in embarrassment as Hiruzen spoke. "And you shouldn't, Kakashi, because Naruto didn't abandon them. Instead, he was another way around," he said as Kakashi looked impressed while Kakashi and Izumi glared angrily at Sakura, who was sweating from being caught. "Do you know, Kakashi, who they left alone at the mercy of after using them as a distraction?" Hiruzen asked. No, Hokage-sama looked at him curiously and he saw that Izumi had clenched her fists. "They left him alone at the mercy of Orochimaru the Snake Sannin after he tried to find a way to get them out together," he said coldly as Kakashi's eye widened in horror and he turned his head toward Sakura, his killing intent gone. "Is it really true?" he asked coldly as Sakura's tone turned horribly white and she began to writhe. Slap. Sakura didn't miss her shot as Kakashi slapped her and turned to face Sasuke. He asked again. "Is it really true?" he asked and Sasuke nodded as Kakashi turned to Hiruzen and bent down in embarrassment. "I am Hokage-sama and I regret to say that I have failed as a sensei. I hereby disband Team 7 immediately and declare that Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno are unfit to serve in the ninja force. Can you tell me where my only student is and what he is like?" he said as Sasuke's head came into focus and he spoke. "You can't do this to me, I'm an Uchiha, an elite," he said fervently. Slap. Another slap made prosper in space as Izumi slapped Sasuke with her hand and glared at him with her Sharingan, and he was impressed that she slapped him with her hand. You are a disgrace to the Uchiha clan name. Uchiha are not cowards who abandon their comrades and races. I'm disgusted that you still call yourself my brother. You should have seen Naruto-kun at least fight to the end knowing he couldn't win, and you still gave Orochimaru a run for his money. I hereby exercise my rights as a clan heir and the Uchiha clan seat on the village council, and I hereby strip you of your clan name and take away your rights as an Uchiha. She said as tears streamed down her face as Sasuke and Sakura looked on, stunned. Their petition as the heir of the Uchiha clan has been duly noted and approved, effective immediately. Hiruzen said, and Izumi nodded and left with Kakashi to go to Naruto. Both of your punishments will be decided after the exams by the council, and for now, your suspension is effective immediately. He said and left the room with Anko. Sasuke was furious. Everything had been taken from him. His ninja status, his headband, even his clan name. Orochimaru was right. This village was being used to cultivate everything for this dope. He would show him one day. As Kakashi entered the room, he saw Naruto lying on the bed with machines connected to him, a tear falling over his eye. Hiruzen told him to come with him and showed him the fight between Naruto and Orochimaru. Kakashi was proud of his pupil. He may have been defeated, but he really gave him a run for his money. He told Anko and Kakashi that the secret to his Sharingan was a class 1 secret and they both nodded. Izumi was also impressed by his Sharingan and the skill with which he wielded it, but she was hurt, so he kept it a secret from her. Meanwhile, in Naruto's mindscape. Hey. The brat wakes up. The fox said as Naruto saw the fox and looked around to see many snaking in his mind's maze. He looked back at the fox and asked. What's going on here? He asked, confused. That cursed serpent gave him a cursed seal with its soul infused into it, making him its personal slave. I destroyed its soul in the seal, but the influence is still there and it will take some time to remove the rest of it. That's what those cursed serpents are. He said and crushed a snake that was near him. So you can take it off? He asked half-heartedly. Of course I can remove it. What do you think you're doing? I'm not the great Kyuubi, nor any Kitsune lord of the Biju. No one will control my container except me. He said proudly as Naruto's sweat dripped down his face in response. Yes, thanks anyway, he said, and the Kyuubi snorted. Don't thank me. You won't be able to use your chakra or your Sharingan for a week until I'm done, or the seal's influence will take over your pathetic mind, he said, not expecting her gratitude. Well, it would be a problem, but I can handle it. But thank Kyuubi anyway, he said, turning the mind strike on the Bahordo, before he could hear him speak again. Kurama, he said as Naruto looked at him confused. My name is Kurama, not the Kyuubi, and don't tell anyone or I'll tear you to pieces, he said. You're real softy inside, you're not the furball, he said as the fox roared. Why do you come here so often? Then I can tear you to pieces. He roared. Yes, love him too, Kurama. He laughed and came out of his mental fog. Kurama sat his head on his paws and thought as he smiled contentedly. You damn brat. Out of his mind's bulge. Naruto opened his eyes and groaned in pain. He was covered in bandages and the wound on his neck where that damned pedophile had bitten him hurt like hell. He tried to move but felt something on his chest and had an idea of what it was since he had last seen her before falling unconscious. He looked down and saw a silky-haired crow's head lying on his chest. He laughed and ran his fingers through her hair. She snuggled against his chest and he laughed foolishly. The vibrations woke her as she stared up and saw his sapphire blue orb staring at her with a laugh as he brushed her hair. Her eyes rolled wide and Naruto knew what was coming next. He tried to stop her, but before he could say anything, she glumped his head between her breasts in an iron grip and he squirmed for air. After a minute, she let go and he breathed. This was becoming a habit now. Naruto-kun, you're awake. She said as Naruto raised an eyebrow at the suffix and she had a faint pink blush when she realized what she had said. He smiled broadly. Hi Izumi-chan, he said, and her blush turned an attractive pink. She started playing with the blanket and he laughed at her embarrassment. She bonked him on the head and giggled silly as he rubbed her head. She was surprised when he wrapped his arms around her, but she melted in his embrace. He was afraid he wouldn't see her again and tightened his grip as Izumi worried something had gone wrong. She reached down and placed a hand on her cheek and asked softly. What's wrong? She asked, and he avoided her fixed gaze, but she turned her face and made him examine her eyes as a tear slid down her eye and she became worried and was about to speak, but he spoke first. I'm sorry, he said, and she tilted her head to the side in confusion. What was he sorry about? I've kept some secrets from you because I was afraid of what you might think of me, but being so close to death this time, I want to tell you everything. You're the only one I trust with my secrets, and if you hate me after hearing this, I'd understand, but I have to get this off my chest. he said, and Izumi said nothing more than that she knew nothing would make her hate him. He was too cute to be hated. I don't have the Kyuubi or any kitsune sealed inside me, and I am the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. During that night 13 years ago, the Kyuubi wasn't killed. It was sealed inside a newborn baby me. He lifted his shirt, channeled some chakra, and showed her the seal. She said nothing, only listened to him. His face showed no expression. He continued. The fourth Hokage was an honorable man, but he couldn't ask anyone to sacrifice their child when he wasn't willing to sacrifice his own. So he sealed it within his own son, he said, taking a breath as he followed Izumi, who looked at him emotionlessly, listening intently. My grandfather was the founder of Konoha, and its greatest traitor was Madara Uchiha. He didn't die in the Valley of the End. He had a family, and his son was Minato Namikaze, who later became the fourth Hokage and gave birth to me. He finished and looked at Izumi, who was staring at him with a blank expression. She raised her hand, closed her eyes, and turned her head away, expecting a slap. It was okay. At least she knew the truth. She placed a hand on her cheek and turned her head to face her eyes still closed. She spoke softly. Open your eyes, she said, and he opened them to see her looking at him with love instead of lust. You think I would hate you after knowing this? I'm hurt that you would still think this. I don't care if you were the Shinigami himself. To me, you are just Naruto, my Naruto, she said and rubbed his cheek affectionately. Izumi, he whispered as she laughed. She wasn't worried about anything. She hadn't given it a second thought. She simply accepted it. She accepted it. He did the only thing his heart told him to do and acted on instinct. He closed his eyes, leaning forward, and captured her lips. Izumi was stunned as he kissed her, but in an instant, she wrapped her arms around his neck and responded to the young lady with a serious expression. Naruto felt his heart prickle as she returned the kiss, and he deepened it. She felt his tongue lick her lower lip and immediately opened her mouth as he guided his tongue inside, massaging it with her own. In an instant, she pushed his tongue back and thrust it into her mouth as she explored it, her fingers tracing her golden locks. He had one arm wrapped around her waist and the other brushing her silky raven hair. In an instant, they both broke a trail of saliva from their mouths as Naruto breathed heavily while Izumi looked on, blushing. He caught her unexpectedly when he pulled her down and ended up straddling her, capturing her lips again. She didn't care a bit and responded equally heavily. Naruto was in heaven. She had such soft lips. His tongue was so big as it massaged her. She tasted like vanilla. Izumi had similar thoughts in her mind. Their intimate session continued for 10 minutes before they both broke into gasps. Izumi's lips flushed slightly. Naruto was breathing heavily. Both of their eyes stared blankly. Naruto simply hugged her, and she hugged him back. He broke the hug, and Izumi looked at him, confused. But what he said next made her heart stop. Izumi-chan, will you be my girlfriend? He asked with a loving expression in his eyes. Izumi's own eyes held the same expression as she answered. Yes, she said and felt a drop on her cheek. She looked around and saw Naruto laughing and shouting. She lowered her head, kissed both of his eyes to erase the tears, and brought his head to the thief's neck, controlling his fingers through his hair and saying. Sleep, Naru-kun, you need the rest. Good night. She said, and he pulled the blanket up and fell asleep in her arms. She slept with a laugh on her face, holding him. Chapter 17. Hanahagakure no Sado. Earth Education 44. The Tower Infirmary in Death Forest. Izumi awoke in the sunlight and stared down to see Naruto's head perched on her arms. She controlled his fingers through her golden locks and he snuggled against her collarbone. She giggled foolishly. The events of the previous night flashed through her mind as a rosy blush spread across her cheeks. She closed her eyes and sighed contentedly. Naruto awoke and saw her laughing, and he laughed too. His eyes remained closed and he pecked at her lips. She gazed at him lovingly and hugged him. Good morning, Naru-kun. She whispered and he blushed at the sound of her name. Good morning, Aizu-chan. He whispered and she blushed, oinking at his name. She broke her head away and looked at him. He was confused when she broke the hug, but he was happy when she kissed him. He kissed her back equally passionately when a cough was heard and they separated. Both turned around and saw Kakashi, Anko, and Hiruzen standing there. Anko was smiling broadly while Kakashi laughed foolishly and wickedly, and Hiruzen had a pleased, amused smile on his face. Izumi buried her face in Naruto's neck in embarrassment, and Kakashi began reciting a paragraph from Ichiha Tactics when a clipboard with a medical chart tore it across Naruto's face, turning him red and fuming. Izumi held it even harder and was as red as a tomato with embarrassment, and Hiruzen laughed at their antics. Alright Naruto-kun, I'm sorry to interrupt you both at this moment, but I need to address you regarding the cursed seal hunt that Kakashi will be conducting here, Hiruzen said. There's no need for the fox to enter for a week. He said and quoted, I won't let anyone control my container except me. He said as Hiruzen's eyes widened. He and Kakashi knew he might target the fox after he told them about Onda's mission, but this was a relief. Anko was impressed that the fox could remove the seal just like this. "Are you sure, Naruto-kun?" he asked again, concerned. Naruto laughed and said. I just can't use my chakra for a week and it will be gone," he said, and Hiruzen nodded. "Well, Naruto-kun, I also had to tell you that you'll have to participate in the preliminaries tomorrow, as I mentioned, due to unusual circumstances." He laughed, and Naruto smiled broadly. "Just be careful not to use just any chakra," he said, and Naruto nodded. They started to leave, but Kakashi gave him 2 thumbs up before they left, and Naruto flashed a glow. "They're gone, you can leave now," he whispered to her. I'm comfortable," she said, and he laughed quietly. They spent the rest of the day talking and in bed. The next day. All the previous genin stood in the arena as the Hokage gave his speech, and then Heiei came and asked if anyone wanted to leave. Kabuto and his team raised their hands as Hiruzen narrowed his eyes at them. Then Heiei explained the rules of the matchmaking and that the matches would be drawn randomly. "I won't go into other matchmaking details. The finalists will be the same, except Sasuke is replaced by Rock Leeward in the finals. Naruto vs Kiba. Hey. We got the dough Bakamaru, this will be a piece of cake," he said and jumped down. "Annoying that he underestimates him," Shikamaru said, and Ino looked at him perplexed. Naruto descended the ladder and, with a touch, knew this would be tough. He deactivated the restraint seals and only had Taijutsu to rely on. But he was lucky that he knew Inyazuka too, so he drew ninjutsu from his Taijutsu. He got into his stance as Kiba looked satisfied on his face. "I won't have to use Akamaru for this yet." He laughed, but Naruto didn't say anything. Hajime Heiei shouted and distanced himself. Kiba was just about to attack when Naruto vanished from sight, his eyes widening as he felt Naruto slam his fist into his face and be thrown back. Akamaru attacked Naruto, distracting him as Kiba stood up, dazed, blood gurgling from his nose. He tossed a pill at Akamaru, who quickly jumped and swallowed it, then popped a pill in his own mouth. Akamaru's skin flushed red, and Kiba grew more ferocious as Naruto felt his chakra surge. Suddenly, Akamaru leaped onto Kiba's head as Kiba screamed. Man-beast mimicry. The man-beast reproduction as suddenly there were 2 Kibas one on top of the other. They suddenly threw smoke bombs at him, and Naruto cursed under their breath why he wouldn't use his Sharingan right now. No, he trusted his lineage too much. Damn it, this is what he thinks. Behold. He heightened his senses and closed his eyes as he concentrated. He suddenly heard Kiba scream from outside. Human-beast reproduction. Fang over fang, he realized as he felt 2 signatures coming at him quickly. He closed in on them and predicted when they would land on him. At the last moment, he leaped into the air, threw himself around, and delivered an axe kick over a cyclone, revealing it to be Akamaru, who now lay unconscious. As the smoke cleared, Kiba's eyes widened to see Naruto standing over the unconscious Akamaru. How? He stammered out and Naruto answered. "This is for me to know and for you to never find out. Now surrender or else," he said as he placed a kunai on top of the unconscious Akamaru. "Alright, I'll introduce you." Kiba grunted out as Naruto picked up Akamaru and handed him over, who nodded in gratitude. Tamari gave him a flirty laugh, and he, being the one who'd been denied, laughed back, at which she laughed even wider at him. Izumi, who was standing there behind the Hokage as his personal guard, was fuming under her stoic mask during the interaction. Naruto approached the stairs to see a startled Kurenai, wondering how the last deadbeat in the class had managed to hit her student with pure taijutsu, while Kakashi just watched, laughed, and told him he was proud of him before going back to reading his book. In his mind, he was laughing at his denigrated student and knew he had hell to pay for after he ran away, but he wouldn't tell him. That would kill the fun. The matches continued, and when they finished, Hiruzen told them about the finals in a month and to train for them, adding that all the royal dignitaries and the daimyo would be there to watch them at the stadium. Then they took out notes to look at the matches. They were like this. Match 1. Naruto Uzumaki vs Niji Hyuga. Phosphorus 2. Kankuro of the Desert vs Shino Aburam. Match 3. Tamari vs Shikamaru. Phosphorus 4. Desert Gaara vs Rock Leeward. As they saw the matches, each one began to strike, and Naruto saw Izumi strike and called to her. She stood turned away and looked at him impassively, and he stopped wondering why she was looking at him like that, but shrank as a blush came over her face, and he asked. "Hey. Izumi, since I've had a month-long breakup, are you going to go out with me tomorrow night about a date?" He asked gently, but she glared at him coldly and replied. "Why would you want to go out with me? Go out with that sand girl, why don't you? I don't think you could flirt with her. I hate you," she said and turned to walk, expecting him to stop her and give her an explanation. She wasn't really angry, but she was just a little jealous and wanted to tease him about it a bit. She waited for him to stop her, but was left perplexed when nothing of the sort happened. She wondered what would happen next and turned around, her eyes widening. There she saw Naruto, his hair shading her face. Her eyes, like tiny drops, fell to the ground and her heart tore the sight from her. Only 3 words echoed in Naruto's head. I hate you. He had heard them hundreds of times and after hearing Izumi say them, he was ruined. She immediately grabbed him and wrapped her weapons around him. As he wrapped his weapons around her, he broke down and began to whisper, then sob. Please don't hate me. Not you too, he said, choking on sobs, and Izumi's eyes widened. She was such an idiot. He told her everything about his treatment in the village, and hearing that from her must have been heavy on him. She instantly whispered calming words and said she hadn't meant it that way, and he stopped shouting as she gave him a passionate kiss to make her point. She reminded him that he wasn't as strong as he made himself out to be in front of others. He just held on to her like a lifeline, feeling her warmth and snuggled against her neck to take in her scent and she giggled foolishly, feeling tender as he let go and laughed and apologized and she apologized back, feeling guilty. He took her hand and they started walking home. Izumi wrapped her arms around his and pressed her body against his as he wrapped his arm around her waist and she let out a contented sigh and put her head on his shoulder and they both continued walking in their own little world. The villagers and shinobi alike stared, stunned and impressed, their eyes wide as they watched the ice princess of Konoha walking around with a demon vault vessel like a couple. Some glared jealously at Naruto, the sight of him with the most beautiful and popular kunoichi around. Others wondered what Naruto had done to melt the princess like that. An occasional whistle or two was heard, though it went unnoticed by them. Sakura was fuming at him. How dare he ruin her career in Sasuke-kun's and then go around with Izumi-sama like that. He must be the reason Izumi-sama was furious with Sasuke-kun. She walked quickly toward them and suddenly tripped over the apartment, seeing Konohamaru grinning like an idiot and speaking. That flat chest, trying to make a path of flattery. He said as everyone around them laughed and he stifled his own laughter. She blushed with embarrassment and chased after him. Konohamaru wasn't going to let that flat chest ruin his boss and Izumi Nichan's moment. He had been waiting for this for so long. Izumi and Naruto came home and hugged on the sofa until late at night, having some separate sessions in between, and then went to sleep in each other's arms with a laugh. Chapter 18. Hanahagakure Ningun Seido. Naruto's apartment. Naruto woke up and saw Izumi asleep on his chest, her hair disheveled and flowing over his chest. He brushed his fingers through her locks and she snuggled closer to him and he chuckled softly. He reached down and kissed her forehead as her eyes opened slightly and he captured her lips. She was momentarily stunned, but he began kissing her back and they both kissed passionately. After a minute, they both broke into gasps as Izumi's face flushed with a dazed expression and she buried her face in the neck of his neck as he continued to brush his fingers through her hair. Good morning, Aizu-chan. Naruto whispered to her. Good morning, Naru-kun. She whispered from behind. Time to get up, Aizu-chan. He said and she held him tighter. 5 more minutes. She moaned sleepily and he kissed her lips again as she began kissing him from behind. He pulled away and she let out a nasty moan and was now fully awake. This isn't fair. She puffed out her cheeks cutely and they both sat on top of each other, still owning each other. So what are you going to do today? She asked him. Find Kakashi-sensei and ask him to train you, then come back early and take you to that date, remember? He said and she looked for his smile and pecked his lips. Yes, I remember, she whispered to him. He got up and went to the bathroom, took out his brush and looked in the mirror. He saw that his hair was now only slightly longer and spikier, falling a little over his forehead. He shrank back and went to the shower. He took a long, hot shower, relaxing his muscles from all the stress of the week. He dried off and changed into his normal civilian clothes. He wore a black t-shirt and beige pants, with black wristbands, each sealed with a kunai for emergencies. He walked into the kitchen and smelled a wonderful aroma and heard a calming melody. He saw Izumi cooking and humming and chuckled. He walked silently behind her and wrapped his weapons around his waist. She stiffened slightly before merging them. He kissed her neck and she simply rested her head against it, giving him access to her neck. He placed kisses along her neck, trailing them to her ear, and gently nibbled it. She giggled softly, feeling the delicate touch of his breath. He liked her little silly laughs, which were reserved only for him. She continued cooking and he kept checking the shoulder that held her. You're an amazing cook, Aizu-chan, he whispered in her ear and she blushed a faint pink and giggled. She took a spoonful of the curry, tasted it herself, then took another spoonful and held it up to him. He tasted it and it tasted great. Just as amazing as ever, he whispered and she laughed. She brought out the stove, her kitchen ready, and turned on her weapons. Aren't you going to train today? She asked, looking at his clothes and having her face against the chest that supports him. Not only are we going out, but we're also planning an education session with Kakashi-sensei and then our special time together, he said, and she laughed. She was ecstatic for the date. She hadn't been on a date before and didn't know what to do, but she looked forward to experiencing it with him. She turned and started putting the food on plates, and they both walked to the kitchen counter. She put the plates away and went to sit down, but suddenly she was pulled onto Naruto's lap and howled in surprise as he held her waist and rested her head on his shoulder. She laughed and held his head, but she blushed an attractive pink. She scooped the curry rice onto the plate and held it in front of her mouth after blowing on it to cool it. He blushed and ate. This was the first time anyone had fed him. He took another spoon and did the same for her. They fed each other and just sat there with Izumi on his lap, brushing his fingers through her golden locks, and he just kept his eyes closed and held her. After a while they saw it was 11. "Aizu-chan, I have to go now," he said, and she shook her head and held him tighter. He laughed, tugged her chin, and pecked her lips. "Can I go now?" he asked again, and she puffed out her cheeks again. "This isn't fair, you always do this," she said, and he laughed quietly as she got up and he left the house. In the village. Naruto wandered the streets wondering where to find Kakashi-sensei. He saw him walking and reading his book. He called out to him, and Kakashi looked up and chuckled, saying he'd been looking for him too. "Han-sensei, I need you to plan out my education plan for the month, and then we can start training tomorrow," he said. "This is all well and good, Naruto, but there's someone else interested in your education. He's an even better teacher than me, and he's asked you to find him at the Hokage's office. That's why I was meeting you," he said, and Naruto nodded, and they both started walking toward the Hokage tower. Hokage Officina. Hiruzen addressed Jiraiya, asking who his godson was, and began to tell him. Jiraiya was ecstatic when he learned that Naruto now had a girlfriend and that she was also the princess of the Uchiha clan. He had watched a recorded fight between Naruto and Orochimaru and was impressed that Naruto possessed the Sharingan and was so skilled at such a young age. He was ecstatic to find him. He had left him all those years ago because it hurt to see him resemble his father so much. But now he was going to be the godfather he was meant to be. Hiruzen wasn't as optimistic as his pupil. After Naruto had examined his father's journal, he had asked him about his godfather and what he had done had he died or left him. He had told him that he was from the village and would come to see him soon, just as Jiraiya had told him he would return to see him after he was ready. This was when Naruto was 6 years old. He had asked him a couple more times, but after he turned 7, he never mentioned it again. So he wasn't sure if this was going to be as pleasant as Jiraiya imagined it would be. It was foolish of him to abandon him. At least Kakashi watched him from the shadows and was always with him, even though he didn't know how he wore an Anbu mask back then. He had even personally asked him 2 years before his graduation to get him on his genin team, and he had agreed instantly. Then a punch came and Hiruzen said, "Get in," as Kakashi and Naruto entered. Jiraiya was startled to see Naruto. He was already 5'6", and his hair and eyes were exactly like Minato's, with that cute round face and that mischievous glint in his eyes, just like Kushina's. He stood casually, but Jiraiya noticed he positioned his body to shield himself from any unknown attack and looked at him with interest. He was a great shinobi. Jiraiya could deduce that just from looking at him, and he was proud. "Alright Naruto-kun, I'll be direct. Your godfather Jiraiya has returned and asked if he could train you instead of Kakashi during the month-long period leading up to the Chunin exams." Hiruzen finished, clasped his hands in front of his mouth, and watched the conversation unfold. Naruto stared at the man with the strange forehead protector. He was just as his parents had written about him. He carried a large scroll on his back. He looked back at Hiruzen and spoke. "No thanks Jiji. I'll train with Kakashi-sensei now. I'll go if that's all," he said as Kakashi looked surprised but proud that he chose him even over a Sannin. Jiraiya looked impressed at the rejection of such an offer, while Hiruzen sighed. He knew this would turn out to show that the boy respected Kakashi more than any Sannin. "What can you do but reject my education? I'm much stronger than Kakashi and I'm also his godfather," he snapped, and Naruto glared at him, annoyed. "You're not my godfather, you're just the man who gave me my name and trained my father. I haven't even seen your face yet. Where were you when I needed a father figure? When I was thrown out of the orphanage and slept on the streets and ate garbage? When I needed an education to protect me? Don't compare yourself to Kakashi-sensei. He was there for me from the day I was born. I still remember his signature chakra as the Anbu who always played with me, protected me from the shadows, and gave me some education, even after pressure from the local council. He was the one who found me after I was thrown out of the orphanage. He's 10 times the man you'll ever be. I'll train with Kakashi-sensei and Izumi-chan. If after training with them I can take on your teammate, then I think he'll be just fine. And he can better than me with the Sharingan," he said, and Jiraiya endured, stunned. Hiruzen knew something like this would happen, but everything Naruto said was true. He gave Jiraiya the role of a spymaster to get him away from the village, not because the village was in dire need. "But I had to run, the village spy connected a network and I couldn't be here." he tried to decide in a battle lost. And you still couldn't come to see me once. Don't give me these pathetic excuses. You had time to write that nonsense, to peeping in bathhouses and visiting brothels, but you couldn't see me. I'm not an idiot. Keep your excuses to yourself. He said as Jiraiya looked down in shame. But I can make up for it now that I'm here, he said in a desperate effort to convince him. Naruto turned around, walked to the door, and spoke. The time to make up for lost time passed 6 years ago when I grew tired of waiting. I will see you tomorrow, Kakashi-sensei, at our usual training ground. He said and left, as the three oldest men stood in silence. What have I done? He was right in every word. Jiraiya whispered as Hiruzen looked at him with compassion. I sent you many letters, Jiraiya, but you always said you'd go to the back cone when you were ready. I tried, but it was too late, Hiruzen said understandingly. I really screwed up, how? Sarutobi-sensei, Minato, and Kushina must look down on me in shame. They trusted me with their child, and I left him to the wolves. He said and looked down. Kakashi put a hand on his shoulder as he looked at him. Give him some time and I'll go to him, he said, and Jiraiya nodded gratefully. In the village. Naruto walked down the streets and was frustrated. He had to show his face after all these years and pretend to be a godfather. He then broke off his thoughts, remembering the date. He laughed. He should prepare for it, after all, this was his first date. He went to a store and bought a picnic basket. He then walked to a fine dining restaurant and ordered some tempura lobster cutlets, which he knew Izumi loved, but he ate less because they were expensive and she always made them at home whenever she could. He also bought some red wine. His savings came in handy today, and Gama-chan was taking a hit. He went to the bakery and ordered 2 slices of her favorite chocolate truffle cake. He remembered that Kakashi had told him that morning to give a girl some flowers to show his love, so he turned around and went to the flower shop. Ino was sitting bored at the counter when the bell to the store rang, and she saw Naruto ride in. Naruto, what are you doing here? She asked, confused, and Naruto looked at her as if she were stupid. I need to buy some more flowers here, he said. Why do you want to buy flowers? She asked, still confused. I have a date, he said, and asked if she had any light blue orchids that Izumi liked. She nodded and told him to come with her as she had to pick them fresh. Who are you going on a date with? She asked, attempting to find some new gossip. He knew her reputation as the queen of gossip and decided to avoid the question. I don't see what this has to do with my flowers, he said, and she frowned. She gave him the flowers and he left. She decided to go to Sakura and follow him to find out who he was seeing. Naruto strolled happily through the streets with his basket in one hand and flowers in the others. He reached the apartment and knocked. He was on time. Izumi opened the door and Naruto just stared at her. Her hair was styled in a loose bun with a hair clip he'd given her, which made her look so magnificent. She wore a sky blue top with a white floral pattern over the bottom and a pink ruffled skirt that reached her knees, along with simple blue shinobi sandals. She didn't know how to dress, as she didn't know much about dating, and she was nervous that Naruto wouldn't like her, since he wasn't really looking at her. Then, he said something, and she looked up, eager to hear. Beautiful, he whispered as a pink blush accidentally found its way up her cheeks and began to play with her skirt, which looked down at her with a laugh. She liked this. These actions made her look even cuter, and he just wanted to take her to the sofa and kiss her. But he held back and offered her the flowers. Her blush deepened at the sight of her favorite blooms, and she went to put them in the water. She got out, and they both started walking through the village with Izumi following behind him. Where are we going? She asked. This is a surprise, he said with a laugh, and she laughed back, and they both walked on in silence. Behind them Sakura and Ino followed as Ino spoke. Is the Naruto hit dating back to Izumi-sama? She asked as Sakura snorted. Please, this idiot is just exaggerating to get popular. They just had dinner, and he said this was a date. She finished, and Ino told her they'd see each other later, and they both followed. Before she knew it, they were atop the Hokage monument as Naruto unfolded 2 blankets and laid one down, gesturing for her to sit. She sat, and he brought out the food and served it. She laughed heartily at the sight of her favorite pork chops and the wine she enjoyed with them. This must have cost him a fortune. She took the plate and they ate together, chatting away as Naruto told her about his day and his education. She mentioned that she had learned 2 out of the 3 jutsu he taught her. They were comfortably engaged in conversation, knowing almost everything about each other. Naruto brought out the cake and gave her a slice as she giggled at the sight of the chocolate truffle cake. He brought out everything that was her favorite. They ate and realized it was already night as a gust of wind blew ahead and Izumi shivered. Naruto picked up a second blanket and sat beside her, covering them both with it and wrapping his arm around her waist, pulling her closer. She leaned into him. They both leaned back as she laid her head on his shoulder and he held his head, both staring up at the stars. Naruto turned her head and she stared into his sapphire blue eyes. Their faces inches apart, both feeling each other's breath. Naruto closed his eyes and leaned in, and Izumi did the same. Their lips met in a deep kiss as Naruto decided to deepen it, licking her lower lip, and she gave him access to her mouth. Their tongues battled as they kissed each other with all their might, Naruto trying to hold her as close as possible, and she melted into him. They both broke apart for air and plunged into each other again a second later, and this became a distinct session. In the bushes, Ino smiled openly, watching the latest gossip unfold, while Sakura basked in her kisses. Now it was her turn to get close to Izumi-sama and bring Sasukun back to her clan. But the two lovers were oblivious to each other's eyes and discerned with difficulty. Izumi broke away mid-kiss for a moment as Naruto stared into her vacant eyes as she spoke. "Never let me go," she whispered. "I'm not going to promise," he whispered back, and they both dove back into their private session. Chapter 19. Hanahagakure no Sato. The next morning. Naruto's apartment. Naruto woke up as he felt something soft on his lips and something licking his lower lip. He opened his mouth to say something, but suddenly a tongue invaded his mouth and he realized it was Izumi kissing him. He kissed her back. They broke apart, gazing into each other's eyes with love. "Good morning, Naru-kun." She whispered and hugged him, and he wrapped his weapons around her. "Good morning, Aizu-chan," he whispered from behind. "I need to talk to you about something," she whispered, and he silently continued rubbing his rear end, signaling her to follow. "I went to my location and they've decided to let him be their setter. This way we'll have a permanent way of contacting each other," she whispered, and he looked at her in surprise. "They aren't the strongest in terms of placement and are only used for distractions or as messengers and carriers, and they're great with ninjutsu too, but this way we can always stay in contact. I understand if you don't want to, since this could interfere with your future contracts. I know I'm being selfish." She was silenced with a kiss as Naruto laughed at her. "I'll sign it," he whispered, and she laughed and nodded. She raised her hand and examined 3 hand signs, then slammed her palm down on the ground like a small crow with a wisp of wine. She took it and gave it to him, telling him to sign his name in blood. She explained that they only had 3 hand signs and required little chakra since they weren't on the front lines, and he nodded. They ate breakfast, and Naruto ran off to find Kakashi. And land at train 7. Naruto arrived in time, just as he was supposed to, and found Kakashi standing there. On time. Naruto pulled out a kunai and aimed at him. Kakashi was surprised that he was attacked and stepped aside. "Naruto, why are you attacking me?" he asked. "Who are you?" he asked, and Kakashi looked at him confused. "It's me, you're Naruto Kakashi Haddock-sensei," he said. "You can't be Kakashi-sensei, you're late," he said, and Kakashi's sweat began to trickle down. Did his students have that much faith in his lateness? "What is your absolute favorite thing in the world?" he asked. Ichiha books," he replied, showing them his book. Naruto's guard immediately relaxed, and Kakashi's sweat stopped flowing again. Was his hobby really so intense that people used it to identify him? "Anyway, Naruto, I've decided we're going to work on your lightning manipulation this month and use it to get you to a level where you can use a jutsu I want to pass on to you. They're actually 2 jutsu, but the sound one is a concentrated form of the first and takes more chakra. Both require the user to have the Sharingan, which makes them forbidden to anyone else, but perfect for you. We'll also work on your speed and Taijutsu to bring you up to speed, and we'll try to add lightning chakra to your Taijutsu like you did with Orochimaru. This gives you an edge against overconfident opponents, just like it did with Orochimaru," he said, and Naruto nodded. This was quite a list of instructions. "But Naruto, there's a condition if you want to learn these jutsus," he said sternly. "What is it, sensei?" he asked curiously. "These jutsus should never be used on teammates," he said seriously, and Naruto agreed. "Can you show me these, sensei?" Naruto asked and went through the hand seal of the ox-rabbit monkey as lightning appeared above Kakashi's hands and his chakra became visible as a white color and the sound of birds chirping was heard and Kakashi quickly ran to a rock and broke his fist as this created a fist-class crater and Naruto looked wide, stared at the power of the attack. "That cute little genin of mine was the Raiten Chidori in alignment assassination jutsu," he said with a smirk and Naruto looked at him with stars in his eyes. "Sensei, show me another one, please," Naruto pleaded, and Kakashi chuckled at his enthusiasm and nodded. He went through the same hand seal of ox-rabbit monkey, but this time there was a touch of lightning around him and the sound was much harsher and louder, like thunder. The chakra in his hand began to take the form of a blade and turned blue from the concentration of lightning chakra within it. He ran to a rock and smashed his fist into it. But this time, instead of creating a crater, his fist came right through it and smashed the rock into several pieces as the lightning chakra discharged into it. He saw that Naruto had a stunned look on his face as he witnessed the destruction, and Kakashi's eye chuckled. "And my cute little genin was the Raiten Rikiri Jutsu, the Fila Assassination Jutsu, and these are 2 unique jutsu out of the 1,000 his sensei knows that he created." he said, and Kakashi looked at him like an idol. Those were so cool, and he created them himself. They were almost as cool as the Rasengan he'd read about from his father. Now go start your education, huh? He said, and Naruto nodded enthusiastically. 2 weeks later. Naruto had been training hard these past 2 weeks. The first week they had focused purely on speed because he couldn't use his chakra due to the removal of the cursed fox seal. He had approached Kurama a few times and gotten to know him a little. He was intelligent, overly sarcastic, and extremely proud, but not a bloodthirsty fox. That cursed fox knew 1,000 ways to get under his skin and had done so once before. He had asked if he wanted to be friends, but he declined, saying he didn't trust him yet. But Kurama said they could be partners since they were practically kept together and he was given access to a small amount of his chakra. He had to admit the fox was powerful if the small amount of chakra he lent him when he asked was any indication. His lightning manipulation was progressing well, and Kakashi gave him permission to use 10 shadow replicas to train in it. He had mastered the first exercise for lightning manipulation in up to 8 minutes, and this was just a matter of time before he completed it and moved on to the jutsus. Yesterday, Kakashi had spoken to him about Jiraiya, telling him to give him a chance and that he was genuinely worried about him. He reluctantly agreed and was coming today. "Hey, kid," he called as he entered the clearing. "Hey, Jiraiya," he answered from behind, and Jiraiya nodded. "So, does the child want to learn a thing or two from me?" he asked, unsure how to go about acquiring knowledge with him. "Are you sure what you have in mind?" he asked, intrigued. "Well, I could show you how to summon," he said, attempting to excite him. "I can summon now," he said as Jiraiya looked at him in surprise. There weren't many contracts there. "Really? Which one?" he asked curiously. "Crows," he replied, and Jiraiya nodded. They were a personal summon of the Uchiha clan with cats. His girlfriend must have given them to him. But this was perfect. "Well, they're just the messenger station. I can let you sign the contract for the toads. They're one of the 3 strongest battle stations in Konoha, and the crows and the toads are neutral towards each other, so this shouldn't be a problem. Your father was also a summoner toad. What do you say?" he asked. "Fine, if you say so," he said as Jiraiya laid down the scroll and Naruto wrote his name next to his father's as Naruto Namikaze, and Jiraiya nodded and pulled back the scroll. "Do you know how to use the fox's chakra?" "You should be able to since you have the Sharingan," he said, and Naruto growled. "Yes, I can use a tail of his chakra and I won't force him to give me any. He's my friend," he snorted as Jiraiya laughed. He was just like his mother. Inside the seal, the fox smiled contentedly. "Well, I didn't mean to offend you, but since large battle toads require a massive amount of chakra, it would be useful to use your secondary supply in battle," he said. Naruto nodded, seeing the logic in it. He told him the hand seals as Naruto bit his thumb, smeared some blood on his palm, called for the fox's chakra as red chakra swirled around him, and he went through the hand seals the boar, the dog, the bird, the monkey, the ram and shouted. "Ninja art." The summoning jutsu billowed out from beneath him like a huge puff of smoke, and Jiraiya paled at the sight of who he had summoned. This was going to get ugly. Naruto looked down and saw that he was standing atop a huge toad with copper red skin, a tube in its mouth, a blue jacket, and a tento at its side. "Jiraiya, why the hell did you summon me? If this is for another one of your missions, you're dead," he roared as Jiraiya turned horribly white. He was not in a good mood. Toad-san, I've summoned you, Jiraiya. I'm a new summoner for toads, and I'd like your permission to summon you," he said properly. The toad looked around and saw a blonde-haired boy on top of him. He must be Minato's son. Summoning him at such a young age. He really was his father's son. I like you, boy. You're polite and respectful. I'm Gamabunta, the chief toad of Mount Myaboku. "Very well, I'll let you be our emplacement agent, but on one condition," he said. "What is that?" the main toad. Naruto asked curiously as Gamabunta pulled out a huge bottle of good in 2 cups, one normal and the other as big as a bathtub. "You and I will have to drink the good to complete the contract," he said with a satisfied smile as Naruto laughed and nodded, taking the cup. Jiraiya's jaw dropped to the ground. That kid had only summoned Gamabunta and gotten him to agree to be a supplicant, and now he was drinking the good with him. "Hey. What's the big idea? You condemned the toad when I summoned you, you shouted curses at me, and when the child summoned you, you drank well with him." He shouted and pointed an accusing finger at him. "What? Jiraiya, you condemned the pervert. Come back here so I can cut you one last time. You summoned me in the hot springs." He roared as he unsheathed his tento, and Jiraiya disappeared in a cloud of dust, and Naruto laughed, drinking well. They sat and drank until late in the afternoon as Gamabunta reminisced about old times with him, and Naruto told him about his pranks, and when he painted the Hokage monument in broad daylight, they both roared with totally drunken laughter. Gamabunta then told him that he had to go and snorted as Naruto walked drunkenly to his house and knocked on the door. Did Izumi open the door and see Naruto drunk and be confused as to why he was drunk? The Izumi, I'm from home. He mispronounced as he hugged her. Naruto, why are you drunk? Are you doing something wrong? She asked, shocked, as he laughed. No, my dear Izu-chan, I became a toad placer today and the boss said I had to share a drink with him to seal the contract. He mispronounced and Izumi now understood. Have I told you how beautiful you are, Izumi? He asked and she began to take him into space. Yes, you have Naruto-kun, she said. Well, I should because you're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. He said as Izumi blushed and they put him on the bed as he threw himself at her and she howled as he wrapped his arms around her. I don't deserve a girl like you, Izu-chan. I don't know what you see in me, but I want you to know one thing, he said, his voice heavy and his eyelids drooping. She giggled at the cute face he made in his sleepy voice. But what he said next was startling. I love you, Izu-hime, he said and fell asleep as Izumi lay there with wide eyes and a tomato-red face. He really meant it because he wasn't aware of what he was saying and she was jumping for joy inside. She kissed his forehead and he nestled his head between her breasts and she giggled foolishly with a pink blush on her face and whispered, knowing he couldn't hear her. I love you too, Naru-kun, she whispered and fell asleep. The next morning. Naruto woke up with an extreme headache and a massive hangover. Izumi came in with a tray of toast, eggs, bacon, and juice and gave him some pills to take. She sat next to him and he noticed she was laughing a little too loudly that day. What made you so happy today, Izu-chan? He asked and she kissed his cheek. She didn't say anything and he just continued with his breakfast. He asked if there was anything he should do after coming home, but she shook her head, still laughing, and he nodded. He started to go to Earth to train, but Izumi pulled him back, captured his lips, and convincingly pushed her tongue into his mouth, and he let her. She kissed him passionately for a minute and then pulled away as Naruto's eyes glazed over and she laughed foolishly, her face turning red. What was this for? He asked, still stunned. Nothing at all, she said, pushing him out the door and closing it. Naruto was confused but shrugged it off and left with a huge laugh on his face. He and Kakashi reviewed the orders for the rest of the week and in the middle of it, Jiraiya came to help him perfect the summoning jutsu and created some combos with them. 2 weeks later. At Konoha Stadium. All the dignitaries were seated, including the Kazekage, and they all sat beside the Hokage. Izumi and Jiraiya stood behind him as his guards. The Hokage began. Welcome everyone to the Chunin exams finals. This year's talent is immense and I hope the dignitaries will be satisfied with your performance. I hereby declare the final stage of the Chunin exams open. He said as if a jutsu made his voice resonate throughout the stadium and the crowd roared with applause. The Chunin exam finals had begun. Chapter 20. Hanahagakure Ningun Seido. Konoha Stadium. Naruto stood in the middle of the stadium. All the participants were present as Hayate explained all the rules for the matches. All participants except Neji Hyuga and Naruto Uzumaki, please proceed to the competitor's stand. He said as everyone except Neji and Naruto left the booth. Surrender. Fate has decreed that I win this match. You are a failure and cannot win. Just surrender and save yourself the shame, he said arrogantly as Naruto remained silent, his weapons crossed and eyes closed. Standing beside the Hokage, Izumi clenched her fist, wondering why Naruto wasn't responding. She thought arrogant fate had obsessed him with the pin. He could rub his face in the dirt and not even break a sweat. Hiruzen watched in fascination as Naruto perfectly maintained his composure and didn't rush into his insults. The judges noticed as well. Destiny has told me that I will be the victor, so why do you wish to fight Destiny? He asked, trying to get under his skin when Naruto spoke. If your direct line to Destiny has been closed, can we continue the fight? He asked calmly as the entire stadium erupted in laughter and the Hyuga clan seethed with public humiliation. Izumi found it difficult not to laugh behind her mask, while Hiruzen openly chuckled silently. Neji turned red with anger and embarrassment and assumed his gentle fist stance, and Hayate saw that their conversation was over and decided to start the match. Hajime, he shouted and walked away. Neji and Naruto stared intently at each other, waiting for the other to make the first move. A leaf floated in the air before them, and as it touched the ground, Naruto vanished and reappeared in front of Neji in a flash, piercing the square on his nose and sending him flying backward. Naruto decided not to activate his Sharingan, wishing to conserve chakra for the subsequent rounds. The entire stadium was stunned, watching the Hyuga prodigy being sent crashing to the ground by the village outcast. Neji stood up, activating his Byakugan, and glared angrily at Naruto as he assumed his own Taijutsu stance. Naruto had read about the Hyuga gentle fist and knew that touching it would be disastrous. He began channeling lightning chakra throughout his body, both as a charged hand seal and as a Taijutsu technique. Naruto, even without releasing the restraint seals, was faster than Neji and landed several strikes charged with lightning chakra. Neji grew frustrated. He dodged and countered everything, jumping back. His body felt paralyzed at the points where he struck and he became furious at his lack of coordination. "What are you doing to me?" He grunted, but Naruto said nothing and made an angry hand seal. Ninja art. The multi-shadow reproduction jutsu. Was shouted as 4 replicas appeared and attacked Neji. Neji grunted as he dealt with the replicas. He finished off 2 of them and thrust a palm strike into the chest of the third, and as he moved the 4th onto his back, the one in front of him exploded, sending him flying through the air. The 4th then grabbed him by the neck and smashed his face into the ground. As Neji tried to get up, the replica placed a kunai against his neck as the original held crossed weapons in front of him. Winner of the match, Naruto Uzumaki. The prosecutor shouted as the crowd erupted in applause, seeing the gleaming match before them. Naruto was surprised by the crowd's response, each one cheering and howling for him. He expected them to hurl curses at him. The conjecture that he might be Hokage one day, he mused. He glanced at the cage pack directly at Izumi and winked at her, and she immediately looked down. He knew she blushed beneath that mask and chuckled incessantly as he started walking to the competitor's booth, where everyone was eyeing him curiously, but he surveyed the field as Hate called the next match. Above the cage, Hiruzen looked at his grandson with pride, and Orochimaru licked his lips under the Kazukiage robes. "Kukuku Naruto-kun, such potential. You will be mine, Kukuku. This is a shame. Izumi has become too strong for me to control properly, and with her closeness, she will be difficult to manipulate. But her body will be mine," he thought inwardly, chuckling silently. "Will Kankuro of the desert and Shino Aburam please come down to the field?" He shouted, as if Kankuro were cursed beneath his breath. They hadn't given the signal for the invasion yet, and he couldn't show his puppets now. There was only one option. The prosecutor loses. He yelled as the entire stadium began to hurl curses and boos at him. Hate just shrank back and yelled the next match. "Tamari of the desert and Shikamaru Nara, please come down onto the field." He shouted, and Tamari didn't want to fight, but leaving would look too suspicious. She flew down to the field on her fan, while Shikamaru thought he should leave too, like Kankuro. But suddenly he was thrown onto the field by a push as if he heard a shout. "Go on, Shikamaru, and show him what he's made of." Naruto shouted as Shikamaru sighed, lying on the ground. "That annoying blonde guy," he grumbled and braced himself for the match. Then pair Tamari of the desert against Shikamaru Nara Hajime. He shouted and distanced himself. "Just like the canon, who doesn't bother to write it, watch the episode if you want. The winner of the Tamari Desert match." He shouted as the crowd slowly applauded, confused by the match result as Hate yelled. "Bulgara of the desert and the Leeward Rock arrives on the field." He shouted as Gaara came to a Shunshin arena and the Leeward Rock just jumped onto the field. "Gaara of the desert versus Rock Lee Hajime." He shouted and distanced himself. "Just like the canon, who doesn't bother to write it, watch the episode if you want." Just as Guy took Leeward to the infirmary and Hate was about to call for a break before the next round, Gaara started screaming and holding his head on the field, and Hate was going to ask for doctors when Gaara said, "Yes, mother, you don't have to wait any longer. Now you can have your blood." He said and began examining hand seals like a ball of sand rolled around him in a ball, and a huge killing intent washed around the stadium, and feathers began to fall from the crowd as the civilians fell asleep. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the cage box as Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Izumi were trapped in a barrier on a rooftop, with the Kazukiage revealing himself to be Orochimaru. Naruto didn't have time to elaborate on it as the sandballs suddenly released enormous amounts of demonic chakra. He knew he had to stop it before it finished, regardless of what he did. He saw Hate launch an attack only to have no effect as Baki came and engaged him. He also noticed points shooting out as someone was about to hit it. He smiled with satisfaction and checked atop the wall, examining 3 hand seals, as a cry of 1,000 chirping birds was heard throughout the stadium. Everyone stopped and saw Naruto on the wall, his hand coated in lightning chakra. Naruto hurled it at the ball with blinding speed, his Sharingan blazing beneath the seal in full fury. He dodged the points with ease and shot forward with his hand for the ball, quickly snatching it away and jumping back, his hand covered in blood. A clotting blood scream was heard as Gaara screamed, and the ball disintegrated to reveal Gaara with a hole just above his heart. "Blood, this is my blood. You will die, Uzumaki." He roared as sand covered his arm and part of his face. Naruto grew nervous as his demonic chakra spiked. He lunged at Naruto and noticed his incredible speed. But Naruto wasn't fazed. His speed was great, and with his fully matured Sharingan, he could easily handle it. Gaara swung his sand claw wildly, and Naruto dodged beneath it, unleashing a lightning-fast uppercut to Gaara's jaw as he was sent flying backward. Naruto examined hand seals to maintain his composure and not let him get away. Fire style. The magnificent fireball jutsu. He shouted and fired a fireball at Gaara. The concentration of the flames caused an explosion. As the explosion subsided, Gaara was covered in falling sand and a small part of his body was singed, making Naruto think his attack had at least been effective. Gaara suddenly began to laugh maniacally. "Yes, Uzumaki, you make me feel alive, you will prove my existence, ha 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 ha." He laughed silently, madly, as more sand covered him, and he blamed. Naruto dodged to the side and evaded the attacks, but Gaara was getting faster. He decided to finish him off before he could charge up any more and pulled out some shurikens, throwing them at Gaara. Gaara laughed as he dodged the pitiful attack, but then came to a halt as his body was thrown and tied to a tree with lightning charging the ninja wire as Naruto screamed. "Sharingan windmill triple attack." He shouted and followed through the hand seals and finished over the tiger. "Fire style. Great dragon flame jutsu." He shouted as a massive fire dragon formed behind him. This was an enhanced version of his usual fire style. Dragon flame jutsu. The dragon roared and lunged at Gaara as he screamed. As the smoke cleared, a huge puff of sand filled the stadium and a humongous form of Shukaku was seen as he screamed. "I'm finally out after you stunned the boy. Now, after I kill you, I'll go and find more of you in the village," he said as he chuckled quietly. Naruto, in his mind, told Kurama to give him some chakra as he was practically running on fumes. A red aura enveloped Naruto as a huge halo surrounded the stadium, and every fight stopped as everyone looked to the center of the field to see Naruto enveloped in red chakra swirling around him. He examined hand seals. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, and he roared as he pumped 75% of the chakra Kurama lent him and smashed his blood-covered palm on the ground as everyone's eyes widened. Ninja art. The summoning jutsu. He shouted as a huge puff of smoke covered the field, and when the smoke cleared, Naruto stood on the back of the main toad, Gamabunta, his weapons crossed, his eyes cold, his white jacket adorned with blue flames, and his hair flowing haphazardly in the air. Gasps were heard throughout the Leaf Village shinobi as several shinobi began to grumble. "This is Gamabunta-sama." A shout. "That look of his resembles Minato-sama." The other shouted. "No, this is Naruto, and he summoned Gamabunta-sama." The other shouted. "The resemblance between him and Yondaime-sama is so great." The latter shouted. "Hey. Kid, why have you summoned me? Would you like another drink?" he asked the blonde boy standing on his back. "No regrettable Bunta, maybe next time. But for now, we have to be careful of that bloodthirsty tanuki," he said, and Gamabunta followed his fixed gaze to a tailed Biju. "Shukaku, what? You're just as annoying as your father, always calling for a Biju to fight. Alright, go finish this so we can have that drink," he said as he puffed through his tube and smiled smugly, much like Naruto smiled smugly. "Oh, go wind style." The wind bullet, he said, and threw them at Gamabunta, and he jumped and the hand examined hand seals. "Water style. Water bullets." He shouted, and his attack slammed shut on the Biju, who growled and launched more bullets at him, one of which slammed shut, sending Gamabunta back and away. "Damn that tanuki, that hurt. Oi Gaki, you're going to finish him off with one hit and get on with it," he said as Naruto smiled contentedly and nodded, both ready for the most destructive jutsu in their arsenal. They both examined the long chain of hand seals as Gamabunta finished over the horse and Naruto over the tiger. "Toad style. Toad oil bullet." He yelled as a huge oil shot bolt came out of his mouth. "Fire style. Phoenix ascent." Naruto shouted as a huge red phoenix shot fire from his mouth and shrieked as it roared towards the oil bullet, and both combined as a huge blue fire. Phoenix slammed Shukaku's head on and plunged him into flames. Style collaboration style Toad fire ninjutsu. Phoenix held both shouted in harmony as Shukaku dissolved into the sand as Gaara unconsciously fell. "Hey. Kid, I'll go and help in the village with that snake. I'll make it stay here and lend the leaf a hand," Gamabunta said, and Naruto nodded as if he jumped down. He jumped into the village as the leaf shinobi erupted in applause at the sight of the Biju being brought down, and Gamabunta helped the village as the fight started again. Naruto went to the rooftop with a purple barrier, lost in thought. "Hold on tight, Izumi, I'm coming." Chapter 21. Hanahagakure Ningun Seido. Konoha Stadium. Han Izumi y Hiruzen contra Orochimaru. Hiruzen sat staring at the match when suddenly an explosion rocked the cage box. Izumi immediately stood at attention, and both Hiruzen and Izumi jumped onto the nearby rooftop to create some distance as the Kazuki appeared in front of them. They were suddenly surrounded by 4 strangely dressed guards who examined hand seals. "Ninja art. 4 purple lightning formation." They shouted as a purple barrier suddenly appeared around them. They saw the Hokage's Anbu ground crew guarding the barrier after finishing off some Odonin who were blocking their path. One of them foolishly touched the barrier, and everyone watched as he screamed and was turned to ash. The Kazuki suddenly began to laugh quietly. "Bukuku Suratobi-sensei, it's now just you and me, absolutely alone, and no one to interfere. Doesn't this remind you of the good old days? Ah, nostalgia, Kukuku, he said as he peeled back his face, revealing the snake Sanin's pale visage to the world. You disgust me, Orochimaru. I should never have let you live on that fateful day. I was weak, but no matter, today I will rectify that mistake. He said as he discarded his Hokage robes and donned his battle armor, ready to face the world. He had fought in many wars in this armor, and the Anbu outside were filled with awe at the sight of the professor in action once more. Fukuku Sarutobi-sensei, yes, you are indeed correct. You shouldn't have let me go that day, and you will prove to be the destruction of the Hidden Leaf Village today. He said, tearing off his Kazukiage robes. Izumi drew her sword and assumed her stance. Orochimaru, you were many things, but I never thought you to be foolish. Frankly, I believe you can take us both on at the same time and triumph. Even though I'm old, these bones still hold much of your people's spirit. He said with a satisfied smile. Sarutobi-sensei, are the odds really against me? Aren't they going to fix what's going to happen to us? He said mockingly, and Hiruzen frowned as Izumi removed her mask and threw him off, activating her Sharingan. Orochimaru, seeing his Sharingan, licked his lips like a snake and laughed quietly. Ah, my amazing eyes. You and Naruto-kun have captivated me immensely. It's a shame I can't take your body, as you've become stronger than me and will overturn my control over you with your visual appeal. But I'll finish today so I can proceed with my future projects without any problems. After you're gone, I might just take your boyfriend as my vessel to win those delicious eyes of yours. I'm sure he must have appreciated the gift I gave him at our last meeting. He said, attempting to irritate Izumi, but she only glared at him coldly with a stoic expression, while inside she seethed with anger and vowed to rid this world of this garbage today, to lessen Naruto-kun's troubles. Ships. What do you mean by ships? Haven't you mastered this jutsu yet? He said in horror as his former student began to laugh quietly and peeled back his face, revealing the face of a girl, and Hiruzen looked on in horror as his voice changed. Fukuku, yes Sarutobi-sensei, I have mastered the key to immortality jutsu. Now I only need a new and perfect vessel with the Sharingan, and I will master all the jutsu in the world. He finished, and Hiruzen looked down in shame as the Anbu outside shouted about him being a monster. Izumi was now furious inside. This bastard wanted to use his Naruto-kun as if he were just a disposable body. What have you done to yourself, Orochimaru, and how have I failed? He said, grimacing at his student who laughed at his naive sensei. Sarutobi-sensei, I have made myself the perfect being, immortal, and with those eyes I will become all-powerful, and this village will not be here today to stop me. He said, and slammed a scroll across the ground like a kanji, spreading around the earth. Did he seal the tiger? Snake? Dog? Dragon? The slap came as Hiruzen's eyes widened in horror as he saw two coffins with the kanji for 1 and 2 appear, and he threw shurikens into the third coffin with the kanji for 4 as it returned to the ground halfway, and Orochimaru laughed. So you stopped the third orb, how? Never mind, these 2 will be enough, he said. Ninja art. Summoning. The world's impure reincarnation. He shouted as the coffin doors fell open and 2 individuals came out. One had long brown hair and green eyes and wore old era Senju warring state-style armor with the emblem integrated into it. The second had spiky white hair and red lines across his face and purple eyes, wearing blue Senju warring state-style armor with the emblem and some fur around his neck. The Anbu standing outside gasped as Hiruzen and Izumi widened their eyes, recognizing the 2 legends standing before them. Where are we? Hashirama Senju asked Hokage Shadame of Konohagakure no Sado. This man reincarnated us with my forbidden jutsu, but we're still not at full power. Tabarama Senju, the second Hokage of Konohagakure, said no Sado. Orochimaru, how far you've fallen. Don't you have any shame? He asked contemptuously. Saru, is that you? You've gotten older. Have you been taking care of the village as I entrusted you? Tabarama asked. Is that our little monkey? You called him Hokage. I'm proud of you, Hiruzen. I'm sure the village will be safe in your hands, Hashirama said. Hashirama-sensei Tabarama-sensei Hiruzen whispered as his eyes swelled and tears fell into his eyes. Fukuku Sarutobi-sensei, isn't it ironic that 2 previous Hokage will be responsible for the destruction of the village they created with their own hands? He said and laughed quietly. Sandame-sama, you must remember that they are reincarnated and not alive. Do not let emotions cloud your judgment. Izumi said as Hiruzen looked at her. She's right, Saru. You must stop us. I created this jutsu, and we won't stop even after the caster's death until we fulfill her wish. You must either know the mechanics of this jutsu and know how to break it or seal our souls. Do either of you know the Ito Tensei? He asked as they both shook their heads. Tabarama sighed as he looked at Orochimaru. You were kind enough not to bring us in at full strength, but you will still lose, he said, and Orochimaru laughed quietly. I hadn't yet perfected this jutsu, so you could have escaped it if you were at full power. But even half of both your powers and mine combined will end this pathetic village. he said and made a hand seal just as Tobirama and Hashirama stiffened. Seru stops us and performs his duty as Hokage without hesitation, he said, and Hiruzen nodded, his eyes hardened. Both sides began to raise their chakra levels as cracks covered the ground where the five stood. Izumi, you take on Tobirama-sensei and I'll fight Hashirama-sensei and Orochimaru. The end result is that fight and I'll hold my own. This won't be easy. I know Hashirama-sensei's and Orochimaru's moves like the back of my hand. Tobirama-sensei was always unpredictable in battle and his Sharingan will help him. Understood? He said authoritatively and Izumi nodded without hesitation. So this was the man who led the village to victory in two of the three great shinobi wars, she reflected. Hiruzen examined hand seals at lightning speed. Anyone other than those fighting him was merely a blurry figure. Izumi was only able to continue because of her Sharingan and even then, it was barely enough. Earth style. Earth Dragon Jutsu. He shouted as an Earth Dragon rose up and blamed the three of them and he examined more hand seals. Fire style. The Great Dragon Flame Jutsu. He shouted as he launched white flames at the dragon that turned the molten lava upside down and caused the three of them to split. Izumi immediately saw the opening charged with her sword and struck Tobirama, who took a step to the side and responded with a kick that she blocked. She felt the force behind it and launched a punch from her free hand as he jumped back. Izumi rubbed her arm, which she blocked, and this was only half of her strength. Tobirama clapped his hands together as water swirled around him. Izumi watched in amazement as he created water from thin air. He examined hand seals. Water style. Torrent rip. He shouted as the charged water surged through her at great speeds. With her Sharingan, she anticipated that her opponent wouldn't be able to dodge and channeled the massive amount of chakra into her right eye, closing her left. Blood began to leak from her right eye as she prepared her next attack. The tomo in her eyes began to spin inward and coalesce to form three flattened pinwheels. The pinwheels spun as she unleashed her next attack. Amaterasu, she whispered as black flames consumed the water and dispersed with the flames. Tobirama was impressed that she blocked his point-blank attack, but then he stared intently into her eyes. So you have the Manjikyu Sharingan. That makes it interesting. I've seen the power of those eyes, but you can't use them often because of the toll they take on your chakra reserves, he said, and Izumi, inwardly cursing, already knew what disadvantages this was. He had already forced her to use this power. This wouldn't be easy. Han Hiruzen. Hiruzen blamed them both and engaged them into jutsu. He struck Orochimaru's legs, sending him flying. Hashirama kicked the ground, where he ducked as he rolled to the side. Orochimaru threw a punch, which Hiruzen blocked, leaping forward and kicking Hashirama in the face, sending him flying backward. He jumped behind Orochimaru. Orochimaru cursed. His sensei was still strong despite his age. He opened his mouth as a snake emerged and drew his sword, the Kusanagi. Seeing this, Hiruzen examined his hand seals, smearing his palm with his blood and slammed his hand shut on the ground. Ninja art. The summoning jutsu. He shouted. The puff of smoke disappeared and there he stood before the Monkey King Enma. Hiruzen, it's been a long time since we've been at battle. And I see you've called me to make amends for your past mistakes. Let's do it like old times, shall we? He said. It really has been a long time, old friend. Today I'm putting all the accounts in order. Let's go. He said, and Enma nodded. Ninja art. The adamantine transformation of the staff. Enma shouted and transformed the staff into a diamond with the force of Hiruzen as he spun it around and entered its dance. He launched and engaged them both with his staff and was toe-tapping with them both the striking blow and the block. Orochimaru cursed the sight of the old man's staff stabbing him in the stomach and the bit lengthened, returning it. Hashirama swung his right hand forward. Wood style. Great forest jutsu. He shouted as several wooden points headed toward Hiruzen. He examined hand seals and slammed his hands together on the ground. Earth style. The earth wall. He shouted, stopping the spears. Orochimaru decided to take care of it. Hidden serpent hands of the shadow. He shouted as serpent extended from his sleeves and charged at Hiruzen. Hiruzen drew a kunai with an exploding tag and snorted at its serpent. Serpent was blown to bits and he examined the hand seals. Fire style. Ignite the dragon bullet. He shouted and shot a fire dragon at Hashirama who clasped his palms together in a snake seal. Wood style. The wood that closes the wall. He shouted as his attack was blocked by a wooden dome. He gasped as he saw them both regroup and glanced to the side toward Izumi. Fire style. The great fire of Uchiha. She shouted and unleashed a hell of flames on Tobirama, who clapped his hands. Water style. Violent water shockwave. He shouted as both attacks collided and a massive burst of steam erupted and she leaped back with Hiruzen. Tobirama regrouped with Hashirama and Orochimaru as suddenly an explosion rocked the stadium. They all turned their eyes and saw Naruto battling Shukaka with Gamabunta and defeating him. Orochimaru gritted his teeth at the sight of him being brought down by that brat, and applause erupted from the stadium. He saw Gamabunta head towards the three-headed snake summon and bellowed, knowing they were no match for him. That brat ruined everything. Hiruzen and Izumi smiled with satisfaction, watching Orochimaru's frustration and the Naruto path handle their battles. Well, Orochimaru, this looks like your invasion isn't going quite as planned, right? Naruto is as unpredictable as they come, and his will of fire won't be brought down by your whims, he said proudly. Don't worry, old man. After I'm done with you two, I'll visit dear Naruto-kun and take him as my personal vessel, he said. Sandaime-sama, the odds aren't looking good. We can't take them all on at once, even if it's just you and me. Izumi said stoically, and Hiruzen nodded, knowing it to be true. They couldn't hold them and seal them at the same time, and neither of them knew how to break Ito-tensei. He was pulled from his thoughts as they both heard a scream and turned to see their favorite sun-kissed blonde-haired hero standing there. Hey, old man Izumi-chan, stay here waiting. He shouted as everyone stared at him in bewilderment as if he had grown a second head. Hey. You're joking. What you did back there was amazing, and everyone except you can't get past this barrier. We tried everything, and one of us touched the barrier and was turned to ashes. You can't help them, Orochimaru smiled with satisfaction. That's right, you can't get through the barrier, he said as Orochimaru laughed even harder while Hiruzen and Izumi looked down. They were running out of options when suddenly Naruto spoke again. But I can, he said as he walked to the barrier, and each of them looked at him in confusion. He began to examine a chain of hand seals that none of them except three Hokage had ever seen before, and his eyes widened. Uzumaki's secret style. Sealing the brokage barrier. He shouted and extended his palms as the kanji covered a small part of the barrier and glowed. Orochimaru stared in horror for a split second, then opened the barrier and stepped up. The Anbu and Izumi stood there speechless, and Orochimaru snorted. So you're in Uzumaki, huh? Well, now the odds are even better, I think. Tobirama said with a satisfied smile. Orochimaru was furious that his barrier had been violated, as if it were nothing. Naruto, how did you do this? And what were those strange hand seals? Izumi asked. Well, Izumi-chan, it was the Uzumaki style of seal hunting that was unique to those with Uzumaki blood. It was what made the Uzumaki feared and allowed one clan to stand against 3 villages, he said, and she nodded. Who are you, childish? I haven't seen such mastery of the Uzumaki style of seal hunting since Mido. Hashirama asked. I am Naruto Uzumaki Sharingan Nidaime-sama, and if you are both here I guess that the snake used the Ito-tensei. He asked as they both nodded. Naruto, how do you know about the Ito-tensei? Hiruzen asked worriedly. Remember the time I stole the forbidden scroll from the Elder of Seals? I lied to him, learning only techniques. I read about the Ito-tensei as well. Don't worry, the thought of using such a vile technique never crossed my mind. He said as Hiruzen nodded and sighed in relief. Do you happen to know the mechanics of my technique? I can't tell you since he's bound me to not talk about anything that could help break my jutsu. Tobirama asked as Naruto nodded. I truly do, Nidaime-sama. We just need to break the bondage formula in their heads to sever the anchor of their souls and unleash a seal hunting jutsu upon them, he said, and Tobirama nodded. Your knowledge is correct. Now you have the right odds, and knowledge works in your favor. He said as Naruto nodded and popped a food pill in his mouth that replenished his chakra and released his restraint seals. Now, Naruto, I can't let you interfere with my plans. Now you can just go. He smiled smugly and raised half a ram seal to activate his curse signal. A few seconds passed, and each of them stood there confused. What was he trying to do? They each wondered. Why isn't my curse seal working on you? He growled, and Naruto laughed quietly. Ah, this hickey. The pedophile Kyuubi didn't like his vessel being controlled, so he removed it. So don't try to waste your time. He said as everyone laughed quietly at his explanation while Orochimaru's eye was thrown at being called a pedophile, and he was furious that he couldn't take him as a vessel. So now that this is out of the way, are you going to go wild and come at us? He said, his Sharingan blazing with life for everyone to see. Chapter 22. Hanahagakure no Sado. The Noha Stadium roof. Last time. So now that this is out of the way, are you going to go wild and come at us? He said, his Sharingan blazing with life for everyone to see. Now. The Anbu gasped and shouted, he has the Sharingan. As Hashirama and Tobirama's eyes widened at the sight of the all-too-familiar Jujutsu. But Tobirama was mostly anxious because of the intensity with which those eyes burned, and his senses recognized the man's signature chakra all too well. This boy had almost the same signature chakra as him, meaning he was a direct descendant, most likely his grandson. So you are his grandson, not you. I can recognize those eyes everywhere. Your eyes hold the same power that he once held. He said as Hashirama looked at him in confusion. Who do you mean, brother? Hashirama asked as Tobirama looked at him as if he were stupid. Look into those eyes. They don't remind you of anyone. You should be the first to recognize him, he said as Hashirama stared at Naruto for a moment before his eyes widened in realization and Tobirama smiled contentedly. His brother did have a brain after all. Suddenly, he began to chuckle quietly, then burst into laughter as they both stared at him in puzzlement. He then spoke between smirks. Who would have thought that his grandson would one day fight for this town and the two of us against it? Isn't that ironic, brother? He said. Really? Tobirama replied with a satisfied smile. Who are you talking about, too? Tell me. Orochimaru asked, his eyes narrowed. Tobirama had already learned of his obsession with the Sharingan, and it would be better if he didn't know about the boy's heritage. He answered before his stupid brother could open his mouth. This is none of your business. You can control our actions against you, but you can't control the knowledge we possess, he said coldly as Orochimaru fumed, knowing he was right. He made a hand seal, and both Hashirama and Tobirama stiffened. They assumed their stances and looked down at them. Naruto, now that you're here, we'll take them one-on-one. You pursue Hashirama-sensei, Izumi will take Tobirama-sensei, and I will personally finish off the mistake I left alive all those years ago, Hiruzen said as they both nodded and assumed their stances. Naruto versus Hashirama. They both glared angrily at each other for a few moments. Hashirama's green eyes bored into Naruto's blood-red Sharingan. His stare-down ended as a leaf touched the ground before them, and Hashirama veiled himself in front of him and launched a kick over his head. Naruto anticipated this, his Sharingan spinning downwards, and he caught a thorn in his back. The kick landed on Hashirama's back as the added momentum came to his own head, and he slid to a stop. He smiled with satisfaction, knowing the only weakness to the Sharingan. It increased his speed to a level where his eyes could read, but his body couldn't react. He suddenly blurred and began to control everything around Naruto, who tried to throw off his arbitrary pattern and become unrecognizable to him. Naruto's Sharingan spun chaotically, and small sparks formed around his body, which became more reactive due to the lightning chakra coursing through his muscles. His eyes darted left, right, up, down, everywhere after every move Hashirama made, and suddenly he dodged a locomotive-sized roundabout kick from his right side as he struck Hashirama's legs, whose eyes widened in despair, not expecting him to be able to stop him as he lifted him at full speed. Naruto jumped, spun around, and landed a spinning kick to his face, sending him flying backward from the blow. The Anbu outside had their jaws dropped to the ground. This kid was holding the first Hokage in a Taijutsu battle. To them, Hashirama was nothing more than a blurry figure, but suddenly the kid moved, made two quick movements, and he flew back. Hashirama watched, his jaw dropping as he laughed at Naruto. You are definitely his grandson, no doubt about it. You have the same power in those eyes. Only your eyes were ever able to keep up with my speed. And you have trained your body to react to those eyes with such speed that you don't become arrogant or overconfident about your lineage. A true heir to the Sharingan. He said as Naruto blushed, getting praised by the man known as God of Shinobi. I am honored that you think so highly of me, Hashirama-sama, but I am not one of those Uchiha who think of themselves as gods because of special eyes, he replied, and Hashirama looked at him with pride. He would be a greater shinobi than his friend once was. The will of fire burns so intensely in you, my boy. I am glad that the dream that my friend and I once envisioned is being lived and protected by the younger generation so fiercely, and that two Uchiha are fighting for the survival of the village. My dream still lives on, and I am glad. He said as Naruto's eyes welled with tears. I regret that we had met under these circumstances, Hashirama-sama. I would have liked to ask you about the old days and my grandfather's stories, he said as Hashirama laughed sadly. I'm too childish, too. He said this and again accused Naruto, and they both launched attacks at each other, going to stomp on each other's toes, but in the end, Hashirama splashed water in his eyes with his foot and jumped back. The boy was strong, but lacked the battle experience that he possessed. He shot his right arm forward. Wood style. Great forest jutsu. He shouted as wooden points shot out of his weapons and slammed into the still stunned Naruto. He flew back with force, Hashirama capitalized on the advantage, clasped his hands together in the snake seal, and pumped out a massive amount of chakra. Wood style. The nativity of a world of trees. He shouted as Naruto was boxed in by a deep forest that rose from underground, and Hashirama knew that he was trapped in the trees and would soon suffocate from the poisonous plants there, and he spun around. Then suddenly he heard a scream from the forest behind him, and he spun around. Lightning style. Chidori. Naruto shouted as he shot out, ripping through thick trees with his lightning-coated hand. He blamed Hashirama, who thrust his arm forward as more wooden points headed in his path. He wove a prediction with his Sharingan and thrust his arm at Hashirama, who took a step at the last moment, but his right arm was slashed straight through. Naruto slid to a stop and gasped, but smiled with satisfaction as he saw his handiwork and the lightning disappeared. His satisfied smile vanished as his arm regenerated and he cursed this thrice-cursed technique. "You're fine, but you must completely incapacitate me to seal me," he said as his arm finished regenerating. Naruto was tightly controlling his thoughts. He had already taken a food pill to rebuild his normal chakra and had wanted to save the fox's chakra as a reserve since he had already used some earlier in the summoning and using it again would overwhelm him with strain. He suddenly had a small burst of an idea in his brain and he formed an angry hand seal. Ninja art. Multi-shadow, reproduction jutsu. He shouted as 10 replicas flashed past Hashirama. He was amazed that the boy could perform this kinjutsu, but seeing his Uzumaki blood, it was no surprise. He had the foresight. They surrounded him from all sides as he sent 8 of them flying. He saw the original blame on him and stick a kunai into his chest. He smiled smugly and poofed in a puff of smoke. Hashirama suddenly remembered that the count was 2 out and looked behind him to see a replica blame on him. He wanted to jump back but felt his feet stuck and saw 2 hands holding them. Suddenly, the replica came close and just as Hashirama's fist was about to make contact, he smiled smugly, flashed and exploded, taking a good chunk out of his right side. The original Naruto was immediately in front of him and began examining hand seals as he placed his hands on Hashirama's chest. Uzumaki seal hunting style. The contract seal. He shouted as Kanji covered his head and he began to be absorbed into the bondage seal. Hashirama laughed as his body began to wither away and his soul was to be returned to the pure world. "I'm glad that the vision of me and Madara once had lives over because of your heritage. The will of fire is ironically the strongest in you, my boy. Keep the village safe so I can rest easy knowing there are shinobi like you protecting it," he said as he placed his hand on Naruto's head and ruffled his hair. Naruto's eyes bulged like a tear, avoiding his gaze. "I will protect the village and the ideals you forgot, Hashirama-sama. Don't worry, the Hidden Leaf village will stand strong and your dreams will live on," he said as Hashirama laughed and nodded. Hashirama faded away as a lifeless ninja sounded to the ground. Naruto turned back to fighting Izumi, his eyes widening at what was happening behind him. "Izumi!" he shouted. Meanwhile, Izumi is fighting Tobirama. Tobirama and Izumi stood staring at each other as Izumi suddenly charged with her sword and slashed at Tobirama with a horizontal slash, who parried it with a kunai. They both returned the slashing and striking, sheathing their weapons and moving on as the clang of metal echoed throughout the clearing. Suddenly, Izumi jumped back and examined quick hand seals. Fire style. Phoenix flower jutsu. She shouted as she unleashed a dozen fireballs at Tobirama. Tobirama himself examined the hand seals. Water style. Water bullet jutsu. He shouted, blocking each fireball as steam enveloped the area. Izumi decided to harness the steam as she could clearly see it with her Sharingan. She examined hand seals and decided to use the water spreading technique to block Tobirama's attacks. There was a long chain of hand seals as she finished on the bird. Tobirama sensed the high chakra molding and examined the hand seals. Water style. Drink the dragon jutsu. She shouted as a huge dragon roared and made its way through the steam. Earth style. Mud wall jutsu. He shouted as the water dragon slammed into the wall, a massive shower of water and mud clearing the steam. Tobirama blamed Izumi with his kunai as he slashed with one, which she blocked with her sword. He used his other kunai and slammed the blunted edge against her wrist, disposing of her sword and kicking her in the stomach, sending her flying backward. He wanted to capitalize on the surprise he created and examined hand seals. Water style. Torrent rip. He shouted as the powerful wave of water surged toward Izumi. Izumi was still stunned and knew she wouldn't be able to move aside. She channeled a massive amount of chakra into her eyes, forming a purple ribsage around her, and she screamed. "Susanoo," she said as the water crashed around her and she leaped out of it as Izumi fell to her knees and coughed up blood as the purple ribsage vanished and she gasped as her Sharingan disappeared and her onyx eyes stared at Tobirama. She was completely out of chakra and her body was killing her with the pain of using Susanoo with so little chakra. She knew she would be defeated with his next attack and that she still didn't have the strength to back down, no matter what came next. "You fought well, but your limits have been reached. I will make your death swift. I'm sorry to have to do this," he said as he clapped his hands together and a cyclone of water swirled around him. He examined a long chain of hand seals, preparing for his strongest water jutsu. Water style. Water shockwave cutting tide, he shouted like a massive tsunami as the wave roared through Izumi, who closed her eyes as flashbacks of her life scanned her mind. Her killing of her parents, her childhood, the hatred her brother had for her, the times with Naruto, training and beating him up, and how he would always recover, her first date, and finally the kiss they shared that night under the stars. She laughed and waited for death to claim her when she heard a scream. Izumi. Chapter 23. Hanahagakure no Sato. Konoha Stadium roof. Last time. Izumi. Now. Naruto watched as the giant tsunami wave launched by Tobirama made its way toward Izumi. His Sharingan predicted her muscle movements and chakra levels, and he knew she wouldn't notice him, and that she knew it herself. His eyes widened with fear as he watched the person closest to him in life about to die. His only friend, his best friend, his girlfriend, his love, his life. No, he whispered, as if subconsciously. He wasn't going to let her die in front of him if he had any say in the matter. Even if the Shinigami himself stood before her, he would have to examine him. Subconsciously, he used the Kawarimi on her and replaced her. He stood before the wave with a calm expression. All his doubts were now gone. He felt serene and relaxed. He opened his eyes as his Sharingan glowed. The Tamo, swirling chaotically blue chakra, exploded from his body and covered him. He held his left hand on his waist, forming a tiger seal. He molded fire chakra into his body and pumped it up, pushing a hell of a lot of it into it. As the blue halo disappeared from him, he held his right hand in front of his mouth, touching it with his index finger and thumb. He inhaled a huge amount of air, molded it with fire chakra, and suddenly expelled it with a scream. Fire style. The majestic flame destroyer. He shouted and unleashed a fiery white hell tsunami that matched Tobirama's aligned attack and power as a huge explosion rocked the roof and steam covered the entire barrier. Izumi, who had closed her eyes before she heard Naruto call her name, noticed a slight shift and saw herself sitting down. Naruto looked back. She was still for a moment before she put two and two together and realized what he had done. That reckless idiot. She screamed inside and wanted to shout his name, but her breath caught in her throat as she watched him not move, waiting for him to come to her as tears rolled down her cheeks and only a sob escaped her throat. Then suddenly chakra surged from his body and he held a strange hand seal at his waist as he snorted through his lungs and unleashed a blazing inferno to match the second Hokage's attack. He took his breath away as she saw him match one of Tobirama Senju's strongest attacks. The Anbu on guard watched a legendary battle unfold as history unfolded its events, a genin taking the second Hokage by storm and matching him in power. Completely calm, Naruto abandoned his instincts and resolved to take advantage of the thick steam that had been created. Tobirama was surprised by the turn of events, and when the steam enveloped the barrier, he heightened his senses and felt someone behind him. He jammed a kunai into Naruto's chest, who smiled with satisfaction and detonated the blast, severing his right arm. He flew backward from the explosion and heard the sound of birds chirping behind him. Naruto thrust his arm forward and across Tobirama's chest as he grabbed a large chunk of his other arm. He pushed his arm out and placed his hands on his chest after examining the Uzumaki's seal hunting hand seals. Uzumaki seal hunting style. The contract seal, he said as the kanji extended over Tobirama and was then absorbed into his soul binding seal. He laughed as Naruto looked at him sadly and decided to pass on some information that would be valuable to him in the future. Listen, Naruto, I have fought and befriended many Uchiha. Those of Uchiha blood who awaken the Sharingan grow more powerful with each passing moment as the hatred in their hearts increases. I call this the curse of hatred. He said as Naruto listened intently to his every word. However, the power of the Uchiha's visual value gained through the curse comes at a price. Just as hatred and increased visual value breed madness and darkness in the Uchiha heart, you and your friend there have not fallen to the curse. Don't ever let hatred consume you. Let the will of fire guide you, and you will become known throughout the world and remembered in history. Uchiha are capable of loving more than any other person, and so is their hatred strong when they lose something precious. Madara fell to the curse after his brother's death, and you know your fate. Show the world the pure heart of the Uchiha and become the man Madara once could have become. I leave you the village. Keep it safe. Never give up. He said and placed a hand on his head. Naruto's eyes raced with tears in the faith he had placed in him. I promise you, Tobirama-sama, I will protect this village and everyone in it until my last breath, and I will never turn back. On my word, this is my ninja way, he said confidently, and Tobirama nodded and laughed as the ashes fell, and another muffled ninja sound echoed. Naruto turned and watched Hiruzen's battle as he smiled broadly, the joy of one aligned by jutsu. But Hiruzen and Orochimaru. Hiruzen twirled his staff, intending to end the mistake he should have made long ago. Orochimaru smiled broadly, believing that with the old monkey dead, the village would soon fall. So, Sarutobi-sensei, we're going to start. He chuckled as Hiruzen glared at him with a hardened expression. He was about to play along with his mind tricks when suddenly Hiruzen snapped, and Orochimaru barely managed to block the bow staff from his kusanagi and slid a few feet back from the impact. They both engaged each other in a sword duel as Hiruzen was on the offensive. Orochimaru, while a good swordsman, was nowhere near the level of finesse or experience that Sarutobi possessed with his adamantine staff. They both broke apart as Hiruzen jumped back and Orochimaru stood there with some partial wounds and writhing. That old fool was still too strong for his age. Hiruzen finishes it quickly, which condemns the sword of his, harming me even in this form, said the Monkey King Enma, and Hiruzen nodded, already knowing that Kusanagi's celebrated blade could not cut through anything except the fabulous blades. The 7 blades of the mist wielded by the 7 swordsmen of the mist, the twin blades of Tetsu no Kuni wielded by the 2 first samurai of the village, the Red Death of Yuzu, and finally, his own colleague, the Totsuka blade. Orochimaru decided to finish it once and for all. Forbidden style. The 10,000 serpent formation. He shouted as thousands of snakes slithered out of his wide open mouth, each one extending a venom-covered blade and lashing into him. Orochimaru chuckled quietly, thinking it was over. Fukuku Suratobi-sensei, you cannot avoid this jutsu, and even a scratch from them will kill you in moments, he said. Orochimaru, your folly knows no bounds. Have you forgotten who taught you to be a shinobi in the first place? Hiruzen said mockingly as Orochimaru laughed. The hardest thought was that he was bluffing. Let me show you the jutsu that earned me the name God of Shinobi during the Second Great Shinobi War, he said as Orochimaru paled even further than he already was. He had heard stories of this doomed jutsu and knew it only as he had created it, never having taught it to anyone, saying he hadn't found anyone worthy enough. He began examining a long chain of forbidden hand seals at the blinding speeds, and the Monkey King Enma smiled broadly inwardly. It had been too late. He had gone all out long ago, and today he was throwing in all the stops, and he knew this was his final battle. Forbidden jutsu. The force of God, he said as his body opened 6 of the 8 heavenly gates and concentrated the excess chakra flow to reinforce his muscles and bones as his body buffed up and a burst of chakra rocked the field. Orochimaru's eyes widened as he witnessed the force he was unleashing. He spun his adamantine staff and leaped. He slammed his staff into the air and slammed it into the ground as the entire earth before him was torn apart and all manner of shards were flung into the air. He spun his staff and slammed it horizontally as he screamed. Forbidden jutsu. God strikes, he said, and a wave of chakra was emitted from his staff, slashing and snaking all over the ground. Orochimaru stared gobsmacked as the old fool dismissed his strongest jutsu as nothing. Suddenly, Hiruzen vanished, and Orochimaru rolled sideways, barely dodging his bow staff as it created a crater where it struck. Had that blow hit his head, he would have been one less chicken head by now, he realized. He again engaged him in a no-holds-barred gunfight, and both were toe-to-toeing, with Orochimaru on the defensive. Finally, Hiruzen saw an opening and seized it as he shattered his adamantine staff into his chest, adding all his strength as the muscles in his arms and legs began to tear apart from the strain the jutsu caused. He was too old to use this jutsu, and this was his last attack in this life. With it, he shattered Orochimaru with all his might. The moment the adamantine staff made contact, all his ribs and lungs caved in from the pressure, and he howled in agony as he flew back a considerable distance before rolling to a stop. Hiruzen sighed in relief as he released his jutsu, his entire body shaking in pain as he shuddered, a dead scream catching in his throat. His eyes widened as Orochimaru's lifeless corpse emerged, and a healthy Orochimaru gasped from the strain, a scowl spreading across his face as he grumbled. Forbidden style. Body replacement jutsu, he said and chuckled quietly at his sensei's expression. Fukuku Suratobi-sensei, this is the end. He said and rushed at Hiruzen with his sword, sucking in his heart. Hiruzen couldn't move because his muscles were torn and he closed his eyes, awaiting his loss and death at the hands of his own pupil. Splash. His sword pierced his chest only inches from his heart as he opened his eyes, and they widened instantly to see Naruto standing there, smiling openly instead of his sensei. He coughed up some blood as he held his hands, his grip on him not letting go, as he laughed quietly. This is the end for you, cough orich pedo cough, he said, coughing blood and smiling broadly. Orochimaru laughed silently at the naive boy who had a sword piercing near his heart and narrating that this was his end. Ridiculous, he thought. Fukuku Naruto-kun, I think the fierce battles affected your mind a little. This is your end, not mine, though it's a shame to lose such a precious ship. But oh well. He said mockingly, but frowned when he saw Naruto smiling openly and foxily, still holding his weapons. Ah, I'm not exactly refined, he said, and Orochimaru wondered what he was talking about and decided he would just die already. Hey Kurama, lend me some chakra, it'll do. He yelled in his mind as Nine-Tailed Fox growled in his mind, foolish and reckless, but at least he wasn't weak or a coward. Red chakra burst from his stomach and bubbled all over his body as his Sharingan deactivated and his eyes were now slitted, his sideburns darkened, and his fangs lengthened like a swishing tail behind him. Uzumaki seal hunting style. Chakra seal hunting. Fuin, he shouted as red chakra all concentrated in his hands and red kanji, instead of the usual black spread, started over Orochimaru's weapons as he kicked Naruto in the chest, who jumped back the wielding of his sword with him as he felt his weapons burn. Ah, he screamed as the kanji glowed and his weapons spun black. He howled in agony as Naruto laughed silently. Ah, the wonders of coughing seal hunting. he said, laughing quietly as Orochimaru hissed in agony. What did you do to me? He whistled as Naruto smiled openly. Ah, nothing, it's just simple chakra sealing jutsu, but only with a small twist, he said as Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. He continued. I sealed his chakra network, but I used a different chakra than normal, as you can see from the difference in kanji, making it more effective and thus intensifying the seal hunt. Demonic chakra. He said as this dawned on Orochimaru, revealing what he had done. Demonic chakra has mutilated his chakra network inside out. His weapons are nothing but stumps now. The jutsu you held so precious is always out of his reach. He said, smiling openly as Orochimaru fumed. The Sound 4 dropped the barrier, grabbed Orochimaru, and jumped. This isn't about getting him back for this. You've doomed the brat. Konoha will perish. Mark my words. He shouted as he escaped. The Anbu tried to stop them, but they got away. Naruto's vision began to blur as he stumbled to his feet and vaguely saw Izumi running toward him. Naruto, he realized as his vision began to shatter and he started to fall backward. Izumi caught him before he fell and placed his head in her lap as he cradled it against her chest as tears spilled down his face. The entire Jonin sensei, Anbu, and Hiruzen barely stood around them as she lightly touched his cheek. Naru, staying with me, don't close your eyes, please, I can't lose you too. You're the only thing keeping me from falling into darkness. Please. She whispered, touching his cheek as Naruto blinked his eyes, trying to get a sharp look on her, and only when the image cleared did he speak. Aizu-chan coughed the cough, he whispered. Yes, it's me, Naru, here, she whispered from behind him. I love you, he whispered, his eyes closing as he lost consciousness. She touched his cheek to wake him. Naru, she whispered, touching his cheek. Naru, wake up, she whispered a little louder. Naru, please wake up, she said even louder. Naruto, she screamed in agony to tears of sky flowing heavily through her eyes as she cradled her head like a lifeline. I love you too, Baka, she whispered. Meta 6 Hiruzen shouted. Chapter 24. Hanahagakure no Sato. Konoha Stadium roof. Last time. Madix Hiruzen shouted. Now. The team of medics rushed toward them as they made their way through the circle of shinobi and reached a fallen blonde man who was being held like a lifeline by Izumi's weapons. A few of them hesitated, but when they sensed the kai of several shinobi there with the third Hokage, they began preparing to treat the emergency. One of them tried to free his head from Izumi's chest as she slashed wildly with a kunai, the medic barely moving in time, her Sharingan pulsing her back to life, even though she was already exhausted. Suddenly, she felt a hand on her shoulder and turned to attack, but failed to see who it was. Hiruzen stood there with a wistful laugh and a knowing look in his eyes as he regarded her kindly, and she lowered her guard slightly as he spoke. Izumi, I know you're worried about him and don't want to let him go. But please understand that Naruto-kun needs urgent treatment right now if he's to recover properly. Please let him go so he can be treated and I'm sure he'll bounce back from this injury as if it were nothing. He said, attempting to calm the now frantic and possessive girl who was on the verge of tears as she began to speak incoherently. But you, he substitute, are you twice or just reckless, please I don't, she mumbled out through a steady stream of tears as Hiruzen gripped her shoulder tightly and looked down at her with a calm laugh. Izumi, let him go, he'll be fine. I'll have the best doctors assigned to him and he'll be up and about in no time. He said, trying to calm her as she held her head tighter and spoke through tears and sobs. You promise he'll be alright? She gasped out and Hiruzen spoke in a confident tone to reassure the shocked girl. I give you my word as a Hokage he will live and distinguish himself alive. After all, he has that hat of mine, now he doesn't. He said, laughing at her assurance. A few moments later, Izumi bit her lip and backed away from him as the medics rushed to his prone body and began emergency treatment. She began screaming at the sight of him so vulnerable as Hiruzen brought his head to her shoulder, attempting to calm the hysterically screaming girl. He considered her a granddaughter as she spoke through her sobs. Why did he have to do it? Why did he have to be so reckless? Didn't he think about what would happen to me if something happened to him? She asked as Hiruzen's eyes softened and he stroked her back and spoke. It's just who he is. I know for a fact that he didn't even give it a second thought before going up to take the blows for us. His body must have been affected by it. He can't stand to see someone close to him die if he has any say in the matter. This is his own doing. I'd be worried if he didn't do something so reckless once in a while. They both chuckled softly as Hiruzen also had tears in his eyes. It should have been him, not his grandson lying there, he thought as the tears flowed from his eyes. Izumi wiped her tears and walked to the hospital as the doctors took her, Hiruzen, and Naruto there for treatment after receiving the necessary first aid. Hiruzen and Izumi were simply suffering from chakra exhaustion and a few minor injuries and fractures that took about 2 hours to treat. They both sat outside the operating theater where Naruto had been receiving treatment for 6 hours now. Hiruzen and Izumi waited patiently, not going anywhere, until one of the doctors emerged. Suddenly, the light above the room went out as the doctor came out, wiping the sweat from his brow and removing his gloves. He ran into them. Both Izumi and Hiruzen got up and bumped into the doctor, their faces showing concern as he sighed. "He's alive and you can see him in the CU now," he said as they all walked into the space to see him connected to various machines with an oxygen mask over his mouth as Izumi stood beside him on his bed and Hiruzen stood beside the doctor, sadly watching his grandson lying there in his place looking so fragile and vulnerable. "When will the doctor wake up?" Izumi asked, brushing her fingers over her cheek as the doctor looked down and sighed. He was in truly critical condition when he was brought in. He had multiple injuries, fractures, severe chakra exhaustion, and chakra rolls, accentuated with traces of heavy demonic chakra in them, almost at the limits of what his body could handle. He had a sword pierced mere inches from his heart with a poison we identified as Kusanagi's poison covering it. Luckily, Tsunade-sama left us an antidote for it, but the damage done to his brain and body was extensive. Whatever the cost, he should be dead if not for his advanced healing factor and his tenant's chakra. He said as Izumi narrowed her eyes while Hiruzen felt a sense of dread where he was going. "When will the doctor wake up?" she asked again, and the doctor stared off into the distance. "We did everything we could, but right now he's in a coma from extensive brain damage caused by the poisoning. His landlord has treated his wounds, but his brain isn't responding to his body. We don't know when or if he'll wake up," he said in an embarrassed tone, and Hiruzen closed his eyes in shame as Izumi squirmed and screamed against Naruto's chest, who was clutching his weapons around him. "No, he won't wake up, I know it. He promised me, he's abandoning me, and he'll never go back on his word," she said through sobs and cried out heavily. Hiruzen choked back his own tears, but asked. "Isn't there anything we could do for the doctor?" he asked as the doctor sighed and rubbed his forehead. "We tried our best. There's only one person in the elemental nations who could still think of triggering the brain's sensory nerves with chakra and have that kind of control over their medical chakra to do it successfully," he said as Izumi turned to him with hope in her eyes and Hiruzen knew who he was talking about. "Who is it? Tell me, the doctor I'll bring here, that's all they tell me," she said desperately as the doctor sighed. "The slug princess Tsunade Senju," he said, and Hiruzen sighed, knowing it would be impossible to bring her back, but perhaps he could get Jiraiya and Izumi to return and offer her the Hokage position. Izumi could bring her back, as she would go to the depths of hell for Naruto without a second thought, just like him. He was snapped out of his thoughts as Izumi spoke. "Sandame-sama, I request a mission to find Tsunade Senju and return her to the Leaf Village," she said as the Hokage sighed, knowing the council wouldn't approve of her going to find her just to learn how much she despised him and how the village needed her to be a shinobi now. "I'm sorry, Izumi, but the council won't agree to leave a shinobi of his caliber just to find out his knowledge, as there were slim chances of him returning to the blade," he said, embarrassed. It was because of his weakness that the council had gained so much power. Izumi clenched her fist as tears rolled down her face and she wiped them away and glared angrily at Hiruzen with disdain as he shuddered in shame. "I see in that case Izumi Uchiha, the current clan heir of the Uchiha clan, demands indefinite leave to continue a mission concerning clan matters," she said authoritatively, and he was stunned as a laugh broke out across his face. No one could challenge the clan matters of a clan as powerful as the Uchiha, even if their numbers were low for now, and since Naruto had revealed that his Sharingan was also considered part of the Uchiha clan for the time being. There was no way the council could overturn this. "Very well, I will submit and get the Uchiha clan's request approved and I will have someone assist you in your mission to retrieve Tsunade Senju. We will discuss this at the next council meeting tomorrow," he said in his Hokage voice as Izumi nodded, laid her head on his chest, and sighed sadly. "I'll find Tsunade quickly and won't wake you or the filming at all. You'll keep your promise and stay by my side. I won't let you abandon me like this," she thought, kissed his forehead, and fell asleep. The next day. Hokage Tower. Council chambers. The council had been convened and they all sat there waiting for the Hokage to begin. Most of them were impressed that Izumi had taken the Uchiha clan seat today. Mabuki Haruno and other council members had tried to address her about her good side, but she had barely responded. They all quieted down as Hiruzen spoke. "Now we'll have to review the Uchiha clan's petition that they submitted to the council," he said as they each turned to Izumi. "Izumi-sama, if you need something, the village will not deny the princess of the village anything. You only had to ask and they would have granted it," she squealed as the village council agreed with her while the shinobi council sighed at her actions. "Now, Izumi Dono, I believe you would like to explain why you need permission as the clan's heir," Hiashi said formally. "I wish for an indefinite leave to go and handle some clan business outside of town," she said stoically, and he nodded. "What is your mission that requires such permission at such a time, Izumi-sama, if I may ask?" Kaharu asked. "I will seek out Tsunade Senju to return to the village to treat someone precious," she said stoically, and the clan heads understood who she was talking about. "Why would you want to return Tsunade-sama and the one you wish to heal?" Maguekio shouted. "I want her to heal Naruto Uzumaki, as I've been told she's the only one who can heal and awaken him," she said with her eyes closed, crossing her arms. Suddenly, the local council members began whispering among themselves. "But Izumi-sama, you shouldn't leave the village just for that demon brat at a time of trouble." Maguekio shouted as Izumi suddenly had a kunai at her neck, Hiruzen gripping her wrist just as she was about to stab him in the jugular. They both began to sweat and Haruno gasped at the sight of their speed. The clan heads were pleased to see their Hokage still had his touch after all these years. Izumi gave him a cold, questioning look as he sighed. "Izumi, I know you like Naruto-kun, and the law placed upon him is still in effect, but the killing of an experienced council member in this time of need in the village is unnecessary. I requested you drop the kunai, please." He politely requested, and she looked at him impassively for a moment before turning and returning to the seat she had been sitting on. "And Haruno, whom I would advise to shut up. And next time I won't stop her from enforcing the law," he said, and Haruno swallowed and nodded. "Now Jiraiya Izumi-san will accompany you on your mission. The last fight showed me that I'm no longer at my best and I've lost my edge. As if I weren't here with Naruto-kun, I won't be with you. I've decided that Tsunade will be my successor," he said, and the entire council laughed at him respectfully. He had been the longest reigning Hokage and was still a cage-level shinobi at his age. He knew his limitations and wasn't afraid to admit them. Jiraiya's contacts will trace Tsunade back down, and since he was her teammate, he knows how to track her down better and will assist you in your endeavor. Also, if you succeed, this will be considered a mission aligned with escorting my successor to the village, he said, and she nodded, still emotionless. He sighed as he saw her face. She's lost her emotions again and become stoic, like she used to be in the Anbu, only going to her guard down when she's in Naruto's space, checking on him. He's the only thing holding her back from the darkness that's ready to consume her. She had very different eyes before the exam finals, he thought, looking into her icy onyx eyes. "Good, the mission has been authorized and you will leave tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock and Jiraiya will meet you there," he said as she stood up and began to leave. "Wait, Izumi-sama, the council meeting is still connected. We have several village matters that concern the town and you might want to include them in your updates," Haruno said as she glared at her, causing her to shudder. "There is nothing more of interest to me than your business. The Uchiha clan will be introduced to important shinobi matters and I would rather spend my previous day with Naruto than listen to your stupid arguments and your aims of gaining power and reputation among the clans, which you will never achieve. There is nothing more of interest to me here," she said bluntly and coldly, then turned and left as the clan heads chuckled slyly while the council members looked down in embarrassment and Haruno fumed at being so bluntly disrespected. She was going to gain power in the shinobi council by any means she could think of. Hiruzen sighed and thought. "I'm getting too old for this shit." Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.